10%. Chapter 41. Is the base going to take off? Shen Ling, arrange a multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle. But remember to set up a line of defense, don't let any monsters rush in. Shen Yi glanced at the holographic map and commanded. Yes, master. Shen Ling's voice sounded in his ears, and he began to execute the order. I have to say that after having Shen Ling, he became a lot easier. Everything only needs an order to go on, and Shen Ling can handle everything perfectly. Today, the area of the site he occupies is as high as 70 kilometers. If this place is completely covered with a type of multi-purpose energy harvesting vehicle, it will be 3,150 units. The average daily production capacity alone is close to 1.4 million energy. This is enough for him to supply an average daily consumption of nearly 50,000 C-class robots. This also means that he can increase the size of the machine army. However, combat-type robots are not so anxious, you can wait for a while. Shen Yi rubbed his chin and pondered. After all, the Type 2 robot is coming out now. In any case, it should be one level stronger than a robot. If it has been increased by 100 times the strengthening system, there is a high probability that it will be directly promoted to the B-level level. At that time, it is only a C-class combat robot, and basically it can only be reduced to a scanning tool and a trade commodity. In the future, his main combat power will be the steel army composed of B-class robots. The gap between the B grade and the A grade is actually very large. The reason why the previous C-level combat robot was able to kill the B-level Black Eclipse Dragon so easily. On the one hand, it is because the Black Eclipse Dragon is a biological weapon against flesh and blood life. On the other hand, it was approached too close by a combat robot without anyone in command. Otherwise, Shen Yi would never be able to take down the opponents so easily. And after having a large number of B-class combat robots, it can be said that as long as he doesn't encounter those S-rank monsters, this planet Shen Yi can go to. Even the medium-sized biological research institute with A-level monsters is no longer a restricted area. And once Shen Yi collects enough data, unlock the base's biological research lab, his strength is bound to usher in a huge surge. As long as I get A-level. No, even if it's just a B-level beast, I'm enough to be proud of this planet. A flash of excitement flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. After 100 times of strengthening, the B-rank beasts are likely to be directly upgraded to the S-rank level. At that time, a large number of S-level war beasts will advance. Even on this planet, those super monsters that surpass the S-rank may not have the power to fight. And, even if you still can't beat it, then he can also take down those large biological research institutes. Unlock A-rank and even S-rank beasts. The next step is to wait for the blueprint acquisition to be completed. Shen Yi glanced at the progress of the acquisition, and couldn't help but feel a little turbulent in his heart. It's a pity that no one is trading yet. It is not an easy thing to gather so many blueprints into the hands of one person. Shen Yi estimated that no players would be eligible to trade with him until evening. As for the more advanced D-level and even C-level blueprints, he never thought about it. There are not many players who own his C-class Type 1 battle droid today. Can these people still be so European? In such a short time, the blueprint of D-level and even C-level will be revealed. Moreover, even if the other party really broke out, they might not be willing to trade with him. After all, blueprints represent an entirely new technology. In particular, the blueprints of D-level and C-level already have a lot of value. For players, it will definitely play a big role. Unless Shen Yi takes out a multi-purpose energy harvester, he has little hope of getting it from these people. And after these things are distributed, only then did Shen Yi have the energy to pay attention to the changes in the survival base at the moment. After all, in his previous perception, the command room where he was located seemed to be a lot higher. Shen Ling, show me the current structural diagram of the survival base, Shen Yi said. Yes, master. With the fall of Shen Ling's voice, the three-dimensional structure diagram of the current survival base suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yi. However, when Shen Yi saw the three-dimensional structure of the survival base in front of him, his face instantly became extremely wonderful. FK, what the hell is this? Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaimed. At this moment, what appeared in front of him was a behemoth occupying a huge area. Just in terms of appearance, the survival base at this moment is extremely close to the battleships on the Earth. The current position of the command room is on the position of the battleship bridge, that is, the position of the captain. However, compared to battleships on Earth, It is different, it has only the upper part of the battleship, the lower part is a smooth plain. A series of factory facilities such as machinery factory, living factory, energy mining equipment factory, etc. They are all below the command room, forming a cuboid that is more than 300 meters long and 200 meters wide. No matter how it looks like part of a behemoth. Shen Yi's eyes flickered, and a crazy thought rose in his heart. Could it be that the next level of the survival base is an interstellar warship? If that's the case, it's really scary. A mobile survival base. Much safer than a stationary live target. Even if the survival base is not used as a combat unit, it is countless times stronger than it is now. After all, after the survival base becomes an interstellar warship, you can transfer your position at any time. It's not that once the position is exposed, you can only wait for the enemy to come to the door. Shen Ling, calculate the probability that the next level of the survival base will be an interstellar warship. Shen Yi immediately ordered Shen Ling. As a B-level artificial intelligence, Shen Ling is still very good in computing power. It is not difficult for her to do these things. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Shen Ling to give the answer. Shen Ling, Master, according to my calculations, the probability that the next level of the survival base will become an interstellar warship is about 94.3%. Shen Ling, it's just that, based on the resources required for the next level of the survival base and the current area of the survival base, these resources do not seem to be enough to build an interstellar warship. Shen Yi raised his eyebrows, and his eyebrows were full of excitement. In this way, the future development direction of the survival base can be determined to be an interstellar battleship. Although the next level, the survival base does not seem to be able to fly. But, at least there is an idea. In the future, even if he really can't beat it, it is also completely possible to escape with a survival base. Unlike before, even if the threat approaches, you can only sit and wait to die. 11%. Chapter 42. The first boom period arrives. And, at the rate at which he is now earning resources, it's actually not that difficult to get to the next level. After all, the resources he needs to upgrade now have basically been collected. The only bad thing is energy. I don't have any hope of upgrading at the moment. I have to save up some energy. It really requires too much. Shen Yi sighed and glanced at the upgrade requirements for the next level of the survival base. Upgrade requirements for the third level survival base. Iron 1.34 million, 1 million, copper 850,000 800 thousandths, psionic crystal 60,000 80 thousandths, NEC grade metal material 320,000 100 thousandths, NEB grade metal material 50,000 10 thousandths, energy 520,000 thirds million. The energy alone is enough to consume 3 million energy. This is enough for him to produce hundreds of thousands of C-class Type 1 combat robots. Moreover, the amount of E-grade, D-grade, and even C-grade materials such as iron, copper, and psionic crystals required is also staggering. With so many resources, wouldn't it be good for him to devote all of his resources to the production of new arms? There is really no need to waste it on upgrading a survival base that is basically impossible to become a combat unit. After all, this is not the kind of game that can be archived and restarted, and everyone has only one life. Even with an upgraded survival base, the combat capability may be good. He will definitely not take the survival base to take risks. Shaking his head and putting aside these thoughts, Shen Yi ordered, Shen Ling, turn on the radar function and detect the level of the surrounding creatures. He wanted to see if there was anything that could threaten him within the 3,000 kilometers around the base. Especially those monsters that are S rank and even beyond S rank. If within 3,000 kilometers, there are monsters of this level, then he will definitely choose to upgrade the survival base for the first time and transfer his position. That level of existence is not something he can contend with now. The same is true even if there are stronger units. Of course, this possibility is very small. After all, according to the information obtained in the information integration rod before, the surrounding is very remote, and it is not a military location or border. The strongest research institute is also a medium-sized institute. As for whether there will be a military area or the like, Shen Yi is unknown. This kind of military facility is definitely not something that some scientific researchers can know about. Yes, Master. As Shen Ling's voice fell, a huge three-dimensional map was immediately displayed in front of Shen Yi's eyes. And, because of the information previously obtained from the information integration stick, The location of the previous 6 small biological genetic research institutes, and that of the medium biological genetic research institute, are also marked on the map. Those 6 small biological genetic research institutes are not too far from where he is now. The farthest one is only about 800 kilometers away from here. On the contrary, the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute is farther away, more than 2,300 kilometers. This is almost across most of the Xia Kingdom. However, with Shen Yi's growth rate, it's only a matter of time before taking these places. It can only be said that there are only less than 20 medium-sized biological genetic bases in the entire Federation. There are so many A-level monsters around. This is really scary. Shen Yi looked at the densely distributed red dots on the map with a solemn expression. According to the detection of the base's advanced radar, the distribution of monsters around the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute is clear at a glance. There are 137 A-level monsters scattered around the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Laboratory. Among them, these A-level monsters are divided into 7 types in total. There are flying, burrowing, and even reptiles. Each has a terrifying number of no less than 10. The monster group with the most is entrenched in the middle-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute. It is a huge group of more than 30 A-type monsters. This kind of strength is even enough to easily overwhelm all the strength Shen Yi has at the moment. There is already a huge gap between A-level and B-level. Not to mention comparing it with the C-class. He didn't even reach the C-class robot for 10,000, and he would be wiped out by the opponent within a few minutes. It seems that this medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute can't move for the time being. Shen Yi shook his head and said helplessly, at least until he has a large number of B-class robots under his command, he is not ready to move. On the other hand, the other 6 small Biological Genetic Research Institutes do not have so many restrictions. One of the most powerful small Biological Genetic Research Institutes, there are only 7 B-level monsters around. The total number is only about 40, which is not particularly difficult to deal with. Just use the army of C-level robots to press over it. And if every small Biological Genetic Research Institute can provide him with 1.8% progress, those 6 add up to a full 10.8%, plus the 1.8% obtained before, that is a progress of 12.6%. This is enough for him to unlock the primary biological genetic laboratory. That would mean that he would be able to hatch biological war beasts. Even the most basic C-level biological beasts have a high probability of reaching the A-level level under the Hundredfold amplification system. The biological war beast that has reached the B-level has been strengthened and increased. It is even possible to reach the S-class level in one fell swoop. Once the S-level war beasts under his hands form a scale. So, in addition to those monsters beyond the S-class, who else can stop him on this planet? He can walk sideways on this planet that is 5 times the size of the Earth. Thinking of that scene, Shen Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The future is really promising. Shen Ling, count the number of creatures within the radar range and the distribution of ore veins. Today's radar is not only capable of detecting the breath of life. Its ability to detect energy and metals is also a highlight of it. This will allow Shen Yi to maximize the resources under his feet. It can be said that at this stage of development, Shen Yi is about to usher in his first period of soaring strength. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded and quickly began to calculate. After a while, rows of data were displayed in front of Shen Yi's eyes. At the same time, Shen Ling's voice also sounded in the command room. Master, within the current radar detection range of 3,000 kilometers, there are a total of 137 A-level creatures, 1,372 B-level creatures, 31,927 C-level creatures, 84,137 D-level creatures, and E-level creatures and below, 341,275 heads, 1,157,320,000 energy can be obtained after all sweeps. 11%. Chapter 43. Ways to make advanced materials. 1150 million energy. This terrifying number made Shen Yi's eyelids jump wildly. This is too scary. Since he came to this planet, the total energy he has obtained so far is less than a fraction of this. Also, this is only 3,000 kilometers away. If the monsters on the entire planet add up, how terrifying is the energy provided? Shen Yi's heart trembled slightly. He didn't even dare to imagine that number. It must be an astronomical number. Moreover, this is just the monster near the research institute. compared with military bases equipped with a large number of war beasts. The number of war beasts owned by research institutes mainly for research and innovation will undoubtedly be much less. Those military bases are definitely the real energy giants. Of course, military bases are not so easy to deal with. Currently, there are 13 iron ores underground within 3,000 kilometers, with a total output of about 350 million units, and 8 copper mines with a total output of about 270 million units and 11 psychic crystal veins. The output is about 78 million units, containing 13 tungsten mines, with a total output of about 130 million units, containing 7 aluminum mines, with a total output of about 110 million units. At this time, Shenling also went on to report. This is also currently detected by advanced radar. The base is within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, and the mineral resources within 100 kilometers underground. To be honest, this resource distribution is still very impressive. If all are mined, it will be enough for Shenyi to develop for a long time. However, these mineral resources are not close to Shenyi's base. Even the nearest ore vein is more than 700 kilometers away from the current location of the base. The Gobi Desert where his base is located is really poor. In addition to the rolling yellow sand and some underground caves, there are no other resources at all. No wonder the federal military bases are reluctant to settle here. There is really no need for a military base here. Only the Dres Institute of Biology, a small biological genetic research institute, would put the address in this location. After all, it is indeed a good place to experiment with the power of war beasts. Moreover, most of the research at the Dres Institute of Biological Studies are also sand-type war beasts and flying war beasts. Shenling, what is the use of this tungsten ore and aluminum ore? What grade of materials are they? Shenyi asked aloud. He doesn't seem to see these two materials on the upgrade panel of the survival base. Master, both tungsten ore and aluminum ore are grade D materials, which are equivalent to iron ore and copper ore. However, according to the information in the information integration rod, if iron ore and aluminum ore are processed by special means, a super alloy will be formed. And if you add tungsten ore to process it together, you will get heme alloy. Shenling replied. The composite material of superalloy and semen alloy. This is not small. Shenyi nodded knowingly. He didn't think that superalloys and heme alloys could be dug out. Alloys are naturally synthesized metals. In the information integration rod, is there any record of the production methods of superalloys and semen alloys? Shenyi narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. The future is accompanied by the improvement of the level of science and technology. The demand for C-level and even B-level materials will inevitably continue to increase. If he can master the production method, it will be of great help to him. At least let him apart from tearing down the house. There are other ways to obtain advanced materials. Sorry, Master, the information integration rod does not record the production method of superalloy and semen alloy. However, it records a possible place. There is a large metal processing factory 13,000 kilometers northwest of the base. There is an 87% possibility that there is a refining method in that place. Shenling replied. 13,000 kilometers away. Shenyi raised his hand and waved, and the three-dimensional figure of the planet under his feet suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, a red line quickly extended from the base to the northwest. It's just that on a planet 5 times the size of Earth. A distance of 10,000 kilometers is really insignificant. At best, it occupies 1/20th of the planet's circumference. This location seems to be very close to the state capital in this area. Shenyi's expression became a little dignified. According to the information of this world he got before, the Federation is similar to a beautiful country on Earth, consisting of autonomous states one by one. The states are like kingdoms, and the governors of the states form members of parliament to jointly govern the Federation. The situation of the alliance is similar to that of the Shah Kingdom, where all power belongs to Zhongzhou, which is a patriarchal state. Unlike the alliance, the army is very concentrated. It is basically ruled by several major military regions, and the troops will not be divided everywhere. Each federal state has its own armed forces. In particular, the locations of the state capitals are the most important positions for the opponent. As long as there are no accidents, he can basically be sure that he will face a large number of monsters in a military region. At that time, the number of A-rank monsters was not as many as 30 or 40 as it is now. That is to start with a few hundred heads, and there is no cap. Moreover, there are countless B-rank monsters and C-rank monsters. Shen Yi didn't even dare to think about pushing such a place horizontally. At least he has to have a large number of A-level robots, or have S-level combat power under his hands, before he dares to attack that kind of place. It's not that it can't be taken down. As long as these research institutes are taken down, it will be almost the same. Shen Yi flicked his fingers across the 7 research institutes marked on the planet and murmured in a low voice. He didn't try the other functions that followed. There's not much to try with these features either. After all, the promotions are all manufactured items, and there is really nothing to pay attention to. He is now waiting for the Type 2 robot to appear. Not going to make other robots. After all, if the cost of the Type 2 robot is not expensive, he plans to completely eliminate the Type 1 robot and mass-produce the Type 2 robot. The gap between the B level and the C level is still a bit big. During the next waiting time, Shen Yi went to the recreation room, spent 30 energy points, and came up with a set of training equipment. He started exercising frantically, just to get used to his strength as soon as possible. And about 3 hours later, the first wave of players has also officially started trading. A C-level Type 1 combat robot directly exchanged 15 E-level blueprints for Shen Yi. 11%. Chapter 44. Complete progress, Type E killing robot. Master, the first batch of transactions has been completed. It is expected that in 3 minutes, the transactions of other players will also start. Recreation room converted into gym. Shen Ling's voice rang out. Shen Yi, who was holding a pair of barbells weighing 2,000 kilograms with some difficulty, raised his eyes slightly at this moment. Gently place the barbell in your hand on the ground. Has the transaction been completed, so the progress of the mechanical technology laboratory should be enough. Shen Yi took the towel aside and wiped his hands, asking. Yes, Master. The progress of the Mechanical Technology Research Laboratory has reached 100%. It only takes 30,000 energy points to start upgrading the basic robot. In addition, if you spend another 100,000 energy points, 10,000 units of iron, 7,000 units of copper, and 3,200 units of psionic crystals, 1,000 units of any C-level material, you can start to upgrade the Mechanical Technology Laboratory. Shen Ling's voice sounded. Oh, I need a lot of resources. There was a hint of surprise in Shen Yi's eyes. If it is an ordinary player, I am afraid that it has developed to this stage. Not many people can afford this feature at all. On the one hand because of energy constraints, on the other hand because of blueprint constraints. The explosion rate of the blueprint is really low and ridiculous, even if he has not released the second blueprint now. There may be a blackface in it. However, the low explosion rate is indeed a fact. As for energy, although 3W energy may not be worth mentioning to him, the energy that the robot needs to consume every day far exceeds this figure by more than 10 times. But it's also because there are enough powerful monsters for him to slaughter. At the same time, the level of the robot under the hand is high enough. So this is not worth mentioning to him. However, if it were another player, it would never be like him. On the one hand, there may not be so many powerful monsters on the opponent's planet that can be killed. On the other hand, and also the most important aspect, other players do not have a hundredfold enhancement system like him. Even when he started, he had a C-class robot. Normal players have to wait at least until the intermediate mechanical technology laboratory upgrades the basic robot twice before they can own it. Even those special European emperors. You also need to wait until the D-class Type 2 robot is unlocked. Then use a large number of D-level Type 2 robots to kill C-level monsters and explode the C-level blueprint. The difficulty of this one can be imagined. Even if other players want to catch up with his starting point, it is difficult, and if they want to catch up with him, they can only say they want to eat. I didn't expect that I was still very strong. Shen Yi's heart was filled with joy. It's a pity that, thinking of the danger on this planet, his anshuang was suppressed again. After all, he might be doing well among players. But in the face of countless civilizations in this vast starry sky, it is too weak. Not to mention, there is a trouble he can't solve within the 3,000 kilometers detected by radar today. And under Shen Yi's orders, the primary mechanical technology research laboratory also quickly started to work. A 25-minute and a 45-minute countdown appeared in front of Shen Yi. The former is the time required for the primary mechanical technology laboratory to upgrade the basic robot. The latter is the time required to upgrade the primary mechanical technology research laboratory. This time is not particularly long, but if it can be completed, his strength will inevitably usher in a surge. After arranging these things properly, Shenyi continued to lift the full 2,000 kilograms barbell and started his own exercise. Although his character determines that he will not go out of the base to take risks. However, a strong body is still very necessary. Moreover, such exercise, although not able to increase his physique, but it can speed up the consumption of energy in his body. I'm afraid it won't take half a month before he can completely deplete the energy in his body and continue to take nutritional supplements. After 25 minutes, the countdown ends. The mechanical prompts in the base sounded in Shenyi's ears. Ding! The technology has been successfully developed, and the advanced arms Type 2 killing robot, Type 2 engineering robot, and Type 2 tactical drone have been launched. Shenyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately put down the barbell in his hand. Have the Type 2 robot finally appeared? Shen Ling, transfer the data of the Type 2 robot. Shenyi sat on the chair beside him and said, these 3 brand new Type 2 robots are not easy to just hear the names. It can be seen that the grade is definitely much higher than that of the first type. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. Immediately, the data of the second type robot was adjusted. Type 2 killing robot. Production requirements. 80 points of energy, 3 units of iron, 1 unit of copper. Capacity. Equipped with a 50mm caliber main gun, 2 35mm caliber secondary guns, and 4 20mm caliber 6-barreled cannons, with a maximum range of 2,000 meters and a maximum speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Consumption. 10 points of energy are consumed every day. Grade rating. D level. Type 2 engineering robot. Production requirements. 70 energy points. Capacity. The highest power can lift 10 tons of heavy objects, the maximum load is 100 tons, and the maximum speed is 160 kilometers per hour. Consumption. Consumes 7 points of energy every day. Grade rating. E grade. Type 2 tactical drone. Production requirements. 60 energy points. Ability. Possesses certain optical stealth and radar stealth capabilities, can launch 2 tactical missiles in 1 second, has a maximum flight altitude of 1,000 meters, a maximum flight distance of 100 kilometers, and a maximum flight speed of Mach 0.5. Consumption. Consumes 7 points of energy every day. Grade rating. E grade. Next to the data information, are the appearances of the 3 robots. Shenyi first looked at the Type 2 killing robot. However, just at a glance, he deeply fell in love with this hideous behemoth. The Type 2 killing droid definitely lives up to its name. It's a terrifying machine built to kill. In terms of appearance, the Type 2 killing robot is very different from the Type 1 fighting robot. Instead of a tracked chassis, it became 4 stout spider legs. Enough to allow it to ignore all kinds of terrain constraints. And its upper body has also become a tank-style polygonal turret. The 50mm caliber main gun is located in the middle position, eyeing the front, full of murderous aura. On both sides of the main gun, there are 2 slightly thinner 35mm caliber secondary guns. The remaining 4 20mm 6-barrel cannons were evenly distributed in the 4 corners of the fort. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of terrifying metal storm will be formed once this kind of war weapon is fired. This is completely the existence of a meat grinder. 11%. Chapter 45. Ground Jets. The change of the second type of engineering robot has also been greatly changed compared with the first type. The basic purpose of the first type of operation robot is to mine and clear obstacles. The Type 2 engineering robot is twice as large as the Type 1 work robot. There are also several more flexible robotic arms, which obviously can perform more complex operations. Even the delicate work of building houses and cities is more than enough. It is almost the gap between ordinary workers and engineers, and the improvement is not bad. It can make his mining speed much faster. But right now it's of no use. After all, there is no mine to mine near him now. Finally, Shenyi set his sights on the Type 2 tactical UAV. The appearance of the Type 2 tactical robot is actually very similar to that of military drones. But not the kind of quadcopter drone. Rather, it's a jet drone that can hang missile launchers. The streamlined slender body looks extremely handsome. It's just that the 2 missiles hanging below the abdomen show its impressive power. Although the size of these 2 missiles, and the technology level of the second type tactical drone, these 2 missiles are unlikely to be particularly powerful missiles. However, 2 shots per second is still very impressive. At least it is much stronger than the unarmed Type 1 reconnaissance robot. Moreover, after 100 times of strengthening, it will definitely become more powerful. Of course, as an advanced version of the Type 1 reconnaissance robot, the Type 2 tactical drone is not only capable of force. The greatest value is actually still investigation, and annihilating the enemy is just a side task. It's just that this dangerous planet where Shen Yi lives. Even if Shen Yi wanted it to annihilate the enemy, it was unlikely. The manufacturing conditions for Type 2 robots are not high. Let's produce 3,000 Type 2 killing robots first, Shen Yi said as he walked towards the lounge. He's going to take a shower and watch these Type 2 killing robots start high. Yes, Master. Shen Ling's voice fell, and at the same time 3,000 Type 2 killing robots joined the production queue. This wave of iron, copper and other resources did not cost much. Iron costs 9,000 units, and copper only costs 3,000 units. However, the energy cost a full 240,000 points. If used to produce a combat robot, such a terrifying energy source is enough to produce nearly 10,000 Type 1 combat robots. However, the Type 2 killing droid is no match for the Type 1 fighting droid. The gap between the two sides can be completely described as a fault. This can be seen from the firepower. A type of combat robot only has two 12.7 mm caliber light machine guns. However, Type 1 killing robot has a main gun with a 50 mm caliber, two secondary guns with a 35 mm caliber, and four 20 mm caliber 6-barreled cannons. This means even 10 or even dozens of Type 1 combat robots. Nor may it be able to outperform the Type 2 killing robot. That's the gap between technology. If it weren't for the unreasonable reinforcement system, the hope of going beyond the ranks is really slim. Thinking of this, Shen Yi couldn't help sighing. What the 100-fold strengthening system improves is not the level of technology, but the all-round strengthening of the strengthening object. It is precisely because of this that the Type 1 combat robot has obviously not changed in terms of technology. However, in terms of comprehensive strength, it has just reached the sea level. The reason why he was able to kill the Black Eclipse Dragon with the quantity before. Except because the Black Eclipse Dragon is too close, and because it is not aimed at mechanical creations. It is because the first type of combat robot has been strengthened by 100 times the strengthening system, and the improvement is really too much. The original production time of the Type 2 killing robot was 5 minutes. However, under the blessing of the advanced machinery factory, it only took 2.5 minutes to complete the production of 3,000 Type 2 killing robots. At the same time, a system prompt also sounded in Shen Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Type 2 killing robot X3000 you produced has been increased by 100 times. The next moment, the side door of the survival base opened. 3,000 Type 2 killing robots crawled out of the survival base from the side door. That's right, they just crawled out. Supported by 4 spider legs, these behemoths with a height of more than 5 meters and a fort diameter of more than 7 meters. Not only is the movement not half rigid, but it is unusually flexible. Just like a real living spider. However, the outer paint that exudes a dark luster in the sun is declaring its identity as a killing machine. Good guy, as expected of the existence of the slaughter title. This appearance is too domineering. Shen Yi looked at the 3-dimensional picture in front of him, and couldn't help but feel that his eyes lit up. He was very much looking forward to the pictures of these killing machines actually taking to the battlefield. Shen Ling, open the information about these Type 2 killing robots. Shen Yi greeted. Yes, Master, Shen Ling replied. The next moment, the data about these enhanced Type 2 robots was immediately displayed in front of Shen Yi. Type 2 killing robot. Ability. Due to special reasons, it has been greatly strengthened, the range has been increased to 8,000 meters, the speed has been increased to Mach 0.7, and the explosive power of artillery shells has been greatly improved. Grade evaluation. Grade B. Consumption. 150 energy points are consumed every day. Hiss. Look at the panel of today's Type 2 killing robot. Shen Yi couldn't help taking a deep breath. This figure is too exaggerated. It's okay to say things like the range, but isn't this movement speed a bit too heaven-defying? Mach 1 equals 1,224 kilometers per hour, and Mach 0.7 equals 856 kilometers per hour. This has surpassed the flight speed of civil airliners. Even if it is 1,000 kilometers away. In front of today's B-level Type 2 killing robots, it only takes a little over an hour. However, at such a terrifying speed, its consumption is also very staggering. A full day needs to consume 150 energy points, which is 5 times that of a sea-level Type 1 combat robot. I just don't know how powerful it is. I hope you don't let me down. Shen Yi's eyes flickered. He had high hopes for this Type 2 robot. The other party is related to whether he can push the medium-sized research institute horizontally. Shen Ling, let the Type 2 killing robot find a B-level opponent to test the water. 12%. Chapter 46. The terrifying Type E killing robot. Shen Yi didn't let the Type 2 killing robot directly face the A-level robot. On the one hand, the combat power of the Type 2 killing robot is still uncertain, and on the other hand, it is still uncertain how strong the A-level monster is. Although theoretically speaking, it is possible for a group of B-level Type 2 killing robots to easily kill A-level monsters, just like the previous C-level Type 1 combat robots dealt with B-level Black Eclipse dragons. However, this is only theoretically possible. The more technology advances, the more outrageous power it can exert. No one can guarantee what will happen until the strength of the A-level monster is truly determined. Therefore, testing the water with a Class B monster is undoubtedly the best choice. Yes, Master, the most suitable B-rank monster has been selected for you. Shen Ling's voice sounded. The next moment, a message of a B-level monster appeared in front of Shen Yi. Name: Thorn's Iron Armored Dragon. Life level: B level. Threat level: D level. Evaluation: wearing a thick iron armor, the defense is extremely amazing, and the outer layer is covered with sharp thorns, which can also kill the enemy very well. It is a very terrifying melee weapon. Energy available for killing: 320,000. The energy obtained by this Thorn Iron Armored Dragon after killing it is 20,000 more than that of the Black Eclipse Dragon. Obviously, the life level of the other party is to surpass the Black Eclipse Dragon. Although the level of life does not represent the combat effectiveness. However, this also proves that the opponent's vitality will be more tenacious than the Black Eclipse Dragon. You must know that the Black Eclipse Dragon at that time rushed out of the firepower network under the attack of 2,000 sea-level Type 1 combat robots and 1,000 sea-level armed drones. Although it failed in the end, he was intercepted and killed again just as he rushed out. But after all, the other party rushed out with so many robot outputs. It's enough to see how terrifying the opponent's vitality is. And this thorny iron armored dragon is more tenacious than the Black Eclipse Dragon, and it is also a tank-type player. If placed in the same situation as the Black Eclipse Dragon, the other party might really want to rush out. At the very least, there will be some damage to his army of Type 1 battle droids. I just don't know how the Type 2 killing robot performs and whether it can complete a single kill. Under the control of Shen Ling, a Type 2 killing robot quickly left the team. It rushed towards the thorny iron armored dragon 700 kilometers away. Under the terrifying speed of Mach 0.7, it turned into a black whirlwind directly. If you look at it from a distance, it is like a rolling yellow vortex. In less than an hour, the Type 2 killing robot was already in place, less than 10 kilometers away from the target. Master, the Type 2 killing robot is in place. Inside the base, Shen Ling's voice sounded. Shen Yi, who was studying the next strategic path, suddenly raised his head, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Okay, let's start directly. I hope you don't let me down. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. The next moment, the Type 2 killing robot that was on standby moved instantly and charged towards the thorny iron armored dragon. At this moment, the thorny iron armored dragon, which was targeted, also discovered the Type 2 killing robot that was approaching rapidly. Although the two sides are 10 kilometers apart at the moment. However, when the Type 2 killing robot was running at full speed, the movement was too great. After all, this is a behemoth weighing dozens of tons. The movement of running at full speed was terrifying. Even if you are separated by dozens of kilometers, you can clearly feel the vibration of the earth. Of course, Type 2 killing robots can also enter a stealth state. But doing so will greatly reduce its speed. After discovering the Type 2 killing robot, the Thorn's iron armored dragon also turned its head and roared with a warning at the Type 2 killing robot. At the same time, the three thorny iron armored dragons scattered nearby also strode towards this side. Obviously, even because of the solar storm, these former war beasts have been out of control and turned into monster-like existences. However, they also maintain a certain homogeneity. If not for reproductive isolation, these monsters could not reproduce with each other. I am afraid that what Shen Yi will face is a dense pile of monsters. Are we going to fight? Shen Yi looked at the Type 2 killing robots that had already turned on the weapon system, and their muzzles began to lock on the target, with a hint of anticipation in his expression. The main gun, secondary guns and guard guns of the Type 2 killing robot add up to 7 guns. Among them, the light is the 420mm caliber 6-barreled cannons. It is enough to compare the firepower of nearly 100 Type 1 combat robots. Plus the 2 35mm secondary guns and the 50mm main gun. Even if it is a Type 2 killing robot that has not been strengthened, its firepower is top-notch among D-class combat robots. What's more, after a hundredfold strengthening. At this time, the Thorn's iron-armored dragon also stepped into the range of the Type 2 killing robot. In an instant, there seemed to be a thunderclap between heaven and earth. Boom! The huge thunder sounded as if the earth trembled. No, the earth is really shaking. The ground 100 meters around the Type 2 killing robot was instantly shaken up. A large amount of dust and shrubs rose directly into the air, and then sputtered towards the surroundings. The recoil alone is terrifying. If someone is standing nearby, I am afraid that they will be directly shaken out by the impact. And its lethality did not live up to Shen Yi's expectations. 1 main gun and 2 secondary guns in the first round shot towards the Thorn's iron-armored dragon at the same time. Due to Shen Ling's auxiliary aiming, coupled with the terror-locking effect of advanced radar, 1 main artillery shell and 2 secondary artillery shells all hit the target. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky in an instant. This power is even more exaggerated than the attack of the strengthened automatic defense system of the Holy Shield. Even across the screen, Shen Yi seemed to be able to feel a wave of heat coming towards his face. And this is just the attack brought by the main and secondary artillery. The remaining 420mm caliber 6-barrel cannons did not stop attacking. In midair, they drew a terrifying chain of bullets and flew towards the mushroom cloud where the Thorn iron-armored dragon was. Continue this explosion of fire. Shen Yi felt a little scalp tingling when he saw the dense explosion. It's almost like a whole rocket division attacking 1 point in a cluster. That's right, it's just a Type 2 killing robot that has such an exaggerated effect. 12%. Chapter 47. The B level of a team is more than the sum of the 6 small research institutes. In this terrifying explosion, the Thorn's iron-armored dragon couldn't even hear the screams. The scorching high temperature directly melted its sound into it. After a full 3 seconds, as the red dot of life on the radar disappeared, the Type 2 killing robot stopped shelling. In this short 3-second period, the Type 2 killing robot fired 6 main artillery shells, 30 secondary artillery shells, and more than 9,000 machine artillery shells. This terrifying firepower is enough to match the power of a rocket division launching at the same time. In the place where the thorny iron-armored dragon was before, there was a huge pit that was dozens of meters wide and more than 20 meters deep. The walls of the pit still emit billowing smoke. It seems that he is accusing himself of the inhumane treatment he suffered before. As for the Thorn's iron-armored dragon, which was judged to have an amazing defense, at this moment, there is not even a scum left. This is too exaggerated. The power of the Type 2 killing robot, even Shen Yi was a little dumbfounded. Master, in fact, this is not the full strength of the Type 2 killing robot, and its biggest feature is not its firepower. At this moment, Shen Ling suddenly spoke up. Shen Yi's face first showed a trace of confusion, and then he asked with great interest, "Oh, what is the biggest feature of this Type 2 killing robot?" After all, the data on paper is pale and empty. It is impossible for Shen Yi to see what the specific data is from the paper data. Only as an artificial intelligence, Shen Ling can understand every detail of the Type 2 killing robot. Only then did I know the full strength of the Type 2 robot. And this is where artificial intelligence is powerful. Of course, if other players want to have artificial intelligence at the level of Shen Zero, well, they have to have at least a B-level AI blueprint. After all, Shen Ling reached the current level after going through 100 times the enhancement of the system. Master, please look, Shen Ling said and stretched the lens. It can be seen that the 3 thorn iron-armored dragons that came before this moment. With red eyes and white smoke in his breath, he charged towards the Type 2 killing robot with murderous aura. Obviously, the death of the previous thorny iron-armored dragon deeply stimulated them. These former war beasts are now out of control monsters, although their intelligence is not very high. However, the instinct of being a beast still exists. The death of the same clan obviously deeply stimulated them. If nothing else, they will be immortal with the Type 2 killing droids. It's a pity that since the Type 2 killing robot is named after killing, it will naturally make the enemy's family neat and tidy. However, this time, it was not able to focus the fire directly as before. The 3 thorny iron-armored dragons that attacked came from 3 directions. At their speed, the Type 2 killer bots settle for one end of time. The other 2 thorn iron-armored dragons will rush directly to the side of the second type robot. Also a B rank, Shenyi didn't think the Type 2 killing robot could get anything better. He couldn't help but become more curious. I don't know what kind of ability the Type 2 killing robot has, so that it can face 3 thorn iron-armored dragons at the same time. At this time, the Type 2 killing robot also moved under the control of Shen Ling. At this moment, like a real spider, it moved its 4 legs flexibly and quickly rushed in the direction of the iron-armored dragon without thorns. Moreover, while exercising, the fort on the upper body also did not stop. Although the firepower is slightly slower than before. However, the dense barrage is still very impressive. Boom, boom, boom. A mushroom cloud keeps rising. A rushing thorn iron-armored dragon was directly shrouded in it. The figure of the other party instantly disappeared into the fire. However, the Type 2 killing robot that issued this terrorist attack did not sway. Still maintaining a speed of more than 600 yards, moving at high speed. It does not give the Thorn's iron-armored dragon a chance to approach. Moreover, because of the continuous blocking of artillery fire, the distance between the 2 sides has been maintained at a constant distance. The Type 2 killing robot can easily suppress the Thorn's iron-armored dragon. On the other hand, the thorny iron-armored dragon has no way to take the second type killing robot. But in just half a minute, the 4 red dots on the map that belonged to the thorn iron-armored dragon completely disappeared. Obliterated under terrifying fire. Not bad. These 2 types of killing robots are definitely top-notch even in the B level. Shenyi was not stingy with his admiration. In addition to the shorter range, only 8,000 meters, which is a distance of 8 kilometers. The Type 2 killing robot is absolutely perfect in terms of firepower, movement speed, and even mobile shooting. At least, in the face of these melee monsters. The Type 2 killing robot is too cheap. Shen Ling, distribute all the 3,000 Type 2 killing robots and start to speed up the eradication. By the way, take those 6 small biological laboratories first. Shen Yi straightened up and ordered. Of those 6 small biological research labs, even if one can provide him with a 1.8% progress, the 6 together have a full progress of 10.8%. It's more than enough to unlock the primary biogenetic lab. And at that time, he must be able to unlock high-level biological beasts. Even if it is only a C-rank beast. A wave of strengthening is absolutely comparable to the existence of A-level. At that time, a group of A-level war beasts will be swept away, and I am afraid that not S-level monsters can easily die. After reaching that step, it can be said that as long as he does not encounter monsters beyond S rank, this planet is in his hands. Yes, Master, Shen Ling respectfully responded. The Type 2 killing robot, which was originally on standby around the base, immediately took action. It was directly divided into 6 teams of 500 Type 2 killing robots. Quickly rushed towards the 6 small biological research institutes. At this moment, Shen Yi's subordinates are only the number of B-rank robots in a team. It has far surpassed all the B-level monsters around the 6 small biological research institutes. This wave of washing the ground will naturally not have any surprises. However, the more delicate finishing work still needs to be done by a C-level combat robot. After all, those ordinary monsters below rank C don't provide much energy. But if it all adds up, it's a lot. However, the energy is still far from enough. Shen Yi glanced at the energy that he had basically used up, and couldn't help sighing. 12%. Chapter 48. 600,000 mechanical army, terrifying expenses. Moreover, the Type 2 killing robot needs to consume 150 energy points every day. This is a full 5 times that of a fighting robot. Even if it is only the current 3,000 units, the energy that needs to be consumed in one day is as high as 450,000. Plus other various robots and the consumption of the base. His daily energy consumption alone is close to 700,000. This is an astronomical figure even for the best developed players. It seems that the promotion of the multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle and the site must be carried out simultaneously, otherwise the energy will not be enough at all. Shen Yi couldn't help but have a headache. If it is a normal situation, the player wants to produce a B-level robot. The infrastructure is naturally not too bad. Energy harvesting equipment will certainly be more advanced. After all, his Type 1 multi-purpose energy harvesting vehicle is only C-class after being strengthened. However, it is also a happy annoyance. After all, when he produces B-level Type 2 killing robots, he only consumes the materials of ordinary Type 2 killing robots. Next, there is nothing for Shen Yi to worry about. He went back to the entertainment room again and started exercising frantically, in order to consume the energy in his body. As for other matters, it was all left to Shenling to handle. What Shenling can't handle will be handed over to him. It can be said that after possessing Shenling, he was completely liberated. Have more time to do your own thing. If it is another player. At the moment, he is still staring at the computer hard, issuing orders to his robot. For fear that one of his own carelessness will attract some powerful monsters. Let the robots that are not many become more rare. Time passed quickly, and 10 hours passed quickly. According to the time on Earth, it should be almost night at this time. However, the sky outside the base was still extremely bright. Obviously, the time on this planet is not the same as on Earth. According to the message from the information integration stick earlier. On this planet, a day and night is about 49 hours, which is a little more than twice that of the Earth. This also means that it will have a very long day and night. Of course, these naturally have little effect on Shen Yi. In today's base, the internal environment can be changed at any time. Even trying to simulate a jungle environment is a breeze. Simulating a day and night change is simply not too simple. Shenling, how was the harvest today? Shen Yi got off the treadmill and walked towards the living factory. Mingming had been running at full speed for up to 4 hours. But he still looked like a normal person. The 5-fold increase brought by the high-level nutrients he took before made his physique like a monster. However, under such a terrorist movement, the energy consumption in his body is also very considerable. According to Shenling's analysis, it only takes half a month at most. The energy brought by the advanced nutritional supplements that can meet the energy needs of the human body for at least 3 months will be completely consumed. And such a terrible energy consumption, if it is maintained by normal eating. Shen Yi needs to eat at least half a ton of beef in a meal to maintain balance. Master, the current energy harvest is 35.72 million points, and the site has been advanced to 312 kilometers. At the same time, all 6 small biological genetic research institutes have been won, but the follow-up development needs to wait until the map is opened up, and then send robots to clean. Shenling's voice rang in Shen Yi's ears. However, the information in the words made Shen Yi pause. Immediately, he recovered quickly, and then walked to the living factory. 35.72 million energy points. Sure enough, these institutes are still valuable. Shen Yi's face was full of sighs. Of the more than 35 million energy points, most of them were provided by B-level monsters. These B-level monsters have about 300,000 energy at either end. 10 heads add up to 3 million directly. After 6 small biological institutes plus a perimeter sweep. It's not surprising to see such a large gain. It's a pity that these small biological research institutes are too far apart, a distance of 700 kilometers. It won't be able to sweep away at all for a while. Otherwise, he is afraid that he has all collected in the biological gene research laboratory. At the same time, the 6 small research institutes are like treasures, and there is a large wave of material resources waiting for him to harvest. However, these things will not run long legs. Shen Yi wasn't particularly anxious either. How many Type 1 utility vehicles do we have now? Shen Yi then asked. Master, now we have a total of 14,040 Type 1 multifunctional energy harvesting vehicles. The occupied locations will be automatically supplemented with new Type 1 multifunctional energy harvesting vehicles. Now 5.61 million energy can be produced every day, and 4.89 million energy can be earned in addition to the 720,000 energy needed to maintain energy. In a flat tone, Shenling said something that made Shen Yi feel uplifted. He is now finally making ends meet. Of course, all of this is only temporary, and it is naturally impossible for him to create such a little robot. Yes, let's start by producing 197,000 Type 2 killing robots, 293,000 Type 1 combat robots, and 99,000 armed drones. Shen Yi thought for a moment and said. In this way, these battle robots under his hands. You can round it all up. At the same time, such a rapidly expanding mechanical army will definitely make his advancing speed extremely terrifying. The only downside is that if you don't have enough energy to pay the next day. He could go straight into bankruptcy. Wait until the end of this batch of production. His subordinates will reach 200,000 of the Type 2 killing robots with a rank of B. The C-level Type 1 combat robots and armed drones will also reach astonishing numbers of 300,000 and 100,000 units respectively. In this wave of production robots, Shenyi consumed a full 22.56 million points of energy just in terms of energy. The consumption of copper and iron is equally astonishing. Iron alone cost 591,000 units. Almost drained half of his stockpile of iron. And copper also consumed a full 197,000 units. However, the most terrifying thing is not the consumption of these manufacturing needs. The resources spent to create these robots are actually just a small head. The real horror is the energy that needs to be consumed every day after that. This 600,000 mechanical army consumes as much as 42 million energy every day. Worse than the cost of producing them. 12%. Chapter 49. Versailles is never absent. This is a little too exciting. Shenyi clicked his tongue twice and shook his head helplessly. This is really affordable, even if he still has more than 10 million energy on hand. But he still needs to earn more than 30 million energy to maintain a balance. This terrifying energy is enough to directly drain hundreds of thousands of players. Under normal circumstances, without the C-class Type 1 combat robot he provided, a player can earn 300 energy points every day, which can already be regarded as blood earning. Also, this is without calculating losses. Even those players who are particularly lucky, have a certain level themselves, and can be called the protagonists of the novel. At the end of the day, you can earn about 1,000 energy points at most. In such a case, at least 40,000 special euros are needed, and the level of the protagonist template players are all bundled together to meet his daily energy needs. And if you are an ordinary player, it will be even more terrifying, and it will take more than 130,000. Just his energy consumption can't catch up. What qualifications do these players have to follow in his footsteps? However, although it is impossible to catch up, it is still very qualified as a resource reserve. Shenyi picked up the coffee in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. If not for these players, as far as the blueprint's ultra-low explosion rate is concerned, it is not so easy for him to make a Type 2 robot. By the way, how is the blueprint transaction? Shenyi took a sip of coffee and asked. Although the mechanical technology laboratory has been upgraded to an intermediate level. Today, an E-level blueprint can only provide 0.01% progress. However, this is actually understandable. After all, if nothing else, the 3-type robot should be C-level. Use a bunch of E-level technology to research C-level technology. Isn't this just funny? That is, the mechanical technology laboratory is awesome. Otherwise, even if there are more E-level blueprints, after hundreds of thousands of years of research, they may not be able to research anything. Shen Ling said, Master, 1,725 E-level blueprints have been acquired now, and 8,275 more are needed to increase the progress to 100%. However, the player's transaction speed has slowed down. It is predicted that the player's inventory has been basically emptied, and it is impossible to obtain E-level blueprints on a large scale for a long time in the future. Shenyi frowned slightly. Is there only more than 1,700 sheets? But then, there was a hint of relief on his face. I am also stunned. Using E-level blueprints to pile them up is not the right way. The gap between technology levels is not so easy to bridge by itself. What's more, it uses a bunch of low-level technologies to study technologies that are 2 levels higher. It's like holding a model airplane and studying the world's most advanced fighter jets. Isn't this so embarrassing? However, it is no exaggeration to say that the gap between the E-class and the C-class is so large. A blueprint that is truly suitable for an intermediate-level mechanical technology research laboratory must at least be at the D-level level. Of course, if it is a C-level blueprint, I am afraid that only one is needed to directly complete the progress deduction. It's a pity that the highest level blueprint Shenyi has ever seen so far is only D level. However, this wave of player transactions also got 115 C level Type 1 combat robots, so their strength should be even better. Shenyi sighed, then opened the chat bar. Now that the Earth time is calculated, almost half a day has passed. Those who got the C-class Type 1 battle droid, it must have begun to earn its first pot of gold. Harvest at the speed of a C-class Type 1 combat robot. If the opponent's planet is not particularly strong, A C-Class Type 1 combat robot can sweep all life within a 5-kilometer radius in half a day. No matter how bad it is, you can still earn 1 or 2,000 energy. And if the world is a little more dangerous, the monsters you have are of a higher level. Even earning 5 or 6,000, 7 or 8,000 is not impossible. This means that these leeks are going to grow fat. He can continue to harvest again. Now, he still has a huge gap of 35 million to fill. Naturally, there will be a wave of accumulation. In the chat column, all players or their family members who have bought a C-Class Type 1 combat robot are showing off. Ha ha ha, I have 5 C-Class Type 1 combat robots at home, and now the 30 kilometers around the base have been emptied. Who else is there? You idiot, what's so proud of you've cleared it? Isn't the amount of energy you earn the most important thing? I'm not talented. There are only 2 C-level Type 1 combat robots of Mr. Shenyi at home, and now they're only emptied. For 5 kilometers, you have already earned 30,000 energy points. FK, I envy the boss upstairs. I only have 1 here, but I'm lucky. There are many monsters around, and I made a small profit of 50,000 energy. Nima, kneel to the bosses. Can't rent out a combat robot. I can rent it. Recycling E-Class blueprints at a high price. I am only 5 short of Nima. 5 short. Why don't you sell it to me? I'll charge a 20% premium. Selling an E-Class blueprint. I have 1 here, only 600 energy, first come first served. At this moment, the chat column has completely become the world of Versailles and the collection party. This made Shenyi look a little weird. Good guy, as long as there is the internet, there will be no shortage of sand sculpture netizens in this world. This is so special. In this case, it can be Versailles. However, this is not incomprehensible. In such a depressing environment, one could die at any time. All the players, even Shenyi, were suffocating in their hearts. That unknown terror has always shrouded everyone's heart. The chat bar is the only platform where everyone can vent. Everyone will naturally come here to pretend to relax. And, even without such an environment, in this world, there is absolutely no shortage of Versailles bosses. For example, I am not interested in money, I am actually face blind. It's just that the object of their Versailles now is a C-Class Type 1 combat robot. The only thing Shenyi didn't expect. That is, the price of the E-level blueprint has risen by a full 30%. This means that these players are richer than he imagined. Then, the normal purchase channels can be opened next. Shen Ling, directly put up 100 C-level Type 1 combat robots, and make up for them as soon as they are sold out. I want to see how rich these players are. The corners of Shenyi's mouth rose slightly. He simply loved this group of players. 13%. Chapter 50. Guessing Shenyi's strength. Of course, no matter how much he loves these leaks, there will be no concessions in terms of price. Especially after he knew how far the player had to go in order to have a C-level robot, he was more confident. The second type killing robot level has reached the D level. And if there is no accident, the level of the 3 type combat robot will reach the C level. It is not easy for Shenyi to upgrade the robot to the 3rd type. Especially for other players, 10,000 E-Class blueprints are not so easy to get hold of. Unless these players are so lucky, the blueprint of D level and even C level is directly exposed. Of course, even if those players really can produce C level robots by then. Actually, it's not a big problem. As long as you put out the B level Type 2 killing robot with your backhand, those players will inevitably rush to it. Of course, this is hardly likely to happen. Players do not have a golden finger like Shenyi, and it is too difficult to develop. Even players on the same dangerous planet as Shenyi absolutely can't do that either. Because it is impossible for him to have so many powerful robots to use like Shenyi. And this basically means that the entire player group is supporting Shenyi. Under the support of such terrifying resources, he will always be fast. No, he is a fast player. Master, are you freeing the purchase rights of players from other countries? At this time, Shen Ling asked aloud. Shenyi thought for a moment, then nodded. Let's go. We didn't set a limit on the number of purchases anyway, but the price is 3 times that of domestic players. Before, I was worried that the player's fatness was not enough. It can't be bought even if it is released, and there are some rebounds. But it's different now. On the one hand, most players feel the benefits of the C-level Type 1 combat robot, and they are basically advocating it like crazy. Even his C-Class Type 1 combat robot has become a luxury car and a mansion, used to pretend to exist. Therefore, no matter how much is released, no one will say anything. On the other hand, the wallets of players have also been enriched because of this wave of transactions. It is enough to support this wave of large-scale leak-cutting activities. Shen Yi estimates that the number of orders for the C-Class Type 1 combat robot this time is at least around 3,000 units. In other words, it is conservatively estimated that he can have 15 million energy revenue. Moreover, this is only the most conservative estimate. This wave of transactions has really fattened a lot of people. Even among these billions, 99% of people are not qualified to trade. But even if only a few thousand people are qualified to trade, it will be a very huge resource. At least, it can ease his urgent needs. More than 30 million. It's too scary. Thinking that the army of 600,000 robots needs to consume 42 million energy every day, Shen Yi shouted, "Good guy." "Yes, master," Shen Ling responded. "There is news about the consignment of the C-Class Type 1 combat robot, which will soon be on the top of all channels again. Just 500 energy points. For today's Shen Yi, it's nothing at all. Even if it was thrown on the ground, he didn't bother to pick it up." However, this news caused a huge sensation, and all the players were shocked for a while. My god, has the big boss Shen Yi started to make a big deal again? This wave of crazy feedback. Ah, have you finally opened up common resources in exchange for channels? I love you, Mr. Shen Yi. These are all mine. Don't steal them from me. 5E level blueprints urgently, just take 2000 energy directly. Wow, our foreign players can finally buy it. Thank you, Mr. Shen Yi. You are our Maoshang's forever friend. Our Sakura country will always be your faithful friend. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy to see that the foreign group is going to buy 3 times the price. It's a great summer. For a time, the entire chat column was caught in a big earthquake. Everyone was boiling. Those who didn't grab the robot before were even more ecstatic. Because, the resources they have been saving, finally have a channel to buy. Even if it's just a C-level Type 1 combat robot, the increase to them is absolutely huge. It can definitely make their growth rate much faster. It can even save many family members in danger and harvest the resources there. In other words, the C-level Type 1 combat robot sold by Shen Yi is actually very much like the first recharge package of those web games. Although the things given are not particularly powerful. However, it can make the first charge players and ordinary players a long distance away. And many more. Good guy, could it be that the identity of the big boss Shen Yi is actually official? Otherwise, why would such an outrageous thing come out? For a time, many players felt as if they had grasped the truth. Of course, even if this kind of thing is true, they would never dare to say it. After all, Shen Yi is now their only source of stronger bots. God knows if Shen Yi will be offended to death if he speaks out. Of course, what more players are discussing is Shen Yi's strength. Because, according to their statistics, there are at least 5,000 C-Class Type 1 combat robots sold by Shen Yi in this wave. And Shen Yi, who can sell so many C-level Type 1 combat robots, has a terrifying robot army under his command. I guess Shen Yi must have at least 30,000 C-level Type 1 combat robots under his command. If it was me, I would have sold so many if I had more than 30,000. Do you think everyone is as stingy as you? I estimate that the boss of Shen Yi is around 10,000 at most. Don't. There are so many C-level Type 1 combat robots under Mr. Shen Yi's hands, and the resources must have skyrocketed. How could there be only so many? I think there should be 50,000. 50,000. That's too scary. Didn't the big boss Shen Yi say that the cost price is sold to our national server players? Where can there be such terrifying resources? Just listen to it, but I'm very grateful if you can sell it to us. Thanks to the big boss Shen Yi. That is, if it wasn't for Shen Yi, how could we possibly have access to C-level robots? Although many players can actually guess that Shen Yi cost may not be what he said. However, no one will point it out. On the one hand, they feel that no matter how low the cost is, it will not be so low. After all, that's a C-class robot. 13%. Chapter 51. Break through tens of millions of copper and iron resources, and upgrade the survival base. According to the experience of many post-purchase players, this has been confirmed. That is definitely pure C-level combat power. Even in the C-class is a very strong category. Terrifying firepower, super fast movement speed, sturdy armor. It seems to have no flaws. All-round powerful group. On the other hand, he was afraid to offend Shen Yi by speaking out. As long as it is not cerebral palsy, it will never be done that harm others and not oneself. Moreover, that kind of cerebral palsy is basically not alive now. This game of technological soaring is not so safe. Every minute and every second, a large number of players still die, and the numbers on the chat bar are changing every second. That means the loss of a life. Either because of bad luck, being killed by powerful monsters finding a base, or because feeling hopeless and committing suicide. In short, there are really too many causes of death. Even immature people are definitely a lot more rational at this moment. And their conversation, Shen Yi naturally saw it. Shen Yi didn't know what to say to those players' guesses. Am I so unbearable in their hearts? There was a hint of helplessness in Shen Yi's eyes. God is a 50,000 C-class combat robot. How despised he is. He is now more than 50,000 as a B-class Type 2 killing robot. Really ignorant. Shaking his head, Shen Yi closed the chat bar, and then asked Shen Ling, how many Type 1 combat robots are there in total? Shen Ling immediately replied, Master, the total number of transactions of Type 1 combat robots is 7,825, of which 5,521 were purchased by players in the Celestial Empire and 2,304 by foreign players. In addition, among domestic players, 4,121 use energy to pay, 1,400 use resources to pay, and among foreign players, 1,272 use energy to pay, and 1,032 use resources to pay. This time, a total of 39.685 million energy points were collected, and a total of 22.48 million units of iron, 13.488 million units of copper, and 2.248 million units of psionic crystals were collected from resources. Shen Ling's words were just finished when Shen Yi's breathless voice resounded in the living factory. I have more than 10 million iron and copper resources under my hands. Even though he had seen many big scenes, he was still a little stunned at this moment. What a horrible number this is. I'm afraid it's enough to support him to upgrade the survival base to level 5. Moreover, the total of nearly 40 million energy obtained is enough to let him breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry about going broke tomorrow. Otherwise, he would have to start working on that medium-sized biological genetic research institute in advance. In fact, within the 3,000-kilometer range detected by radar today, the place where the energy is the largest is there. The energy provided by those A-level monsters is really terrifying. Each head can provide millions of energy. Adding up more than 100 heads, it can easily reach hundreds of millions. Plus those more than 1,000 B-level monsters, and tens of thousands of C-level monsters. If all is wiped out, he will get 1.1 billion energy in one breath. It's just that, after all, he has never fought against A-level monsters, and Shen Yi is not sure what kind of destructive power the opponent can cause. Therefore, he does not dare to say that he can win 100%. It is very necessary to attack later and unfold your own situation. In this way, even if he really loses, he has a chance to make a comeback. After all, as long as he has enough resources in his hand, he can make the mechanical army make a comeback at any time. At that time, if he still owns a multi-purpose energy harvesting vehicle covering 3,000 miles of land to maintain energy balance for him, then, he can fully grasp the initiative of the attack. You don't need to be in a hurry for fear that you will go bankrupt tomorrow. Of course, his losses may actually be small. After all, although he was at the peak of his combat power, he was a little worse than those monsters. But he is strong because he can fight for war. Robots can be continuously produced and put into the battlefield. And those monsters are dead one less, and they have not yet commanded, they are just scattered sand. Also, before attacking, you can upgrade the survival base and try to see if it can fly. At the same time, the 6 small biological genetic research institutes should also be developed. Shen Yi's eyes flickered, and now he has passed the accumulation stage. Entered a period of explosive strength. If nothing else, once the primary biological genetic laboratory is unlocked successfully, then, he will have A rank and even S rank war beasts. At that time, he still had to push the planet horizontally. Of course, this is what it looks like in theory. It's just that Shen Yi doesn't know what other conditions are needed after the primary biological gene research lab is unlocked. But, at least there is such a direction. He just needs time to practice now. Shen Ling, upgrade the survival base first. Shen Yi ordered. If the survival base really takes off, it will be of great help. He can take root directly near the battlefield. then frantically produce robots to join the battlefield. You know, he can get energy by killing monsters. Especially killing monsters with high levels of life, he can get more energy. This also means that he can completely support the war with war, and produce more robots to put into the battlefield. In this way, even if the army of 600,000 people is really invincible. But as long as it's not a one-sided battle, he can also use the grinding method to grind the opponent to death alive. Of course, all this depends on what changes will be made to the 4th level survival base. Yes, Master. With Shen Ling's response, a lot of resources were instantly deducted. At the same time, a prompt flashed before Shen Yi's eyes. You have deducted 1 million iron, 800,000 copper, 80,000 psionic crystals, 100,000 of any C-grade metal material, 10,000 of any B-grade metal material, and 3 million energy, and the 3rd level survival base began to upgrade. It took 3 hours and is now 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds more. This time the upgrade took a full 3 hours, which is not particularly long. Shen Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. I don't know what a level 4 survival base will look like. And then, all he has to do is wait. On the one hand, waiting for the army of 600,000 machines to take over all the 3,000-kilometer sites except the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute. 13%. Chapter 52. First-class helicourier. Shen Yi ordered a Yongzhou fried rice and ate it slowly. To be honest, there is really not much for him to worry about next. Shen Ling shared 99% of his workload. Especially those less important, but more tedious tasks, are fully handed over to Shen Ling to deal with. And he only needs to coordinate the operation of the general direction. This kind of salted fish life is simply not too cool. However, when this wave of upgrades is completed, it's time to start working on that medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute. A ray of light flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. Taking down this medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute, he will definitely be able to make a lot of money directly. The strength will usher in a new surge. At that time, even in the face of those S-rank monsters, or even beyond S-rank monsters, he can be even more confident. At that point, the entire planet is not his back garden. Time flies, and the army of 600,000 machines is under the control of Shen Ling. It spreads around like locusts, and wherever it passes, nothing grows. Thick gunpowder, centered on the base. It quickly spread around, and on the radar map, the red dots representing life were also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the green dot, which represents a multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle, is also rapidly spreading. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. 4 hours later, the countdown to the upgrade of the survival base has returned to 0. The beeping reminder sounded throughout the base. Master, do you want to start the upgrade? This time the upgrade may be a bit big. For the sake of safety, please fix yourself. Shen Ling's voice rang in the ears of Shen Yi, who was taking a bath. Today's living base can be said to be very comfortable. There's even a jacuzzi. After exercising for a while, soaking in hot water with a suitable temperature is simply refreshing. Of course, nowadays other players have difficulty even taking a shower. At most, wipe your body with water. Only Shen Yi can take such a comfortable bath. Are you going to upgrade? I hope you don't let me down. Shen Yi, who was closing his eyes in the bathtub, opened his eyes with anticipation. For the next stage of the survival base, he is very much looking forward to it. If the next stage of the survival base can really fly, it will be of great help to him. On the one hand, the base is no longer subject to restrictions and can be moved at any time. On the other hand, it also means that he has a mobile arsenal. Once you meet a tough opponent, the survival base can be docked nearby directly. Then directly build soldiers on other people's faces and grind the enemy to death. In this way, various problems caused by untimely support can be avoided to a great extent. Of course, Shen Yi will never let the survival base come directly to the battlefield. He has not lived enough. A gentleman does not stand under a wall of danger. Although he is not a gentleman. But it will never stand under a dangerous wall. Shen Yi stepped out of the bathtub and quickly wiped the water off his body. Then he changed his clothes and walked towards the command room. It is worth mentioning that, in the living factory, it is actually possible to use energy to make all kinds of clothing. Anything you can imagine can be done here. The set Shen Yi changed was a simple set of black jeans and a t-shirt. Sitting down on the seat, Shen Yi fixed himself. At this moment, after 2 upgrades, the seats are now much more comfortable than before. The current seat looks like a notched eggshell, and the inner wall of the eggshell is wrapped with a layer of white soft cushion, which has excellent shock absorption. Even if it experiences a magnitude 10 earthquake, there will be no problem at all. Upgrade. By the way, show the appearance of the base, I want to watch it upgrade. After Shen Yi fixed himself, he said expectantly. Yes, master, Shen Ling responded. Then, the depression angle image of the base was immediately displayed in front of his eyes. The next moment, the base vibrated violently. A large number of black diamond-shaped blocks flew out from the original shell of the base and rapidly expanded towards the surroundings. The scene was extremely shocking. At the same time, Shen Yi clearly felt that his position was rising. And the truth is exactly as he feels. At this moment, the construction part of the original survival base is being raised rapidly. A huge hull appeared below the original survival base. Moreover, it quickly extended and spread to both sides, and the scene was extremely shocking. It turns out that the base is upgraded like this. Shen Yi was full of shock. He has thought about the appearance of countless base upgrades. But I didn't expect it to be in such a shocking way. These metals just seem to come alive, automatically going where they should be. But then, he was attracted by the shape that the survival base was about to change. If he looks good, the base is really going to develop in the direction of the spaceship now. This made Shen Yi excited. Although Shen Ling had predicted the probability before. But probability is only probability after all, it is possible to happen. And what actually happened are two completely different things. This time, the change process of the survival base lasted for 15 minutes before it ended. 15 minutes later, a behemoth with a body size of 1,000 meters long and a width of more than 300 meters stopped quietly on the barren Gobi Desert. This behemoth is entirely covered by a black-gray shell that reflects the sheen of metal in the sunlight. It seems to have a decent defense. It has a duckbill at the front and a huge disc at the back. On the flanks of the disc, there are two slightly smaller semicircles protruding. It's like the grid of a sword. On the whole, the survival base at the moment actually looks a bit like the Q version of the giant sword. The barrel of the B-class Divine Shield automatic defense system. It is evenly distributed on these two small discs. It's just that the automatic defense system of the Holy Shield, which was originally domineering, looked a little miniature at the moment. It is completely incomparable with the current survival base. Shen Ling, open the current panel of the base. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shen Yi ordered like Shen Ling. Yes, master. As Shen Ling's voice fell, the panel of the current survival base popped up. Helicourier. Current level. Level 1. Current facilities. Advanced radar, advanced machinery factory, advanced. Junior Strategic Weapons Research Center. Spaceship Defense Factor. Class B. Current energy. 13.72 million points. Current consumption. 3,000 points per day. Upgrade requirements. Iron 23.31 million, 10 million. Copper 13.32 million, 8 million. Psionic crystal 2.27 million, 800,000. NEC grade metal material 220,000 over 1 million. NEB grade metal material 40,000 100,000ths. Energy 51.72 million, 30 million. 2. 13%. Chapter 53. Strategic Weapons Research and Development Center. And below this column of basic information, there is also some information on the current helicourier. Power system. Nuclear power engine. Combat system. Holy Shield automatic defense system. Defense system. None at the moment. The first thing Shen Yi noticed was the changed name. Has it become a first-class air carrier? A flash of surprise flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. Doesn't that mean he can fly? If you can't fly, can you still call it an aerospace carrier? He continued to look down again. The facilities column has not changed. Only at the end, there is an additional primary strategic weapons research center. Shen Ling, what's the use of this primary strategic weapons research center? Shen Yi asked curiously, is it possible that he is studying the super killer such as nuclear bombs? However, if it is a nuclear bomb, it seems a bit tasteless. Now his biggest enemy is S-rank or even beyond S-rank monsters. Ordinary S-rank monsters do not need nuclear weapons at all. The Type 2 killer robots alone will take care of them. Moreover, if it is an S-rank or a monster beyond S-rank, a nuclear bomb may not be able to play a role, and the other party is different from a fragile creature like human beings. The skin alone is extremely tough, and it can resist the same level of blows without dying. Nuclear weapons, if not very high yield. I am afraid that at most it is to hurt the opponent. Moreover, there may also be a risk of nuclear radiation causing each other to mutate. Master, the Primary Strategic Weapons Research Center currently unlocks 3 types of primary railguns, primary laser cannons, and primary weather weapons. According to the system description, these 3 primary weapons are all at level B. It can be used on the air carrier, and it can also unlock special arms after owning a top-level mechanical factory. Shen Ling said softly, railguns, laser cannons, and weather weapons. Shen Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly opened the introduction of these 3 weapons. And the introduction of these 3 weapons did not disappoint him. The first is the railgun, also known as the electromagnetic railgun. Is Transformers 2, the kind of weapon that the naval battleship fights Hercules. Shells can be fired up to 500 kilometers away. At the same time, the maximum error should not exceed 5 meters. It is a super weapon with super armor-piercing ability and extremely accurate. A sturdy armor specially designed to penetrate the opponent. And the laser cannon, let alone the laser cannon technology of the Primary Strategic Weapons Research Center. It is much more mature than the laser cannon technology on the Earth. They can really pierce and melt opponents with a single blow, just like the laser cannons in Star Wars. It has extremely high temperature and extremely terrifying speed. Basically, at the moment of firing, it can directly hit the enemy. Unless the other party can enter the superluminal flight at any time. Otherwise, there is no possibility of escape at all. However, flying faster than the speed of light is not a technology that a planetary-level civilization can master. The only way to defend is to create something like an energy barrier, so it is possible to defend. And the last weather weapon, not to mention more. The lightning storm in Red Alert is one type of weather weapon. However, weather weapons include, but not only lightning storms. At the same time, typhoons, volcanoes, earthquakes and other means also belong to the category of meteorological weapons. Once it is used, it will definitely be a destructive existence. Next, it's officially on the right track. Shen Yi's eyes were full of excitement, and he sighed. If he masters these weapons, and then strengthens them through the system, he will be able to hit the pinnacle of planetary-level civilization directly. Moreover, if you wait until the future to open intermediate or even advanced strategic weapons, even in the face of those existences beyond planetary civilizations, it will definitely not be powerless to fight back. In addition to sighing, he also opened the unlocking requirements of these 3 strategic weapons. Primary railgun. 100,000 energy required. E-level magnetic technology X100 can be a blueprint or finished technology. D-level magnetic technology X10, C-level magnetic technology X1. Primary laser cannon. 100,000 energy required. E-class laser technology X100, D-class laser technology X10, C-class laser technology X1. Primary weather weapons. 100,000 energy required. E-level meteorological technology X100, D-level meteorological technology X10, C-level meteorological technology X1. Looking at the requirement for 3 strategic weapons, Shen Yi frowned. If it's energy, it's a good solution. But other things are a little trickier. Especially the technical requirements. He now has only 2 D-level blueprints. There is a 15-fold gap between the 30 D-level blueprints of the 3 strategic weapons combined. What's more, the 2 blueprints he owns can't go along with the request. Moreover, he is also one of the technological creations completely unable to meet this requirement. Especially the C-level technology or blueprints that will be needed in the end, it is even more clueless. It is not an easy task to reveal a D-level blueprint, let alone a C-level. Doesn't that mean I can only watch? Shen Yi was a little unwilling. He couldn't accept the feeling of sitting on a treasure mountain and being unable to use it. At this time, Shen Ling spoke. Master, according to the information in the information integration stick, although the main technology developed on this planet is biotechnology, this does not mean that their mechanical technology is poor. You can take their cities or research institutes, military districts, etc., and get the technology you want. Of course, under the current circumstances, it is recommended that you upgrade the infrastructure of the air carrier first, and make plans after taking down that medium-sized biological genetic research institute. Shen Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he didn't hesitate to praise himself. Well done, Shen Ling. Having you here has really relieved me a lot. The plan that Shen Ling said does have great implementation value. D-level, or even C-level technology, is for an existence that has stepped out of a planetary-level civilization. In fact, it is not a high-tech level. It is even very likely that other people's civilian technology has already reached this level. Even if the other party is a civilization dominated by biotechnology. But this does not mean that the other party has no mechanical technology at all. It may not be particularly difficult for him to achieve the requirements of these strategic weapons. Of course, just like what Shen Ling said, the meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be taken step by step. Now his primary goal is to take down that medium-sized biological genetic research institute. That huge resource is enough to double his army. 14%. Chapter 54. Soaring to 90,000 miles. Upgrade other facilities at the base. Strategic weapons are not in a hurry for the time being. Upgrading these infrastructures is now a priority. Just an advanced radar can detect 3,000 kilometers. So, how terrifying would a higher level radar be? There are several other facilities that are equally helpful to him. Shen Yi is very much looking forward to this. Yes, Master. Shen Ling responded. The next moment, several prompts appeared in front of Shen Yi's eyes. You have deducted 30,000 units of iron, 20,000 units of copper, 3,000 units of psionic crystals, 500 of NEC-grade material, and 300,000 energy points. The advanced radar has been upgraded. The upgrade time will take 45 minutes. The current countdown is 44:59. You have deducted 50,000 units of iron, 30,000 units of copper, 5,000 units of psionic crystals, 700 of NEC-grade material, and 400,000 points of energy. The advanced machinery factory has begun to upgrade. The upgrade time will take 60 minutes. The current countdown is 59:59. You have deducted 10,000 units of iron, 8,000 units of copper, 1,000 units of psionic crystals, 300 of NEC-grade material, and 100,000 points of energy. The advanced living factory starts to upgrade. The upgrade time will take 30 minutes. The current countdown is 29:59. You have deducted 20,000 units of iron, 15,000 units of copper, 3,000 units of psionic crystals, 400 of NEC-grade material, and 200,000 points of energy. The intermediate level energy mining equipment factory has been upgraded. The upgrade time will take 40 minutes, and the current countdown is 39:59. This upgrade cost a lot. The energy alone cost 1,000,000 points. If you let ordinary players pay such a huge amount of energy, no matter how frugal they are, it will take more than half a year to do it. Even, this is coupled with the efforts of their family members. However, for Shen Yi, it didn't even have the qualification to make his eyelids wink. However, this time the upgraded facilities lacked the Mechanical Technology Research Laboratory and the newly emerging Strategic Weapons Research Center. Not that Shen Yi didn't want to upgrade them. But if they want to upgrade, they must make a condition. The Mechanical Technology Research Lab needs 100% progress, while the Strategic Weapons Research Center needs to unlock at least one strategic weapon. If these conditions are not fulfilled, even if there are resources in hand, there is no way to upgrade. Shen Yi immediately rubbed his hands excitedly after watching these facilities enter the upgrade. Shen Ling, let the survival base. No, it's the air carrier flying. He still has very high expectations for the performance of the air carrier. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. Immediately, Shen Yi saw that the 16 small thrusters behind the air carrier in front of him, and the 4 super large thrusters below, gradually lit up with blue flames. The huge wind blows away all the surrounding sand and dust. The impact range even reached tens of kilometers. The nuclear power engine installed on the air carrier is much more powerful than the nuclear power engine on the Earth. It easily pushed the air carrier with a weight of hundreds of thousands of tons and lifted it into the air. Now, Shen Yi has also figured out a reason. That is the technology unlocked by the survival base, even if you look at the peak civilization of the planetary level. That is definitely at the current level, the most advanced level. Therefore, the nuclear power engine possessed by the air carrier is definitely a very mature technology. At this time, Shen Ling's voice sounded in Shen Yi's ears. Master, the helicarrier has been warmed up. The current limit speed is Mach 3, and the maximum flying altitude is 17,000 meters. Please set the altitude of the helicarrier, with the goal. The speed is Mach 3. Shen Yi was a little surprised. This speed was even more powerful than the 5th-generation fighters on the Earth. At Mach 3, that's 3 times the speed of sound. If it is calculated as the speed per hour, it is 3,675 kilometers per meter. Moreover, Shen Yi is very satisfied with the maximum flight altitude of 17,000 meters. This means that he can cruise directly 17 kilometers above the ground, which is much safer than on the ground. As long as those monsters are not particularly sensitive, it is almost impossible to find him. Don't look at the current speed of the air carrier. It seems to be a little bit stronger than the 5th-generation fighter. However, throwing away weight and talking about speed is hooliganism. The air carrier is a behemoth that weighs hundreds of thousands of tons. Even the largest aircraft carrier on Earth is only a third of its size. It is conceivable that such a terrifying body shape and a speed of Mach 3 are exaggerated. Cruise at maximum altitude, if the location. Just go directly to the number 2 Small Biogene Research Institute. Shen Yi ordered in a deep voice. He didn't particularly care about where he flew to. He just wants to see how the performance of the air carrier is. Yes, Master. Maximum altitude cruise, target number 2 Small Biogenetic Research Institute. Shen Ling repeated the destination that Shen Yi said. The next moment, the aerospace carrier moved. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. 4 blue flames with a length of 100 meters were ejected from the 4 propulsion ports below. Pushing the shape of the air carrier, it quickly climbed towards the high altitude. 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 17,000 meters. The critical point altitude has been reached, where it has entered the atmosphere of the planet. In just 5 seconds, the air carrier directly rose to a height of 17,000 kilometers. This vertical climb speed is simply outrageous. It displayed a movement speed that was completely inconsistent with its huge size. If it were replaced with aerospace equipment on Earth, dare to rise up in a flat manner in 5 seconds. I am afraid that it will be torn directly from the middle. However, the material of the air carrier is extremely tough, and it has not been affected in the slightest. And after ascending to the critical altitude of the helicarrier, the 4 thick and long blue flames below slowly disappeared, and the upward thrust became suspended. At the same time, the 16 slightly smaller thrusters at the rear of the air carrier instantly burst into blue flames. Bang! It was followed by a sharp crackling sound. A layer of white funnel-shaped fog instantly appeared around the air carrier. However, this funnel-shaped mist only appeared for a moment, and it disappeared in the next second. Amazingly, the air carrier broke the sound barrier in an instant, surpassing the limit of the speed of sound. 14%. Chapter 55. An exaggerated boost. FK, is this what it's like to fly at 3 times the speed of sound? Shen Yi looked at the rapidly receding clouds around him with shock in his eyes. At this moment, he really felt like he was flying over the clouds, just like a scene in a Shoxian novel. In the command room, the external projection has been turned on. At this moment, the air carrier seems to have become transparent, and the clouds seem to be less than a palm away from him. This wonderful feeling cannot be described in words. Also, Mach 3 is too fast. The surrounding clouds quickly swept toward the rear. If it weren't for the huge improvement in physique, such a picture would even make Shen Yi spit it out. It's a pity that he was in the command room, and he couldn't feel the strong push back. But in less than 10 minutes, Shen Yi had already arrived at the top of the number 2 Small Biogene Research Institute, which was more than 700 kilometers away. When it stopped, it also showed the powerful engine capability of the air carrier. It directly completes the instant stop of Mach 3 to the suspended state. However, this did not have the slightest impact on the helicarrier as a whole. If it is changed to the material on the Earth, if you dare to do this, the body will definitely be torn and shattered instantly. It is simply impossible to do this step. Master, you have arrived above the number 2 Small Biological Gene Research Institute. Shen Ling's voice sounded at the right time. Shen Yi, who has passed the freshness, has lost his previous interest. He was just to test the performance of the air carrier before. Now that he's tested it, he's also in boring sage mode. I'm going to bed first. When I'm ready for the general attack, I'll be notified when the air carrier is in the air. Shen Yi stretched, got up from the chair, and walked towards the lounge. Although with his physique, even if he does not sleep for 10 days and a half months, it will not have any effect. However, Shen Yi didn't want to erase the good habit of sleeping. Moreover, no one can refuse the soft big bed in the lounge. Just lie down and you can fall into deep sleep in the shortest time. Moreover, with Shen Ling staring at him, he can be notified in time if anything happens. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded, and then fell silent. Obviously, artificial intelligence is still very reliable in this regard, and when it is not special, Shen Yi will not be upset at all. During this sleep, Shen Yi slept for a full 11 hours. This can be said to be the most comfortable sleep he has had since he came to this world. The soft big bed is much more comfortable than the chairs in the command room. 11 hours later, Shen Ling woke up Shen Yi. Master, the mission has been completed, and the general attack can be launched only after your order. Well, I see. Shen Yi stretched and felt refreshed. The depression in my heart has been reduced a lot. He got off the bed, walked towards the washroom on the side, and said at the same time, let's talk about the upgraded facilities first. Yes, Master, Shen Ling said. The advanced radar has been upgraded to a top-level radar. In terms of coverage, it has increased to 30,000 kilometers, and the depth of the underground has also reached 500 kilometers. The advanced machinery factory has been upgraded to a top-level machinery factory, which can produce 10,000 robots at the same time, and the time for robots below grade B can be shortened by half, and robots below grade C can complete production within 10 seconds. The senior living factory has been upgraded to a top living factory, and the effect of nutrients has been doubled on the previous basis, and the time has been shortened by half again. The intermediate level energy harvesting equipment factory has been upgraded to become a high level energy harvesting equipment factory, and the efficiency of the first class multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle after production has increased by 70%. The above is all the upgrade information of the air carrier equipment. After listening to what Shen Ling introduced, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a little palpitated. What's the matter? Is this radar really 10 times higher? Shen Yi couldn't help but complain. It was outrageous that the previous 300 kilometers became 3,000 kilometers. He thought that this time the upgrade would be 10,000 kilometers at most. As a result, who knew that it would give him such a big surprise? You must know that this is a terror detection range of 30,000 kilometers. Even the equator is only over 40,000 kilometers. This radar has covered most of the Earth. Even on a planet that is 5 times the size of Earth, 30,000 kilometers is not a small place. At least, almost 1/7 of the range can already be covered. However, in this way, all the initiative is in my hands. Presumably those S-rank and beyond S-rank monsters can't find me across 30,000 kilometers. Shen Yi's eyes are full of excitement, and the top radar is really powerful, giving him a huge guarantee of safety. As long as the opponent cannot escape the radar detection of the open air carrier. Then, as long as the opponent steps into the air carrier within 30,000 kilometers, he can instantly detect each other's movements. The air carrier itself also has a strong mobility. As long as the other party is not able to teleport, it is impossible to find him at a distance of 30,000 kilometers. In addition to radar, the second biggest help to him can be said to be the machinery factory. The production line has been doubled directly, and 10,000 robots can be produced at the same time, and robots below the sea level can be produced in 10 seconds. This means that as long as the resources are sufficient, he can build troops without limit. Coupled with the fact that the helicarrier can move, he can produce a large number of new troops at any location and join the battlefield in time. As long as the strength gap between the two sides is not too outrageous, he is inherently invincible. However, if you look at the normal situation, the top machinery factories are definitely not D-class robots. Shen Yi sighed. According to the normal development situation, players who have reached this stage have at least a C-level blueprint. Even, maybe they can activate Type 3 or even Type 4 robots. Therefore, the characteristics of this top-level machinery factory are so exaggerated. For players at that stage, the D-class robot does seem a bit tasteless, and it is a pure waste of resources. However, in front of Shen Yi, who has 100 times stronger system. Naturally, this function is extremely exaggerated. As for the top living factory, although it does not have a particularly huge role, the value is far less than that of the mechanical factory and radar. But it's actually pretty good. After this wave of growth, Shen Yi will have a maximum increase of 200 times. The level of life is probably not lower than that of A-level monsters. Even if you tear up a B-level monster, it will be an easy task. 14%. Chapter 56. There is no right or wrong in evolutionary warfare, only the strong are qualified to sympathize. And the last energy mining equipment factory, the improvement is also very gratifying. The previous energy mining equipment factory was upgraded from primary to intermediate. It has already increased the efficiency of the produced multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle by 30%. And at this moment, upgrade from intermediate to advanced. It also increased the efficiency of a multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle by 70% again. That is to say, the Type 1 multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle at the moment is already twice as powerful as before. You can get up to 600 energy points per day. This is if the previous 3,000 kilometers are covered with a multi-purpose energy harvesting vehicle. Then, Shen Yi's daily harvest will be as high as 81 million. And this also means that even if Shen Yi doubles his troops, he still has enough energy to support his daily consumption. Shen Ling, how is the laying of the Type 1 multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle? Shen Yi asked. If you can double the strength of your troops before attacking. This is undoubtedly a great help to him. At the very least, he would be more confident in the face of the 100 or so A-rank monsters. Master, now you have occupied a range of 2,713 kilometers, and a total of 122,085 multi-purpose energy harvesting vehicles of the first type have been installed, and the daily energy can be obtained at about 73 million. 35. Shen Ling said respectfully. Is it already 120,000 units? What an amazing number. 99. Shen Yi sighed. It has only been 3 days since he came to this planet. Unexpectedly, the robot under his hand has exceeded the terrifying number of more than 700,000. The territory already occupied by the hands has reached more than 3,000 kilometers. This area is already comparable to the area of Sha Kingdom. After all, the territory he occupies is a circle, and the area is very terrifying. What about the resources? How many resources are provided by the 6 small biogenetic institutes? 39. Shen Yi followed suit. This is something he is very concerned about. Today, the D-class Type 2 killing robot has begun to demand material resources. Although the amount required is not particularly large. However, if the number increases, the resources that need to be consumed are still a very staggering number. In particular, C-grade superalloys and B-grade hemin alloys. These 2 resources may also be in large-scale demand when the 3rd type robot or the 4th type robot is born. Today, before mastering the manufacturing methods of superalloys and hemin alloys, the only places where he can get these resources are these research institutes. Shen Ling replied. Master, the 6 small biological genetic research institutes have obtained a total of 7,174,217 units of iron, 4,234,144 units of copper, 1,745,527 units of superalloys, 214,172 units of semen alloys, and psionic crystals, 422,227 units. 55. Rao was prepared in his heart and guessed the approximate number. However, Shen Yi still couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. Sure enough, the fastest way to get rich is to grab other people's resources. Shen Yi sighed. If he is allowed to mine slowly, when will he mine? But now, if you loot a wave, you will get rich in one wave. Of course, before he grew up, he absolutely did not want to encounter any civilization. On the one hand, he may not be able to fight. On the other hand, even if he does, the loss will definitely not be small. He is already very satisfied when he encounters a relic of civilization like now. Then, can the biological gene laboratory be unlocked? Shen Yi asked with anticipation. The biological gene research laboratory is also a function that he is very much looking forward to now. It can be said that the value of the biological gene research laboratory is no worse than that of the mechanical technology research laboratory. Which of the abilities of those biological beasts is simple? Take the previous Black Eclipse Dragon as an example. The lethality of the opponent against the creatures is really too great. Under the sway of black-purple phosphorus powder, once it is contaminated with the surface of the organism or inhaled into the body, it will directly let the other party fight wildly together, and before the war begins, he has already become a mess. Besides the horned dragon, the opponent's advantage is actually very obvious. Not to mention the hard skin, the basic characteristics of biological war beasts. The opponent's desert is like a fish in the water, and the ability to move freely is the opponent's real advantage. Once controlled, this creature is like a monster in the desert. In comparison, the only advantage of a C-class Type 1 combat robot of the same level is its firepower. The biogenetic lab has been unlocked, Master. 35. Shen Ling's respectful voice sounded. In fact, she should have reminded Shen Yi when the Biogene Research Institute was completed. It's a pity that even if it has been strengthened, Shenling is only a B-level artificial intelligence. Therefore, in the absence of Shen Yi's order, she cannot make independent judgments at all, which is slightly worse. Of course, the current Shenling has already made Shen Yi very satisfied. After all, compared to other players who still need to work hard, Shen Yi, who can liberate himself from tedious operations, is already thousands of times better. Then open the Biological Gene Research Laboratory. Let me see how many biological war beasts can be produced by the Biological Genetic Laboratory today. Shen Yi's eyes were full of anticipation. If nothing else, the primary Biological Gene Research Laboratory will allow him to create B-level biological war beasts. After all, he collected 7 small biological genetics institutes. Has a large amount of B-level war beast information data. How could it be simple for the Biological Gene Research Lab unlocked by so many B-level biological data? And if it goes through 100 times strengthening system to strengthen it, doesn't that mean that he will be able to have S-rank war beasts? At this point, as long as you don't provoke those beasts that surpass S-rank, then he can completely walk sideways on this planet. Even in the face of the beast that surpassed the S-rank, it would not be powerless to fight back. Yes, Master, Shenling responded, and the next moment a curtain of light appeared in front of Shen Yi. The information displayed above is the current information of the current primary Biological Gene Research Laboratory, as well as the biological war beasts that can be produced. Primary Biological Gene Research Laboratory. It can produce 100 biological war beasts at the same time, and currently it can produce up to B-level war beasts. If you want to hatch higher level war beasts, you need to upgrade the level of the Biological Gene Research Laboratory. At present, there are a total of 173 kinds of biological beasts that he can make. Among them, there are 87 types of D-level beasts, 63 types of C-level beasts, and 23 types of B-level beasts. It is all the war beasts that were obtained from the 6 small biological genetic research institutes before. Shen Yi directly skipped the D-level and even C-level war beasts. Although these war beasts are not bad in strength, as long as they are manufactured and strengthened by 100 times, they are at least B rank or even A rank. But that doesn't make any sense at all. In terms of low-end firepower, it is enough to have a large number of B-level Type 2 killing robots and C-level Type 1 combat robots. On the one hand, they are very cheap. On the other hand, their firepower is enough to sweep away those monsters below A rank. What he needs to solve is only those monsters that are A rank or even above. And the B-level war beast that may be strengthened to S-level in one step is undoubtedly the best choice. Shenling, select the most suitable object for production from the B-level war beasts. 39. Shen Yi leaned back in the chair and ordered. It is naturally impossible for him to study by himself. Professional things, of course, have to be done by professional people. Shenling, who has a lot of information, is undoubtedly more suitable than him. Yes, Master. 9. Shenling replied respectfully. After that, the manufacturing panel in front of Shen Yi changed rapidly, and finally there were only 3 biological war beasts left. Black Eclipse Dragon. Production requirements. 100,000 energy points, 30,000 units of iron, 10,000 units of copper, 8,000 units of psionic crystals, 3,000 units of any grade C material, 1,500 units of any grade B material. Ability. Maximum speed of Mach 2 per hour, can diffuse black and purple phosphorus powder, contaminated creatures will fall into a state of madness, attack surrounding targets indiscriminately, and can breathe dragon breath at the same time, with 5,000 high temperature. Consumption. 150 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. Grade B. Iron Armored Hammertail Dragon. Production requirements. 100,000 energy points, 30,000 units of iron, 10,000 units of copper, 8,000 units of psionic crystals, 3,000 units of any grade C material, 1,500 units of any grade B material. Ability. The maximum speed is Mach 0.8, with strong defense, and the tail hammer can threaten the defense of the A-level level. Consumption. 150 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. Grade B. Sonic King Bat. Production requirements. 100,000 energy points, 30,000 units of iron, 10,000 units of copper, 8,000 units of psionic crystals, 3,000 units of any grade C material, 1,500 units of any grade B material. Capability. maximum speed of Mach 4 per hour, can be attacked through infrasound waves, has a strong range of attack, the longest killing distance is 30 kilometers, and the maximum killing effect range is 3 kilometers. Consumption. 150 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. Grade B. Master. These are the 3 most cost-effective biological war beasts at present. The Black Eclipse Dragon's team-fighting chaotic ability, the Iron-Armored Hammer-Tailed Dragon's powerful defense and attacking ability, and the Sonic King Bat's range-killing ability are currently the best choice. Even in the face of a large-scale monster group with S rank, it can still have a great killing effect. Shenling then explained the reason for his choice. The production demand is so high. Seeing the astonishing demand, Shenyi couldn't help but stunned. The D-level Type 2 killing robot only needs 80 energy points and single-digit resources. Unexpectedly, the B-level war beast has risen thousands of times. The difference is truly astonishing. However, after thinking about the gap in strength between the two sides, this gap is not incomprehensible. D-level is really not good at this level. On the Earth, it is only the level of a first and second generation aircraft. However, the B class has reached the level of the 5th generation machine, and the gap is more than a little bit. Under the premise that the amount of ammunition is sufficient, it will be a death sentence, and there is no accident at all. Then let's produce 50 heads of one kind, it's almost enough. Shenyi said after thinking for a while. It's not that he doesn't want to produce more, it's that these resources are too much. In terms of energy, it is better to say something, and now he has more than 50 million energy. Even if 500 heads are produced in one go, there is no problem at all. But in other resources, he is much worse. The 150 heads alone cost 4.5 million units of iron, 1.5 million units of copper, 1.2 million units of psionic crystals, 450,000 units of any grade C materials, and 225,000 units of grade B random materials. This almost used up his resource reserves. He is simply not capable of producing more. Otherwise, he would definitely produce a few thousand heads and push them across in one wave. Yes, Master. 9. Shenling replied. The next moment, a virtual frame flashed in front of Shen Yi's eyes. 15 million energy, 4.5 million units of iron, 1.5 million units. The deduction was successful. 50 Black Eclipse Dragons, 50 Iron-Armored Hammer-Tailed Dragons, and 50 Sonic King Bats entered the production queue, and the production countdown was 1459. 150 Shenyi, the strongest fighting force currently under his command, entered the production queue. The next step is to solve this medium-sized biological genetic research institute. Shenyi glanced at the medium-sized biological genetic research institute on the map, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was definitely the largest battle he had ever seen and commanded in his life. Even in games the same is true. In this battle, the total strength of both sides was nearly 800,000. Rounded up, that's nearly 1 million. Of course, his side has an absolute numerical advantage. 200,000 B-level robots and 400,000 C-level robots already occupy an absolute advantage. Even facing the leadership of more than 100 A-level monsters, it will never be a false positive. However, the final loss may be slightly larger. After all, there is nothing on his side that can restrain the existence of A-level monsters. However, with the addition of these biological beasts, the battlefield situation is completely different. These A-level monsters are naturally subject to great restrictions when their opponents target them, and it is impossible to attack the robot army at all. In this way, Shenyi may even pay a very small price. Just take down this medium-sized biological genetic research institute. Shenling, gather the army, and drive the air carrier to the vicinity at the same time. Shenyi ordered in a low voice. If the effect of the air carrier is not strong, it is also impossible for Shenyi to risk the air carrier to come to the battlefield. But today's air carrier is not a decoration. Not to mention the automatic defense system of the B-level Holy Shield, and the A-level is not so easy to approach. In addition to the speed of up to Mach 3, at least self-protection is worry-free. As long as Shenyi didn't drive the helicarrier right above the battlefield, there would be basically no danger. After all, the top radar is not a decoration. It is completely clear at a glance what creatures want to approach. Yes, Master, Shenling replied, with Shen Yi's order. The army of 600,000 machines immediately began to act mightily. Type 1 fighting robots, Type 2 killing robots, and armed drones were scattered all over the place. rapidly approaching the past where the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute is located. If you look down from above, you can definitely see that there are countless billowing yellow sands on the vast gobi. They are coming from all directions, and the center is the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute. The scale of this mechanical army is huge. Even more than World War II, Mao Bear's so-called Steel Flood. And, in terms of firepower, the combat power of this mechanical army under Shen Yi's hands is also far greater than that of Mao Xiang's Steel Torrent. In the absence of nuclear weapons, this army of machines is even confident that it will push the world horizontally within a month. After all, Shen Yi's mechanical army, as long as it has enough energy, can fire unlimited bullets, and at the same time does not need to rest. About half an hour later, the last batch of the mechanical army was already in place. At this moment, the encirclement of the mechanical army. It is less than 50 kilometers away from the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute. The airship that Shen Yi was driving also hovered above the 10,000-meter altitude, looking at the enemy not far ahead. At this moment, not far in front of him, those monsters were forced by the artillery fire of the mechanical army. All of them have been squeezed together, and they are constantly roaring and roaring at the mechanical army. In the outermost part of the army, there are about 70,000 monsters under the D level and D level. The core area is a C level monster, about 20,000 or so. Basically, it is the main force of the opponent. And a little further in, it is a B level monster. About 1,000 or so, it is the absolute core strength of the opponent. If there is no biological beast, these B-rank monsters will definitely cause him a lot of losses. After all, in such a large-scale battle, no matter how fierce his firepower was, he would never be able to crush the opponent in an instant. There will be at least 300 or 400 B-rank monsters capable of rushing into his mechanical army. Caused him a small loss. Especially those A-level monsters, even if they encounter a single one, it is not easy to deal with. Not to mention the astonishing number of 137 at the moment. However, after the emergence of the primary biological gene research laboratory, all these problems were solved. Because, the strongest combat power under his hands has been produced. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi looked at the dense army of machines under the rolling clouds under his feet, and his heart surged with enthusiasm. He immediately stood up and waved his hand. Army attack. Following his order, the mechanical army immediately took action under the dispatch of Shen Ling. In the eyes of those monsters who were apprehensive and frightened, the artillery fire of the 600,000 mechanical army roared in an instant, and the land ahead turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Amidst the violent explosion, a mushroom cloud rose up. The smoke of gunpowder rose into the sky in an instant like wolf smoke. The war is on. In fact, if the monsters on the opposite side were not controlled, Shen Yi would never be able to surround him so easily. And once the other party's command is not bad, he will even suffer. After all, neither he nor Shen Ling are masters of the art of war. The only advantage that Shen Ling can bring, it is to maximize the combat power of the mechanical army, so as not to waste firepower. However, what they faced at the moment was just a group of powerful beasts. It is not easy to destroy. The action of the mechanical army also angered this group of monsters. There is a term called the Battle of the Trapped Beasts. Said, it is this group of monsters at the moment. When surrounded and attacked, the brutality in the blood of these monsters was also inspired. They are weapons of war created to kill. Destruction and destruction are inherent in blood. When encountering a desperate situation, they will no longer have fear, but will only do anything to destroy all the enemies in front of them. Roar, crazy roar, abruptly penetrated by the intensive shelling. Tens of thousands of monsters launched suicide attacks towards the mechanical army in all directions. And those B-level and even A-level monsters in the center are no exception. Shen Yi's expression became a little dignified. Shen Ling, in addition to leaving 10 Sonic King bats to guard, all other rank war beasts are sent out. Priority is given to annihilating those A-rank monsters. He ordered in a low voice. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. Then, below the air carrier, a huge hatch with a length of 100 meters opened suddenly. Ow! A huge roar came from the cabin door. The next moment, one after another huge black shadow flew out from the hatch. 10 of the shadows, after coming out, directly surrounded the air carrier. And of the remaining 140, 90 of them quickly flew towards the battlefield after bursts of sonic booms. And the remaining 50, then quickly fell towards the ground 10,000 meters away. At this moment, the 50 figures formed into pitch-black spheres, falling towards the ground like meteorites. At this scene, Shen Yi couldn't help but sweat. Can this withstand it? Wouldn't you just fall to your death? Shen Yi was a little worried. Rao knew that these iron-armored hammer-tailed dragons that had been strengthened 100 times were extremely powerful. But, after all, this is an altitude of 17,000 kilometers. If you fall directly from such a high height, you should not be directly broken into pieces. Moreover, the iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon is not light, with a terrifying weight of nearly 10,000 tons. Such a weight fell from an altitude of nearly 20,000 meters. This power is probably not worse than a meteorite fall. Soon, 50 iron-armored hammer-tailed dragons smashed onto the ground one after another. Boom! Countless sand and gravel splashed, and the earth seemed to tremble as if the sky were torn apart in an instant. 50 huge pits several kilometers wide and 100 meters deep appeared on the ground. Those D-rank and even C-rank monsters in the distance were directly shaken to the ground. Their offensive momentum was directly forcibly interrupted by this terrifying vibration. Only B-rank and A-rank monsters are slightly better. It was not directly knocked to the ground. However, their momentum was obviously blocked, and there was a hint of solemnity in the scarlet eyes. Obviously, they were also taken aback by the terrifying shock that fell from the sky. This terrifying shock, even if separated by dozens of kilometers, is still terrifying. Shen Yi on the air carrier, looking at the deep craters below, couldn't help but feel a little dry. The power of these iron-armored hammer-tailed dragons falling is too amazing. However, are these iron-armored hammer-tails still alive? Shen Yi turned his attention to the bottom of the pits. And at this time, there were also movements from the bottom of the pits. One after another, creatures like Ankylosaurus on the earth crawled out from the bottom of the pit. They are obviously huge in size, nearly 100 meters, but they do not appear cumbersome at all, but appear unusually dexterous. Almost in less than 3 seconds, he had come to the outside of the deep pit. The head was black and shiny, its body was covered with sharp thorns, and its tail carried a ferocious war beast like a meteor hammer, roaring and charging towards the battlefield. The earth trembled violently at the feet of such a behemoth. Even a Type 2 killing robot with a body size of more than 5 meters. In front of the iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon, they all seem a little insignificant, like a toy. This is the strongest frontal main unit currently under Shen Yi. Although the gap between S level and A level is too huge, even after 100 times of strengthening, its level still does not reach S level. However, it is definitely a terrifying existence between S class and A class. In some fantasy words, it is a half-step S level. Some are similar to 5th-generation semi-fighters on Earth. Although it is not as good as the S class. But in front of A-level creatures, it has a huge advantage. This can be seen from the body shape alone. The ordinary A-rank monsters on the opposite side were only 70 meters in size. However, the size of the iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon has reached an astonishing 90 meters. This 10-meter gap represents a huge gap in strength. This iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon is really scary. If the defense factor of the helicarrier increases in the future, it can be used as a space-based weapon. 0. Seeing the iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon that looked exactly like a normal dragon, Shen Yi couldn't help but tut his tongue twice. Throw this iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon directly to the enemy pile. This wave of landing alone is enough to kill a large number of enemies. Not to mention that the iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon itself has extremely terrifying lethality. At this time, the Black Eclipse Dragon and the Sonic King Bat have also entered the battlefield with terrifying speed. Their speed is absolutely monster. After being strengthened 100 times, their level is also between S level and A level. Even in terms of speed, they are infinitely close to the S-class beasts. The fastest flying Sonic King Bat has even reached the speed of Mach 10. Although the Black Eclipse Dragon is a little slower, it is still full of Mach 8. This is almost catching up with short-range missiles on Earth. Moreover, this is not their limit speed, if they fly at the limit speed. The Sonic King Bat can even reach Mach 30, and the Black Eclipse Dragon can reach Mach 27, which is enough to match the speed of an intercontinental missile. And this is the horror of stepping into the S level with half a foot, far beyond what the A level can match. In a sigh, Shen Yi glanced at the attribute panel of the three-headed beast that had been strengthened at the moment. Black Eclipse Dragon. Ability. Due to special reasons, it has been greatly enhanced. The maximum flight speed is Mach 27, and it can fly to an altitude of 30,000 meters. The infection ability of phosphorus powder has been enhanced, and it also has a certain impact on S-class creatures. At the same time, the temperature of dragon breath has been increased to 30,000. Grade evaluation. A+ grade, half step S grade. Consumption. 500 energy points are consumed every day. Sonic King Bat. Capability. Due to special reasons, it has been greatly enhanced. The maximum flight speed is Mach 30, and the maximum flight speed is 35,000 kilometers. At the same time, the infrasound damage is enhanced, the longest killing distance is 80 kilometers, and the maximum killing effect range is 10 kilometers. Grade evaluation. A+ grade. Consumption. 500 energy points are consumed every day. Iron Armored Hammertail Dragon. Ability. Due to special reasons, it has been greatly strengthened, the maximum movement speed is Mach 8, the defense ability has been greatly improved, and it can withstand several S-level attacks. At the same time, the tail blow can cause a huge threat to S-level creatures. Grade evaluation. A+ grade. Consumption. 500 energy points are consumed every day. The 3 enhanced war beasts have all stepped into A+, which is half-step S rank. To be honest, this is the first time Shenyi has seen the symbol A+ appear. Under normal circumstances, this situation is actually very difficult to occur. Unless you research technology yourself, forcibly climb the technology tree, or receive technology from a certain civilization, such as mastered the 4.5 or 5.5 generations of fighters, there may be A+ sign. However, Shenyi's side is relatively simple and rude, and directly relies on the system to forcibly improve it. Although it is not the same as before, it has directly crossed the 2 major steps. But the situation is very good now. At least, when facing S rank, he is not powerless to fight back. And when facing S rank and below, it is a complete slaughter. However, it can be seen from this that the S class, as a planetary level card, is the real ultimate weapon. How powerful is it? And how terrifying those monsters that surpass the planetary level would be. In short, this made Shen Yi's mood a little heavier. The more you know, the smaller you feel. Shen Yi shook his head and focused on the battle below. In this battle, after 140 A+ level war beasts joined, there is no longer any doubt. Just in terms of top combat power, Shen Yi's side has already completed the comprehensive crushing. Coupled with the crushing of the grassroots, this battle cannot be called a battle at all, but should be called a massacre. Especially the 3 A+ grade war beasts, the performance is really too exaggerated. The first is 50 Sonic King Bats, when they are 10 kilometers away from the monster group. They opened their mouths and emitted infrasound waves. This kind of terrifying sonic attack mainly relies on ultra-low frequency sonic waves to resonate with the enemy, thereby achieving a killing effect. There's no need to explain sonic resonance. Wine glasses, human bodies and even buildings can be easily shattered by finding a specific frequency. Even if it directly causes the resonance of the planet, it is not impossible. Of course, the Sonic King Bat, which has not reached the S class, naturally cannot do this. But it can make monsters below S rank resonate. Even an A rank monster, under its infrasound attack, became shaky, as if drunk, and began to stagger, even standing unsteadily. And the flying Class A level monsters fell directly to the ground, unable to even fly. A-level monsters are so miserable, let alone monsters below A level. A large number of D rank and below monsters were directly shaken into blood. Although C-level monsters are not as directly explosive as D-level monsters. But it's also not much better. They were directly shaken by the 7 orifices, and the blood was like a fountain. Obviously, the internal organs were severely injured. Although the situation of B-level monsters is better than that of C-level monsters, they are also affected a lot. It can be said that 50 Sonic King Bats directly made these monsters lose their ability to resist. As a half-footed S-class existence, these Sonic King Bats are so unreasonable. At this time, the Black Eclipse Dragon also descended above the monster group. A large amount of black-purple phosphorus powder was densely scattered on the severely damaged monsters below. Stepping into an S-rank Black Eclipse Dragon with half a foot is much more terrifying than a B-rank Black Eclipse Dragon. The black-purple phosphorus powder even made the air appear distorted. Even with the naked eye, you can feel that this is extremely dangerous. You know, these phosphorus powders have a corrosive effect. However, at this moment, the monsters below the Sonic King Bat are not even qualified to resist. Even those A-level monsters can only watch these phosphorus powders scattered on them. Roar. A desperate, unwilling roar continued. Even in that monstrous artillery fire, it was still very clear. But soon, the voices they uttered gradually stepped into madness. Phosphorus effect works. It can even affect the phosphorus powder of S-rank monsters. For these monsters that are only A rank and below, they have also been severely damaged. It was as if snowflakes had fallen into the hot oil and melted into it instantly. And these infected monsters only saw destruction and killing in their eyes. They even struggled to get up from the ground and started to attack all living things in sight. This is the effect caused by the phosphorus powder of Black Eclipse. After being maddened, the enemy will actually be overdrawn because of life, and the strength will be increased to a certain extent. However, this is not to trouble yourself. On the contrary, it is a very vicious and effective way to destroy the enemy's vitality. Because, the maddened enemy will become ignorant of the 6 relatives, frantically killing all the living beings around. Moreover, he still uses his own power to fight madly. If it is a normal war with the civilization on this planet, the other party will never let the Black Eclipse dragon appear on the top of his head. Otherwise, the consequences would be 10,000 times more terrifying than the mutiny. This Black Eclipse dragon is really scary. Is this the horror of biotechnology? Shen Yi's eyes were full of solemnity. It has to be said that the strangeness of biotechnology compared to mechanical technology lies in the various outrageous characteristics of war beasts. Mechanical technology is basically a powerful artillery bombardment. Even if more advanced technology is developed in the future, it will only increase the types and power of the guns. Essentially, not much has changed. However, biotechnology is different. The characteristics developed by the biological war beasts are really strange and hard to guard against. Imagine if you were unaware. What kind of terrifying picture would it be when the Black Eclipse dragon flew to the top of the head and put on such a wave of phosphor powder? I am afraid that the two sides have not yet fought, and their side has already suffered heavy casualties. And now the terrifying killing effect of the Black Eclipse dragon on the opponent also sounded the alarm for Shen Yi. If he can always form a crushing situation, it would be better to say. With absolute strength, without waiting for the opponent to show his own characteristics, he will directly press the opponent to death. It is naturally very easy, and there will be no problems. But if it can't form a rolling situation, then the abilities of these S-rank and even beyond S-rank monsters are very terrifying. The strength of these monsters is not just their incomparably powerful flesh. What makes them really terrifying is the characteristics they have for killing. At this time, the iron-armored hammer-tailed dragon also entered the battlefield. Shen Yi's attention also returned to the battlefield. At this moment, these iron-armored hammer-tailed dragons have no enemies at all. The existence on the battlefield is simply like a rampant road roller. Whether it was a B-level monster or an A-level monster standing in front of him, they were all directly and arrogantly knocked out. Step on the battlefield on a bloody path. At the same time, their tails like meteor hammers were not idle for a moment. When their bodies passed through the group of monsters, this meteor hammer-like tail also started to work on the left and right, turning all passing enemies into flesh. The killing effect caused is no weaker than that of the Sonic King Bat and the Black Eclipse Dragon. In less than half a minute, the tens of kilometers of battle lines were cut across by them. At least 1/3 of the monsters died in their hands. The remaining third was harvested by the Sonic King Bat and the Black Eclipse Dragon respectively. Only the last third remained, still struggling to resist. Oh no, their current state is not at all recalcitrant. It should be said that they are frantically killing each other. Under the continuous infection of phosphorus powder. Even A-level monsters can't escape from madness at all. You can only keep killing the monsters around you. This battle lasted for 10 minutes, and 10 minutes later, the army of nearly 100,000 monsters was wiped out by Shen Yi's army of machines and beasts. The earth has been completely dyed red with blood. This piece of land under his feet can no longer be described as a bloody skull. Because this place has completely turned into a sea of blood. The corpses of nearly 100,000 monsters were stacked on top of each other. Even though Shen Yi was a little shocked, he couldn't speak for a long time. Evolutionary war, there is no right or wrong, only the strong are qualified to sympathize. After a long time, Shen Yi withdrew his gaze and murmured. Then, he turned off the projection function and restored the command room to its original appearance, saying, Shen Ling, let's start excavating this medium-sized biological genetic research institute. Shan. 14%. Chapter 57. The sword refers to the industrial zone and comprehensively upgrades. Yes, Master. Shen Ling responded. Then he asked, Master, do you want to increase the number of working robots? At the current site you control, there are 350 million units of iron ore, 270 million units of copper ore, and 7,800 psionic crystals, 10,000 units, 130 million units of tungsten ore, and 110 million units of aluminum ore. Increase the number of working robots. Shen Yi touched his chin and pondered. This is indeed a very huge resource, and Rao is also quite moved by him. If all these resources can be discovered, at least his mechanical army can expand on a large scale. After all, he has made enough energy in this wave, and the total energy he has now has even reached an astonishing 1,157.13 million points. As for the top A+ grade war beasts, he wanted to expand his army on a large scale. But unfortunately, the resources are simply not enough. If it's just energy, iron, copper, and psionic crystals, that's fine. These are the most important things he has in his hands. No matter how bad it is, he can use a C-level Type 1 combat robot to smash wool from players in exchange for a lot of resources. But the problem is the C-grade material and the B-grade material. He can only be obtained from the dismantling of these small and medium-sized biological genetic research institutes. And he himself has no way of making it. It seems that the issue of C-level materials and B-level materials must also be put on the agenda. Shen Yi thought to himself. Want to get C-grade superalloys, and B-grade semen alloys. On the one hand, we can start with those biological genetic researches. The information obtained by the previous 6 small biological genetic research institutes also allowed him to obtain the location information of the other 4 small biological genetic research institutes. It's actually not that difficult to find. These places are all within 10,000 miles, and they are not particularly difficult to find. There is also the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute below, which may also allow him to get news of some small and medium-sized biological genetic research institutes. Even if you get the news of a large biological genetic research institute, maybe. Moreover, these places can also allow him to obtain a large amount of C-level and B-level materials. As long as there are enough A+ grade war beasts, he may not be able to take action against those military regions with S-grade war beasts, or even large biological genetic research institutes. The 30,000-kilometer radar detection range has detected a lot of S-class monsters. On the contrary, there are no monsters beyond the S rank that have yet been discovered. I don't know if the current radar can't detect it, or if there is no trace of them in this range. Let's add 10,000 Type 2 engineering robots first. 35. Shen Yi said. Yes, Master. After Shen Ling responded, 10,000 Type 2 engineering robots entered the production queue. Then, it spread rapidly in all directions. 10,000 Type 2 engineering robots, if it is before the replacement. Shen Yi certainly wouldn't be so extravagant. After all, at that time, there were a lot of internal and external troubles, and he couldn't even get a medium-sized biological genetic research institute. There is no way to deal with A-rank monsters, and there are too many places to worry about. But now, things are different. The size of the ground beneath his feet is more than 10 times the size of a medium-sized biological genetic research institute. He is bound to get a lot of various resources. And with this resource, plus the 1.15 billion energy points obtained before, he can completely expand the mechanical army under his hand, even including the scale of biological war beasts, several times. In this way, presumably even facing the invasion of S-rank monsters, he is not without certainty to contend. As for monsters beyond S-rank, Shen Yi is not sure. After realizing the huge gap between A-level and S-level, he has not dared to speculate about the terrifying strength of a war weapon that surpasses S-level. After all, the A+ class is weaker than the S class. Can easily slaughter A-level monsters. Then, it is not particularly difficult for the S rank to easily kill the A+ rank. And if there are monsters beyond S rank, I am afraid that the previous group of A+ rank and 873 beasts will not work well. If he encounters a monster of that level, running away is his only option. But after all, it's only been less than 4 days to develop now. It's already very good to be able to reach this step. Shen Yi whispered to comfort himself. The army of machines that numbered hundreds of thousands was already something that many players would not dare to dream of. What's more, these mechanical armies are still composed of C-level and B-level. And that biological war beast with a level of A+, it is even more impossible for them to think about it. This has almost touched the pinnacle of planetary civilization. Even if you look at the peak level planetary level civilization, it is definitely the existence of the top level main force. Now he can have it so early, except because of the hundredfold strengthening system. That is to rub against the shadow of the civilization that once existed on this planet. Of course, because of the existence of that civilization, this planet has become extremely dangerous. It can only be said that a drink and a peck have a certain number. Danger and opportunity coexist. Next, you can also see how the surrounding neighbors are doing. Shen Ling, open the map with the largest range of radar detection, and mark the creatures of A level and above, and block the rest. Shen Yi said, A level and below already pose no threat to him. Today, only large-scale A-level monsters, or monsters above A level, can pose a threat to him. Therefore, there is no need for him to pay attention to those monsters below grade A. It's just scum that can be easily crushed. Yes, Master. Shen Ling replied. The next moment, a circular three-dimensional map appeared in front of Shen Yi's eyes. Mountains and ravines are clearly visible above. If you look carefully with a magnifying glass, you can even clearly see the grass and trees above. This is where the helicarriers are powerful today. Today, the main brain of the air carrier, the computing power is at least hundreds of times that of the previous three-level survival base. Feeding back information into this step is a breeze for the helicarrier. Even if it is to reproduce all the environment of 30,000 kilometers, it is still an easy task for the mastermind of the sky carrier. It is precisely for this reason that Shen Ling's processing speed has become much faster. It's a pity, because of the level restriction, she is still only B level. We can only consider upgrading Shen Ling after obtaining more advanced artificial intelligence technology in the future. This time, the radar range of the air carrier has been expanded to 30,000 kilometers, which really revealed a lot of things around it. If it is replaced by the Earth, this is enough to cover 3/4 of the Earth. After all, the Earth is only 40,000 kilometers around. But, put it on a planet that is 5 times the size of the Earth. These 30,000 kilometers only cover about 1/6 of the range. Not even half the size of the Commonwealth. Of course, because of his location. Therefore, his current range of 30,000 kilometers is actually covering a part of the Alliance's territory. I didn't expect the military power on this planet to be so terrifying. Looking at the map in front of him, even after a brief passage. But there were still dense red dots. Shen Yi couldn't help taking a breath. Good guy. He's straight up good guy. Just on the part of the border that he saw. The two major forces distributed at least 7 military bases. Moreover, there are still 7 military bases on one side, and this is only less than 1/7 of the border of the other side. This shows how amazing the distribution of troops on both sides is. Moreover, the troops stationed in every military base here are extremely terrifying. In one of the military bases alone, there were no less than 5,000 A-level monsters, and no less than 30 S-level monsters. As for grade B and below, there are countless, at least more than 1 million. With such a terrifying number, even the army under Shen Yi's hands is expanding several times. It will definitely be easily smashed by the other party, and the strength of the two sides is not on the same level at all. Of course, this is only because Shen Yi's development time is too short. Otherwise, with his terror system, it is completely easy to overtake. The only thing I am happy about now is that these military bases are far away from me. 99. Shen Yi took a deep breath. According to the feedback given by the radar, even the nearest military base is more than 5,000 kilometers away from him. This is not a short distance, it is more than twice the size of Shen Yi's current site. Of course, this isn't really that long. For those A-level and even S-level, this distance is not an instant extreme. But it only takes at most an hour for them to arrive. Just like the fastest Sonic King Bat under his hands today. The Sonic King Bat, which has a speed of up to Mach 30, can finish this distance in less than 10 minutes. For those flying S-class monsters, this time will probably be shorter. However, the good news that I can see through the radar today is that these S-class monsters basically don't move much. Fortunately, what I encountered is not a complete civilization, otherwise I really don't know how to develop. 5. Shen Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although these military bases can definitely provide him with a huge amount of energy if they can be removed. However, this is definitely not something he can deal with now. His top priority now is to improve the current facilities and expand his army. At least before possessing S-rank combat power, Shen Yi didn't plan to leapfrog challenge. The chasm between S rank and A rank is too terrifying. God knows how many A+ rank war beasts an S rank monster would need to pile to death. The current focus, in addition to continuing to search for biogenetic research institutes, is to start working on the federal mines. Shen Yi's thoughts moved, and the map in front of him instantly changed. A huge mountain range 13,000 kilometers away was suddenly zoomed in and enlarged. A large industrial area with a very large area was revealed to Shen Yi. However, because it has been abandoned for a long time, this huge industrial area has become a dense forest. Almost all buildings are covered with thick vegetation. If it weren't for the information, Shen Yi might not even have found it. This place has almost penetrated into the hinterland of the Federation. It is one of the largest industrial regions in the Federation, and Shen Yi wants the super alloy and Heman alloy manufacturing technology. There's a good chance you'll find it here. It's not easy to swallow the place, though. After all, as such a vital industrial area, how could there be no security protection nearby? There is also a military base near this industrial area. Of course, the scale of this military base is far less than the military base on the border. Not only in terms of numbers, but it has only just exceeded 300,000, and even the strongest monsters are only A rank. Of course, in such an almost hinterland location. Shen Yi also didn't think the opponent would be extravagant enough to deploy that kind of heavy soldiers. Wouldn't he be fragrant if he had this force directly to the border? This military base, the strongest is a group of A-level monsters, the number is about 3,000. The number of B-level monsters exceeds 10,000, and the rest are C-level. Such a force, even if it is placed on the Earth, is already terrifying. Even in the absence of an oversized nuclear bomb. This terrifying army is enough to horizontally push down the human coalition forces on the entire Earth. And, it's no exaggeration at all. The so-called tanks and planes are really too fragile in front of these A-level monsters. The aircraft carriers, submarines and even the fifth-generation aircraft that humans are proud of have only one fate in the face of these A-level monsters, and that is to be easily torn to shreds. Of course, if a nuclear bomb is deployed, then the situation may be uncertain. In theory, the power of nuclear bombs can be infinitely superimposed. Even the weakened version, the Tsar nuclear bomb with half of its yield cut off, can move the Eurasian plate as a whole by several millimeters. This power is at least beyond the A+ level. As for whether it has surpassed the S class, Shen Yi is also unclear. Because, the higher the technology level, the more outrageous the span. The A+ grade alone can easily crush the A grade. How outrageous the S rank would be, without seeing it with his own eyes, Shen Yi didn't dare to guess. However, the threat of this military base to him is not particularly big, and he can take it down with only a small price. After all, on the one hand, these monsters do not have a unified command and dispatch. At best, it is a group of beasts with great power. On the other hand, the mechanical legion under his command, both in terms of B-level or C-level robots, is far superior to the other side. Even with the slightly inferior A-level combat power, his side is still at the A+ level. Even 1 against 10 is an easy task. At least it can hold back these A-level monsters, so that the other party has no time to take care of others. At most, he only needs to pay 30% of the loss, and he can take down this military base. Of course, Shen Yi couldn't be so rash. Although now he has a wealth of wealth under his hands. But that wasn't so bad either. He now has a large amount of energy on hand, and at the same time, a large amount of resources will be recorded. He only needs to wait for a while, and he can multiply the strength of his troops several times. If he took the military base without injury, why would he take the risk? Produce 1.7 million Type 1 combat robots, 900,000 armed drones and 800,000 Type 2 killing robots first. As for the beasts of war, just wait a bit. Shen Yi thought for a moment and said. To produce 1.7 million Type 1 combat robots, 900,000 armed drones, and 800,000 Type 2 killing robots would cost a total of 129 million energy, 2.4 million units of iron, and 800,000 units of copper. If light is just energy, this resource is really nothing to Shen Yi. Sitting on more than 1.15 billion energy, now he has only used up a fraction of his energy. But the problem is that there are too few resources on his side. When he produced biological war beasts, his resources were almost exhausted. This wave can be said to have completely exhausted his resources. Of course, when he empties the medium-sized biological genetic research institute below, he will take out the resources of these 3,000 kilometers by the way. The resources under his hands will definitely fill up quickly. However, it takes time to accumulate. At least in a short period of time, he can only produce 3 million C-level robots and 1 million B-level robots. Of course, this number is already very scary. At least, it was enough for him to easily crush that military base. Take down the industrial area that was targeted before. After arranging the robot production tasks, Shen Yi also relaxed. There's nothing to worry about after that. All he needs to do now is to wait. Waiting for the mechanical army to complete production. At the same time, also wait for the following resources to be developed. When the resources of the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute below are completely mined and transformed into biological war beasts, Shen Yi will start to attack the industrial area he had been eyeing before. As long as you can get the superalloys and hemin alloys how to make them, then his development speed will definitely enter a faster road. Moreover, the benefits of that industrial zone are not just that. Those mechanical devices might also benefit him a lot. You must know that as long as there are finished mechanical creations and mechanical technology research laboratories, they can also analyze and obtain progress. Once the 3-type robot is developed, the level of the robot under his hand is completed. It will definitely be raised a grade, and it will be directly upgraded to the A-level level. However, Shen Yi was not idle during the waiting time. He began to study the introduction of the S-class monsters displayed on the radar. Although there are not many things that radar can detect. However, the basic situation of the other party can still be roughly understood. Just like the Black Eclipse Dragon at that time. For the rest of the time, Shen Yi kept the cycle of eating, studying monster strength, eating, studying monster strength, and sleeping. The most powerful aspect of these biological beasts is their strange abilities. It is like saying that the king bat can fly at a speed of up to Mach 30. It can also carry out low-frequency attacks through infrasound waves, shattering the internal organs of the opponent. This kind of ability is almost impossible to guard against, and it is simply suitable to deal with those Iron Kings with hard shells. If on the battlefield, the Sonic King Bat meets the iron-clad hammer-tailed dragon, it will be a one-sided battle. The armored hammer-tailed dragon is proud of its defense. It is completely vulnerable in front of the Sonic King Bat. There is also the Black Eclipse Dragon, which can make creatures go crazy and attack the surrounding creatures crazily. It is also very abnormal. If you are caught off guard without any precautions, it will definitely roll over directly. With Black Eclipse Dragon's current level, even S-rank monsters can play a role. Who can guarantee that monsters of this level and similar abilities will not appear on the opposite side? Therefore, in order to make their losses smaller, so as not to capsize in the gutter, his move was very necessary. Not only S-level monsters, but even A-level monsters and B-level monsters, he also studied them. It's to minimize the chance of rolling over. This time, it took 2 days to develop the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute. This medium-sized Biological Research Institute is indeed larger than Shen Yi expected. Not only the area on the ground is comparable to that of several small Biological Genetic Research Institutes. Its underground area is the real terror. That is literally a small city dug up hundreds of meters underground. Moreover, all the facilities in this city are for the study of biological beasts. The place where those researchers live is not underground. There is even a complete test site here, made of an A-grade material called trellite. It can easily withstand the attacks of A-level war beasts without being damaged. It is a very strong material. And it also has the automatic recovery function of memory metal. Although it is not used today, this higher grade A-grade metal really makes Shen Yi a little happy. Shen Ling, how much is the total harvest this time? Shen Yi asked with anticipation. Master, this time I harvested 145 million units of iron, 122 million units of copper, 10,200 units of psionic crystals, 17.13 million units of super alloys, 8.72 million units of semen alloys, and 2.27 million units of trellite alloys. Shen Ling replied. Sure enough, plundering is the fastest way to get resources. Slowly develop until when? Shen Yi couldn't help sighing. A mere medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute made him immediately rich. What amazing materials will the large Biological Genetic Research Institute give him? Moreover, there are a total of 36 medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institutes in the Federation, and what he is mining now is only one of them. plus those biological genetic research institutes that exist over there in the Alliance. On this planet, there are still huge treasures waiting for him to take over. Once he has taken over all the resources on this planet, his strength will definitely expand to a very terrifying level. It is definitely an easy thing to surpass the civilization of this planet. Now that the resources are in place, it's time to expand the army again. There was a trace of heat in Shen Yi's eyes. Now that I have money under my hands, it is natural to produce the best soldiers. Shen Ling produced 1,500 Black Eclipse dragons, Iron Armored Hammertail dragons and Sonic King bats each. Shen Yi stroked his hands. This is definitely the biggest resource he has spent. Terrifying enough to overwhelm all the other players. Yes, Master. 9. Shen Ling responded. The deduction option flashed before Shen Yi's eyes. 450 million energy, 135 million units of iron, 45 million units of copper, 36 million units of psionic crystals, 13.5 million units of B-grade materials, 6.75 million units of heman alloys, 1,500 Black Eclipse dragons, 1,500 Iron Armored Hammer-tailed dragons, 1,500 Sonic King bats entered the production queue. This amount of resources was deducted. Even Shen Yi was a little scared. Energy is a trivial matter. His previous energy even exceeded 1 billion. Don't care about the mere 4 or 5 billion expenditures. What really made his eyelids jump wildly was the rapid depletion of iron resources. This special consumption is really too much. It is precisely because of insufficient iron resources that he can only produce 4,500 biological war beasts. Otherwise, this number can be much more. However, when this industrial zone is captured, the scarcity of mineral resources can be alleviated a little. Shen Yi set his sights on the radar map, where a special marked industrial area has been made. This is not just one of the largest industrial areas in the Federation. At the same time, it is also one of the largest mining areas in the Federation. It contains a lot of iron and copper resources, and the total output value is no less than tens of billions of units. Even, there are many aluminum ore and tungsten ore, about several billion units. And the psionic crystals are relatively few, only 1 billion. Of course, I want to dig out all these deeply buried ores. The time required is definitely not a little bit. Even Shen Yi now has a C-class Type 2 engineering robot. However, it will take at least decades before we can confidently hollow out this place. This is why, Shen Yi would say that looting is the fastest way to get resources. Just a medium-sized biological genetic research institute is enough to be worth the mine he has dug for several years. Of course, if there is a higher level of robot mining in the future, this time can definitely be shortened by 0. However, it will still be a number that Shen Yi cannot accept. Therefore, this can only be done by slowly digging in the back and doing a long-lasting work. The main method of entry in the early stage is to solve the threats one by one. Take down those biogenetic institutes. In fact, the radar has reached the point where it is not difficult for him to find the Institute of Biological Gene. Go directly to the place where the powerful monsters gather, and you can find it directly. These monsters seem to still have some personalities from before they got out of control. They don't leave their usual places. For example, they often stayed at military bases before, so they would regard military bases as their own territory. Even if the center is occupied by more powerful monsters, they will still choose the closest place to stay. This is also the conclusion Shen Yi came to after 2 days of observation. At least within these 30,000 kilometers, this is basically the case. Therefore, he only needs to clean up the monsters one by one, and it is easy to find the location of those biological genetic research institutes and military bases. Watching the biological beasts enter the production queue, Shen Yi also relaxed. The next step is to wait for the production of war beasts to be completed, and then go to solve the industrial area. 35. How can this be defeated from the crushing at all levels? He leaned back comfortably on the chair, his eyes full of relief. Now, he has finally escaped from the weak stage. If the biological war beasts are all produced, by then, his subordinates will have 4,650 A+ level biological war beasts, 1 million B-level Type 2 killing robots, 2 million C-level Type 1 combat robots and 1 million C-level armed drones. What a terrifying number these are. Even if the entire Earth's army is added together, it is not enough to fight. At this moment, Shen Ling's voice suddenly sounded. Master, when I just searched the battlefield, I found 3 blueprints, may I ask if you can get them back? Shen Yi sat up straight. His eyes flashed. What? Blueprint. Take it back. This is so special. Finally, there is a blueprint to give back. From the beginning to the present, he has killed at least hundreds of millions of monsters, and as a result, only 4 blueprints have been exploded. The drop probability of this blueprint is outrageous. If not, so many players are also helping him collect. He just wanted to get together the progress of the Mechanical Technology Research Laboratory, but he didn't even know that the year of the monkey was coming. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. After a while, an armed drone flew back to the helicarrier with 3 blueprints. After a series of disinfection and sterilization to ensure that the blueprint is harmless, these 3 blueprints were sent to Shen Yi. These 3 blueprints are the C-level blueprint anti-gravity engine, made robot, and the B-level blueprint ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail gun. Anti-gravity engine. Grade rating. Grade C. Capacity. The flight speed of the loading unit can be greatly increased, and the planet's gravity can be used for ultra-high-speed starting, with a maximum increase of Mach 3. Consumption. 300 energy points are consumed every day. Production requirements. 3,000 units of iron, 2,200 units of copper, 500 units of psionic crystals, 5,000 energy points. Made robot. Grade rating. Grade C. Ability. Possess a certain level of intelligence, master all housework skills, and at the same time can arbitrarily fabricate appearance and clothing. It is your best companion at home. Consumption. 300 energy points are consumed every day. Crafting requirements. 2,000 units of iron, 1,200 units of copper, 300 units of psionic crystals, 3,000 energy points. Ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun. Grade rating. Grade B. Ability. The exclusive blueprint of the air carrier can be assembled at the position of the main gun of the air carrier. The first-class air carrier can be equipped with up to 6 guns, which can accurately hit the enemy 500 kilometers away, and the rate of fire is 3s shot. Consumption. 3,000 energy points are consumed every day. Production requirements. 50,000 units of iron, 20,000 units of copper, 12,000 units of psionic crystals, 5,000 units of any grade C material, 2,800 units of any grade B material. Among them, the anti-gravity engine and the ultra-long-range railgun are all things that can act on the air carrier. Moreover, just the ability to increase the base is already very abnormal. This is not even counting the ability that has been increased by the Hundredfold enhancement system. If it is increased a little by the Hundredfold strengthening system, it is simply against the sky. As for the anti-gravity engine mounted on other mechanical equipment, then Shen Yi felt that it was unnecessary. After all, these robots under his command are not worthy of it. A mere group of basic level E-level and D-level robots equipped with a basic level C-level anti-gravity engine. He is crazy to do this. However, this made robot, EMMMM. He has no other meaning, but is simply interested in the function of this fabricated appearance. Moreover, always alone, one will fall into autism sooner or later. He also really needs a person, or something that looks like a person, to communicate with him more. He doesn't lack this resource anyway, although these 3 blueprints are not particularly abnormal. However, it was enough to raise his strength a bit. In particular, the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun of the B-level makes up for the deficiency of the current attack of the air carrier. However, let's upgrade the level of the helicarrier first than these. Previously it was due to the lack of resources on hand. Therefore, he has not upgraded the level of the air carrier. Now that he has enough money on hand, the materials needed to upgrade the air carrier are naturally not worth mentioning. Shen Ling, upgrade the sky carrier. Shen Yi said. Yes, Master. As Shen Ling's voice fell, a prompt flashed in front of Shen Yi's eyes. 10 million units of iron, 8 million units of copper, 800,000 units of psionic crystals, 1 million units of any C-level metal materials, and 100,000 units of any B-level metal materials have been successfully deducted, and the helicarrier upgrade begins. 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Now this resource is really nothing to Shen Yi. Of course, these resources have almost drained his last resources. To produce 4,500 B-rank war beasts is a big burden even for him. Of course, it's all worth it. After all, the upgrade of the air carrier means that his safety factor will be greatly improved. The helicarrier takes a full 5 hours. Fortunately, Shen Yi doesn't have much else right now, just more time. He continued to devote himself to researching the abilities of those monsters to avoid the possibility of overturning to the greatest extent possible. 5 hours passed in a flash, but Shen Yi didn't feel it was too long. Shen Ling's voice resounded in Shen Yi's ears. Master, please sit down on the roll. The helicarrier is about to be upgraded to 3.699. Shen Yi, who was researching the monster information, suddenly moved in his heart and sat down in his seat. Is it all right? I don't know what a second-level air carrier will look like. There was hope in his eyes. If nothing else, the defense of the second-level air carrier can already resist the attack of the A-level. Coupled with the automatic defense system of the Holy Shield, and the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun that fires every 3 seconds. Even a group of A-rank monsters would never get close. After Shen Yi fixed himself on the seat, the air carrier also landed from a height of 10,000 meters. The upgrade is an overall upgrade of the entire ship, and naturally it cannot be carried out in the sky. Otherwise, I am afraid that the plane will crash directly. That's a lot of fun. At the moment when the sky carrier landed, the metal on the outside of the sky carrier suddenly surged up as if it had come to life. The sky carrier, which was originally huge, once again grew wildly towards its surroundings. Although the overall shape has not changed much. However, the size of the air carrier is several times larger than before. The Sacred Shield automatic defense system originally on the small discs on both sides of the rear of the air carrier. It seems even more insignificant. If you don't look carefully, you can't even see the traces of its existence. Soon, the upgrades were all over, and Shen Ling's voice also rang. Master, the air carrier has been upgraded. The next moment, before Shen Yi could greet him, the current data panel of the air carrier appeared in front of Shen Yi. Helicarrier. Current level. Level 2. Current facilities. Top radar, top machinery factory, top. Primary strategic weapons research center. Spaceship defense factor. A grade. Current energy. 671.2 million points. Current consumption. 30,000 points per day. Upgrade requirements. 50 million units of iron, 30 million units of copper, 12 million units of psionic crystals, 3 million units of any C-grade metal material, 800,000 units of any B-grade metal material, 300,000 units of any A-grade metal material, 300 million units point energy. Evaluation. The current maximum speed is Mach 10, the maximum flight altitude is 37,000 meters, and the information processing capability has been greatly improved. It can easily handle 100 million level unit operations within the radar range. Currently, it can be equipped with up to 12 main guns and 120 secondary guns. The next level air carrier upgrade requirements are so perverted. Looking at the demand at the bottom, Shen Yi couldn't help taking a deep breath. The other changes in the air carrier did not exceed his expectations. Moreover, there is no new functional cabin. However, the conditions for the upgrade requirements really startled him. This is too harsh. Tens of millions of people need resources, and hundreds of millions of people need energy. Who can resist this? If this is for ordinary players to accumulate slowly, I am afraid it will accumulate to the next life. Tisk, I thought I was rich, but I didn't expect that I was still poor. Shen Yi shook his head helplessly. However, he was able to raise the survival base to his level so quickly. He is the only one in the world. Today's second-level aerospace carrier, in terms of technical content, is no less than A-class technology. However, each of the equipment is in a vacant state, and it can only be regarded as a pseudo-A level. If it can be fully assembled, it will reach the top level. Then it can definitely reach or even surpass A level. And it will definitely be a nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield, and it can easily bring about a devastating effect. Shen Yi then opened the helicarrier's appearance data. In an instant, a behemoth with a length of more than 3,000 meters and a width of nearly 1,000 meters appeared in front of him. I have to say that the size of the sky carrier at the moment is really terrifying. That huge hull is already comparable to a small island. Just visually, there is a very strong sense of impact. Even those Sonic King bats and Black Eclipse dragons that were originally huge, nearly 100 meters. At this moment, they stopped on the air carrier, and they all looked small and exquisite. 15%. Chapter 58. Terrifying ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun. This size can be called a real air carrier. Shen Yi looked at the projection in front of him, and his heart was full of excitement. Today's air carrier is 3 times larger than before. However, its speed has not been weakened in the slightest, but has been enhanced to the terrifying speed of Mach 10. What is this concept? It means that the flying speed of today's air carrier is no less than that of A-class war beasts. However, what is the size of the A-level war beast, and what is the size of the air carrier? There is absolutely no comparison between the two. Moreover, the maximum flight altitude of the helicarrier today has reached an astonishing 37,000 meters. At this height, even many A-level war beasts cannot fly up. This means that Shen Yi can even come to the vicinity of the battlefield in the future to suppress the enemy from air to enemy. Of course, the biggest improvement this time is the position of the main and secondary guns of the air carrier. If 12 ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main guns are installed, coupled with the temporary number of 4 groups of Holy Shield automatic defense system, the helicarrier's firepower will reach a very terrifying level. In the face of a large number of enemies, give the opponent a saturated fire strike. In addition, the second biggest improvement is the processing speed of the main brain of the air carrier. It is not an easy task to deal with the battle data of 100 million level. At least, not even the most powerful computer on the planet can do that. This will make it easier for Shenling to command the battle. Although, Shenling did not have any tactical talent. But anyway, she can still use the firepower of the mechanical army to the extreme. Otherwise, if Shen Yi, who was just an ordinary person before, was in charge, he will only control a group of robots without brain A. That is bound to cause a lot of unnecessary losses. Shenling, how many supplies do we have? Shen Yi asked. Master, we currently have 571 million energy units, 3.14 million iron units, 74.15 million copper units, 57.12 million psionic crystal units, 3.87 million super alloy units, 1.17 million Heman alloy units, and 2.27 million units of trellite alloy. Shenling replied. After listening to Shenling's report, Shen Yi frowned slightly. Other materials are not too scarce, but the consumption of this iron is really scary. At this point, even Shen Yi had a headache. The consumption of iron is basically 2 to 3 times more than that of other materials. There were 100 million worth of iron before, but now there are only more than 3 million left. This is too poor. Forget it, let's leave it alone. Let's equip the anti-gravity engine, the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun, and the Holy Shield automatic defense system. Shen Yi shook his head, putting aside these distracting thoughts. To solve these problems, as long as the industrial zone is taken down, everything will be solved. If it doesn't work, then cut the leaks directly from the player. All in all, it wasn't a big deal for him. I believe that after 2 days of development, those players must have more money in their wallets. When he is free, he can cut a wave again, and he will be able to recover a little blood. Yes, Master, Shenling replied. Wait, let's have 10 made robots, it's not expensive anyway. I don't mean anything else, I just want to see how this made robot can reach the B-level level. Shen Yi touched his nose and said, although 10 made robots require a lot of resources, ordinary players can't even afford this exorbitant price. However, for him now, it can only be considered a fraction at best. The impact of wasting such a small amount of resources is not particularly large. Yes, Master, Shenling replied again. The next moment, the prompt to deduct resources flashed. An anti-gravity engine costs 3,000 units of iron, 2,200 units of copper, 500 units of psionic crystals, and 5,000 energy points, which is not particularly expensive. 10 made robots cost a little higher, with a total cost of 20,000 units of iron, 12,000 units of copper, 3,000 units of psionic crystals, and 30,000 energy points. However, this resource is not too expensive for Shen Yi. It can neither allow him to produce biological war beasts, nor allow the mechanical army to expand significantly. It is still necessary to produce 10 made robots. Moreover, the air carrier is so big today, do you still count on Shen Yi to clean it up? The 12 ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns at the back are slightly more expensive. In total, it cost him 600,000 units of iron, 240,000 units of copper, 144,000 units of psionic crystals, 60,000 units of superalloys, 33,600 units of Seaman alloys, and 360,000 energy points. As for the automatic defense system of the Holy Shield, although it also requires 507 sets. But after all, its own level is only D level, and the resources consumed are basically negligible. Half an hour later, the 4 items produced by Shen Yi were completed one after another. Shen Yi knew about the automatic defense system of the Holy Shield before. Therefore, he directly ignored it and focused on 3 items such as the anti-gravity engine. Anti-gravity engine. Ability. It has been greatly enhanced due to special reasons, which can greatly increase the flight speed of the loaded unit. The maximum increase can be Mach 20, and the speed of the loaded object can be accelerated to Mach 13, but the minimum loaded object cannot be lower than Class A, otherwise the load will not be able to withstand its power. Grade evaluation. A grade. Consumption. 450 energy points are consumed every day. Made robot. Ability. It has been greatly strengthened due to special reasons, has extremely high intelligence, almost no less than human, and has good learning ability. The effect is very amazing. Grade evaluation. A grade. Consumption. 450 energy points are consumed every day. Ultra long range electromagnetic rail main gun. The ability has been greatly enhanced due to special reasons. The longest precise firing range can reach 5,000 kilometers, it can easily penetrate S-level armor, and the maximum rate of fire is 3 rounds S. Grade evaluation. A+ grade. Consumption. 450 energy points are consumed every day. After being strengthened, whether it is an anti-gravity engine, a made robot, or the power of an ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun, all have seen a huge increase. Needless to say, the anti-gravity engine is a Mach 20 boost. That's a pretty terrifying speed for anything. You must know that even the A+ level Sonic King Bat and the Black Eclipse Dragon are only at speeds around Mach 30. Moreover, even more exaggerated is that momentary acceleration. Instant acceleration from 0 to Mach 13, what a heaven-defying thing this is. This means that after the anti-gravity engine is loaded, no matter what kind of bulky object, it will become extremely flexible. If it is equipped on an air carrier, it is no exaggeration to say that it is easy to do some aerial combat techniques such as Cobra maneuvers that can only be achieved by fighter jets. It's no wonder that A-level is required to carry this anti-gravity engine. If you are not A-level, your strength will not be able to withstand this terrifying speed. Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaimed. That's an instant acceleration from 0 to Mach 13. If it is described in terms of kilometers, it is an instant acceleration to 15,925 kilometers per hour, 4.423 kilometers per second. Think about what an exaggerated number it is, flying directly out to a place close to 4.5 kilometers in 1 second. As long as its own material is slightly weak, it will directly disintegrate at this terrifying speed. But fortunately, today's second-level air carrier has reached the level of A-class in terms of the hardness of the hull, fully capable of carrying the terrifying thrust of an anti-gravity engine. Now, what it lacks is only the means of attack. However, when the main guns and secondary guns are installed, the air carrier will not be a simple empty shell. Shen Yi then turned his attention to the made robot again. To be honest, the made robot is a bit scary after being strengthened. It even reached the amazing A-level, which is technically speaking. It has even surpassed the 5 generations of machines on the Earth. Even the most advanced 5th generation machine on Earth is AB+ at best, and it is still a long way from A-level. As a result, who would have thought that a mere made robot would have surpassed them? Therefore, Shen Yi is also very interested in this enhanced made robot. However, can a made robot that has reached A-level really only be able to clean? 995. Shen Yi touched his chin and mused. Logically, with the current level of intelligence of the made robot, it is even higher than Shen Ling. In addition, the learning ability acquired by self-strengthening. This means that they are fully capable of fighting. If everything is really feasible, they will even be able to fill the vacancy of the current A-level combat power. Of course, it all depends on the follow-up performance of the made robot. As for fabricating the appearance of these made robots, Shen Yi is more convenient. He directly imported all the made characters in the anime from his memory. What Ram, what dragon made Thor, Narbarl and so on in the Bone King were all re-engraved by him. It can be considered a fulfillment of the dream of the paper man wife he once had. With the end of Shen Yi's operation, a light flashed in the eyes of the 10 made robots at the same time. Then, one after another voice with different voice lines came from their mouths. RAM is activating. RAM is activated. I have seen the master. RAM is activating. RAM has been activated. I have seen the master. Thor is active. Thor 35 feet. 10 made robots kneeled in front of Shen Yi respectfully. The scene was turbulent, with waves rising one after another. Shen Yi felt like his eyes were about to be blinded. Cough, get up. He made a fist with one hand, coughed twice before covering his mouth, and then said, introduce information about your current maximum strength and speed, It's up to you. Shen Yi pointed to the first rem he pinched out. Maybe he had some charming thoughts about these maid robots before. However, after seeing their current rank, his thoughts changed. If it can really match his guess, these maid robots may have impressive abilities. Yes, Master. The maid robot, whose appearance was made into rem, said, Master, my current maximum speed can reach Mach 12, and the maximum strength can reach 3,000 tons. At the same time, I can share experience, intelligence, and even computing power with other maid robots. Learn and grow to the greatest extent, become better, and serve you better. A gleam of light flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. 3,000. This is so terrifying. You tell me this Super Barbie is a maid robot. If this is converted into kilograms, it is 3 million kilograms. This power is enough to tear apart A-rank monsters. No, it may be a bit reluctant to tear apart the A-level monsters. After all, they are both A-level, so the opponent may not be weaker than the maid robot. Moreover, the size of the maid robot is also very disadvantageous compared to A-level monsters. However, if the number of maid robots increases, then dealing with A-rank is absolutely the same as playing. This monster is used as a maid, it is completely subservient. There was a hint of amazement in Shen Yi's eyes. This maid robot is really powerful. Moreover, there is also the ability to share experience, intelligence, and even computing power. This means that their growth will be the growth of the whole. Moreover, it means that there are countless clones accumulating experience and helping them grow. This will allow them to grow into excellent fighters very quickly. Even if you add a maid robot in the future, you can also let the other party grow up quickly through sharing. What kind of maid is this? This is clearly a terrifying army. As if thinking of something, Shen Yi hurriedly asked, By the way, Shen Ling, can the anti-gravity engine and the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun be installed on the maid robot? This idea was inspired by the ship's mother. Aren't these maid robots just like the existence of a ship girl? The same steel body, the same mechanical life. The only difference is that it lacks a powerful engine and ship equipment. Wait a minute, Master. 35. Shen Ling replied. Shen Ling did not answer this question, but quickly calculated the feasibility. Now there are physical maid robots, anti-gravity engines, and ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail guns. It is actually not difficult to calculate this feasibility. And if the combination is really successful, this will undoubtedly be a very powerful unit. Even more suitable for Shen Yi than the biological beast. After all, in addition to the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun, whether it is a maid robot or an anti-gravity engine, all of them can be made directly with only iron, copper, psionic crystals, and energy. After a while, the calculation results came out. Master, the idea you mentioned is feasible. With the material of the current maid robot, it is fully enough to withstand the burden of the anti-gravity engine and the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun. However, the maid robot can only bear the burden of an ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun. Shen Ling replied. Shen Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Man, it really works. Combined, it can't be A+ level combat power. Moreover, compared to the huge target of the biological beast, the height of a maid robot, which is not an ordinary girl, is very small. Coupled with the equipped ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun, they can perform some precise assassination missions. Go and kill those A-rank and even S-rank monsters. You must know that the density of monsters around those military bases is far from comparable to other places. In addition, the distance between each other's bases is not too far, and the density of monsters is even more terrifying. Once caused some slightly bigger movement, it is likely to directly alert several military bases, and then cause a huge counterattack. That consequence is not acceptable to Shen Yi. However, if these maid robots equipped with anti-gravity engines and ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main guns enter, then the situation is completely different. Their size is too small, and they are very concealed. It is very easy to get into the encirclement of those monsters and get close to those S-rank monsters. With the power of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun, there is even a high probability of killing those S-level monsters. Even if it is 1 exchange for 1 or even 10 for 1, as long as the S-rank monsters can be dealt with, Shen Yi feels that it is very worthwhile. As long as those S-rank monsters are dealt with, he still kills the rest. And, with these maid robots, the number of ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns on the air carrier is no longer a limit. Shen Yi's eyes flickered, and the power of the robot maid made him think of more. It's not just a housemaid anymore. It should belong to the battle maid. This wave is simply bloody. Shen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Given the size of the made robot, even if today's air carrier can accommodate 3,000 of them, it is a matter of ease. Just imagine, what kind of terrifying scene would it be when 3,000 made robots fire at the same time with ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main guns? I am afraid that even S-rank monsters will be instantly torn into pieces by the terrifying barrage. Of course, Shen Yi has no idea how strong the S-class monster is. After all, I have never played against each other in person, just judging from the pale paper data. Can't see anything at all. Just like a missile before it explodes, no one knows whether it is a nuclear warhead or an ordinary missile head. It's a pity that there are too few resources now, and there is no chance to expand for the time being. Shen Yi clicked his tongue twice and sighed. No way, the price of this made robot plus the anti-gravity engine and the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun. Even higher than the biological beast. For the time being, Shen Yi is not capable of mass production. Only 10 of them can be produced to test the water. Moreover, he also needs to see what kind of power these made robots, which have been transformed into battle maids, can exert on the battlefield. Shen Ling is producing 10 anti-gravity engines and ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns to equip the made robot. Shen Yi ordered. After that, attacking the military base near the factory area is a good opportunity. Although there are no S-class monsters there. But there are quite a few A-level monsters, enough for these made robots to show their hands and feet. Yes, Master, Shen Ling replied respectfully. The next moment, 10 anti-gravity engines and ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns entered the production queue. After dealing with these things, Shen Yi didn't pay attention to the made robot anymore. Instead, focus on the current helicarrier's attribute panel. Helicarrier, current level, level 2. Current armor, A-level, can resist A-level fire attacks. Current firepower equipment, 12 ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main guns, 6 groups of Sacred Shield automatic defense systems including 24 45mm automatic guns and 96 20mm automatic cannons. Current defense equipment, none. Current engine equipment, nuclear power engine, anti-gravity engine, the maximum speed can reach Mach 20, and it can be accelerated to Mach 12 instantly. Today, it is equipped with an A-level anti-gravity engine, 12 A+ level ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main guns, and 4 sets of B-level Aegis automatic defense systems. The level of all aspects of the helicarrier actually surpassed most of the A levels. Even in terms of firepower, it has surpassed many A+ levels. However, there should be a considerable distance from the real S-class. After all, the current air carrier is not particularly good in terms of armor level or engine. In particular, the 120 secondary guns, equipped with only the B-level automatic defense system of the Holy Shield, were indeed a little overwhelmed. But unfortunately, he has nothing to replace for the time being. So, it can only be used for a while. It seems that we need to find defensive equipment and secondary artillery, and I don't know if we can find it on this planet. Shen Yi touched his chin and pondered. However, he felt that this possibility should be unlikely. Because the planet under our feet is mainly developing biological civilization. The level of mechanical civilization development cannot be too strong. After all, there are only so many resources in a planet, even if the area of this planet is 5 times that of the Earth. It is definitely not enough for a civilization to take 2 development paths at the same time. Of course, this is not absolute, there may be a route to develop mechanical technology. Next, let's test the power of this ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun. There was a hint of anticipation in Shen Yi's eyes. This can be regarded as his most powerful mechanical weapon today. His understanding of the electromagnetic railgun is only limited to the picture of the beautiful country's warship hitting Hercules in the movie Transformers. As for the power of the electromagnetic railgun in reality, he didn't particularly understand it. Moreover, as an A+ grade weapon, the power of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic railgun is obviously stronger than the electromagnetic railgun in the movie. After all, this is infinitely close to the level of the pinnacle weapon of planetary civilization. Shen Ling, select the nearest A-level target and experiment with the power of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun. 55. Shen Yi gave the order. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded with a sound, and then the map in front of Shen Yi quickly drew closer. The recent A-level monsters were quickly picked out. That is about 5,000 kilometers away from the air carrier. Looking at the terrain below, it should be a medium-sized biological genetic research institute. It's just that the scale is not as good as the one he developed before. The number of A-level monsters is only 40 or 50, and there are only 3 types. Obviously, the other side of this medium-sized biological genetic research institute. I am afraid that among the 30 or so intermediate biological genetic research institutes in the Federation, it is also at the bottom of the existence. Of course, Shen Yi naturally wouldn't be picky. The previous medium-sized biological genetic research institute directly let him complete 27% of the progress. That is to say, he only needs to find 4 medium-sized biological genetic research institutes of the same size, and he can unlock the Advanced Biological Genetic Research Laboratory and manufacture A-level biological war beasts. If there is no accident, after the A-level biological beasts are strengthened, they will be S-level existences. In this way, even on this planet, he can definitely walk sideways, and even those so-called military regions can easily push horizontally. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter monsters that exceed S-class. Because the precise range of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun is 5,000 kilometers. Therefore, the air carrier has not moved too far, and has already brought the opponent into the range. A distance of 5,000 kilometers, even for A-level monsters, is definitely not a short distance. It will take at least 10 or 20 minutes to get there. However, this is within the precise range of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun. One can imagine how terrifying this A+ level ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun is. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the 2 small discs of the air carrier, a main gun with a technological atmosphere rose up. There are 6 doors on one side, just 12 doors, neatly arranged on both sides of the disc. The base of these ultra-long-range electromagnetic railguns is a hexagonal box. The muzzle is not the circular closed barrel of a conventional barrel. Instead, it is hollowed out in the middle, and 2 electromagnetic reactors are wrapped in the triangular iron sheets on both sides. The 2 charged electromagnetic reactors provide terrifying power for the shells. Theoretically speaking, after the projectiles of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun are fired, the speed will reach a terrifying level. However, Shen Yi was still curious as to how the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun would be able to make accurate hits at a distance of 5,000 kilometers. You know, that's 5,000 kilometers. Even a Sonic King Bat with a speed of up to Mach 30 would take at least 7.5 minutes to arrive. After such a long time, the enemy is not dead, he has long since disappeared. And just when Shen Yi was curious, the main brain of the air carrier also started to run at high speed. Shen Yi could clearly see that red boxes appeared on the bodies of the A-rank monsters. Obviously, this has been locked by the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun. You actually want to attack more than 30 animals at once. Is this possible? Shen Yi was a little shocked. The distance of 5,000 kilometers is really too far. Even a circle of the Earth is only 40,000 kilometers, which is equivalent to attacking the enemy across half the distance of the Earth. It's too exaggerated. At this moment, the 12 ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns moved. Hum hum. Blue light began to fill the muzzle. The next moment, countless blue arcs spewed out. See. A series of blue streamers cut through the sky and quickly disappeared within the range of vision. Almost in an instant, Shen Yi lost track of the cannonball before his eyes. Fast. What Mach speed is this shell? A look of surprise appeared on Shen Yi's face. How does he feel that the Sonic King Bat can fly faster than before? At least the Sonic King Bat couldn't disappear from his sight in an instant. Master, the shell speed of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun is as high as Mach 100, but if you want to hit accurately, you need to make predictions in advance, which requires the computing level of the aerospace carrier to be high enough. At least a second-level carrier is required to meet the operational requirements. Shen Ling answered Shen Yi's doubts. 100 Mach. The terrifying numbers made Shen Yi feel a tingling in his scalp. That's 100 times the speed of sound, which means 34,000 meters per second. He couldn't imagine the speed. This means that in less than 3 minutes at most, the shells of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun can directly span a distance of 5,000 kilometers. It really deserves to be an A+ rank weapon. I am afraid it is not inferior to those super weapons. Shen Yi pulled the map higher. At this moment, in front of his eyes, blue rays of light are rapidly flying towards the target location. The position where the shells locked was where those A-level monsters might appear 3 minutes later. However, he still thought it was a little weird. Is it a superpower to predict the reaction of others for nearly 3 minutes? There is so much you can do in 3 minutes. Especially for these A-rank monsters, that's even more so. After all, their moving speed is very amazing, and the distance of thousands of meters has passed in an instant. Everything will be known in 3 minutes. Shen Yi's eyes were fixed on the light that kept getting closer in front of him. That it was the shells fired by the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun, no more, no less. One A-level monster gave 3,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The cannonball is getting closer and closer to where the monster is. The A-level monsters locked by the shells had even vaguely sensed something and raised their heads restlessly. It's just that the attack from 1,000 kilometers away is too far away. They didn't know what was going on at all, and could only raise their heads and roar in the direction of the projectile. 800 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 300 kilometers. When the distance was reduced to 300 kilometers, those A-level monsters could already see the blue streamer in the distance. That dazzling light like a meteor directly pierced the sky and tore apart the clouds. With the momentum of Wan Jun, it flew towards them. If these A-level monsters are controlled, they will definitely make evasive moves. However, they are just a group of beasts with great power at the moment. In the face of threats, as long as they are not afraid of them, they will only attack. Maybe all this is in the calculation of the air carrier. After the 30 or so A-level monsters let out a roar, they all rushed towards the shells to greet 873. And this is where mechanical technology differs from biotechnology. Although it is difficult to find out the abilities of the beasts produced by biotechnology. However, how big the gap between their strengths is, it is really clear at a glance. The missile is different. Before it explodes, who knows how terrifying the power of the missile is. Therefore, these monsters simply do not know how powerful the missiles are. Of course, if it was controlled by someone, it would definitely not hit it directly. The distance of 100 kilometers, for the shells fired by the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun, is only a matter of 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the two sides collided fiercely. CCCC. No explosion screen is generated. Even, the blue streamer that these shells turned into seemed to have not been hindered in the slightest. Instantly passed through the bodies of those monsters, causing blood mists to bloom in the sky. More than 30 A-level monsters with broken bodies, with incredible colors in their eyes, fell to the ground along with their other broken pieces of flesh. Obviously, as an A-level monster, it can easily destroy the existence of a modern metropolis. However, under the shells of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun, it seemed like a piece of paper. Hey, this power is too terrifying. Shen Yi's scalp felt numb. The power of this ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun is really beyond his imagination. He still underestimated what it meant by being able to penetrate S-class armor in the introduction. This power will definitely be sunk directly even if the current air carrier is hit by one shot. Even the Tier 3 helicarriers can't please. And the shells that ripped apart the A-level monsters did not stop directly after hitting the target. But after flying for hundreds of kilometers again, it flew obliquely into the ground. But Rao is like this, still plowing out the ground full of hot lava, a deep pit that is dozens of kilometers long. It is conceivable that, in fact, it is not that the shells can only hit 5,000 kilometers. But the precise range of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun can only hit 5,000 kilometers. If you don't care about accurate hits, I am afraid that flying 7 to 8,000 or even 10,000 kilometers is an easy task for the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun. Otherwise, it would be too sorry for its ultra-long-range title. If 3,000 ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns are fired at the same time, what kind of scene would it be? I'm afraid even any S-rank monster will be torn apart in an instant. Shen Yi's eyes flickered, and his heart was full of excitement. Of course, he has not really seen the strength of the S-rank monster, and he cannot determine the ability of the opponent. However, just from between S-rank and A-rank, there is still one more A+. Shen Yi will never underestimate each other. The S-class was probably more terrifying than he thought. Even some special abilities of those monsters will make them even more terrifying. Of course, no matter what, he is not powerless to fight back against S-rank monsters now. At least, he also has the ability to threaten S-class monsters. Right, Shen Ling. If it's a maid droid with an ultra-long-range electromagnetic railgun, isn't that a bit too big? Can they get it? Shen Yi asked the question that he was a little worried about. He has seen the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun. The fort alone is already close to more than 20 meters, and the barrel is more than 40 meters. With such a huge size, I am afraid that even if the made robot is strong, it is not easy to handle. Oh, by the way, there is also an anti-gravity engine, which should not be small, right? Shen Yi showed a hint of solemnity. If the made robot was to give up the size of the humanoid, it would be a bit unworthy. After all, the advantage of made robots is that they are small and less likely to be discovered. Please rest assured, Master, the anti-gravity engine technology and ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun technology you have mastered are at the peak level, and it is not difficult to reduce the size. 35. The reduction of the anti-gravity engine will not be affected. As for the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun, without affecting the power, it only needs to reduce the precise range to 500 kilometers, and then it can be reduced to a size suitable for made robots. Shen Ling replied. 500 kilometers. That's enough. Shen Yi raised his eyebrows. This can already span the distance of a province. I believe that with the size of the made robot, it is still very simple to touch the S-class monster for 500 kilometers. At that time, let alone 1 for 1 or 3 for 1, even if it is 10 for 1, he will earn blood. After all, the made robot is equipped with an A-class anti-gravity engine and an A-plus class ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun. It's just A-plus grade, far from S grade. From the previous scene of A-plus level biological war beasts dealing with A-level monsters, it was completely one-sided. It is enough to see how big the gap between technology levels is. S level can definitely easily hang a group of A-plus levels. If you can use 10 A-plus rank troops to exchange for an S-rank monster, it will definitely be a bloody profit. Of course, if he had S-rank troops under his own hands, then the situation would be another matter. However, the S-class arms are not so easy to get. It requires a biological beast or robot with a basic level of A-level to obtain it through the Hundredfold enhancement system. But want to get A-level biological beasts or robots? Then, he must push the progress of the Intermediate Biological Gene Research Institute to the full, or obtain A-level blueprints. But whether it is to fill the progress of the Intermediate Biological Genetic Research Institute, or to obtain the robot blueprint of the A-level combat type, it is not so easy to obtain. One needs to sweep those medium-sized biological research institutes, and the other needs to look at the face to brush. Which doesn't take too long to accumulate. But what Shen Yi lacks right now is time. He didn't know when the monsters that surpassed the S rank suddenly appeared. Today, he only barely has the ability to compete with S-rank monsters, if he really encounters monsters that surpass S-rank. He didn't say that he was directly killed by the other party. But it will definitely be beaten back to before liberation by a wave. It's time. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his gaze to the map in front of him, and pondered slightly. Next, he should also do something to the military base next to the industrial area. Otherwise, his army of more than 4 million would not be able to support him at all. The amount of energy consumed every day is a huge astronomical figure. If it is not possible to enter the standby state and reduce energy consumption, Shen Yi will go bankrupt in just one day. 15%. Chapter 59. Fighting the Maid's Power, Trading Again. 3 hours later, 4 million troops began to assemble. Currently, Shen Yi has 3 million C-level robots, 1 million B-level robots, 10 transformed battle maids, and 4,650 A-plus level biological beasts. Plus the already heavily armed helicourier. This is undoubtedly a very terrifying force. Even tying up all the armies on Earth, it's not enough to compete with such an army. On the sky carrier, Shen Yi sat on the large captain's chair in the command room, watching the rolling steel torrent below, and the monstrous 100-meter giant beast in front of him. His chest was full of pride. Full of pride. This is the army under his hands. Look ahead, where the industrial zone is located. As long as the industrial area and the mining area are taken down and the mines are continuously provided for me, my army can expand several times. There was a trace of heat in Shen Yi's eyes. At that point, I am afraid that even S-rank monsters will definitely not be able to withstand such a torrent. Even if there is a huge gap between S-rank and S-rank. But he used a pile of A-plus level biological war beasts and battle maids to pile it up, wouldn't he still not kill the opponent? Anyway, as long as you can deal with those S-rank monsters, it's all worth it. After all, killing one of these S-rank monsters is non-renewable. And his robot, as long as the resources are sufficient, can pull out an army at any time. At this time, Shen Ling's voice suddenly sounded. Master, how many robots do we need to leave behind to guard the Type 1 multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle? Hearing this, Shen Yi frowned slightly, as if he really forgot to think about this matter. A type of multi-purpose energy harvesting vehicle has no defensive capabilities. If he was rushed in by some monsters when he was not there, he would have no power to fight back. Then leave 500,000 C-level robots, 200,000 B-level robots, and 150 A+ level biological beasts. Such power should be enough, Shen Yi said after thinking for a while. Fortunately, he has only 3,000 kilometers of land for a multi-purpose energy harvesting vehicle. Otherwise, if the area were larger, he would have to leave more robot guards behind. However, when the 700,000 troops dispersed to the 3,000-kilometer border line, the distribution was actually very complete, and they could only be formed into a situation of several military districts, each of which would support each other. Fortunately, there is a top-level radar, and he can see the wind and grass within 30,000 kilometers at a glance. Yes, Master, Shen Ling respectfully responded. As for the next step, it's 13,000 kilometers away. This is not a short-distance battle. 99. Shen Yi raised his hand and waved, and the map in front of him suddenly stretched upwards. A road map extending from the current location to the industrial area was presented in front of his eyes. The location of this mining area is not very close to the border. This is good news, at least there is no need to worry about alarming S-class monsters. Even if the other party is arrogant, it is impossible to perceive things 7 or 8,000 kilometers away. The only trouble is that the place is close to the state capital. There is also a small military base nearby. There are more than 200 A-level monsters, 3,000 B-level monsters, and 100,000 B-level monsters or less. I don't know if they will be disturbed when they attack. Of course, even if he was really alarmed, Shen Yi wasn't afraid. At best, he has paid some price, but the opponent will turn into energy and enhance his strength. Shen Ling, plan the optimal route, we can't give up what's on the road, Shen Yi said. Along the way, he passed through several small biological genetic research institutes. Although he doesn't pay much attention to those resources now. But it's better than nothing, and it can still add some resources to him. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded, and in the next moment, each target point was selected. The goal along the way, there are a total of 3 small biological genetic research institutes and 2 monster gathering points that do not know what they are. But from the map, it should be some more important facilities. Master, this is the current optimal route, which can ensure that the army can make up for the energy consumption problem as much as possible. Shen Ling replied. Well done. Shen Yi sighed in admiration and nodded slightly. After having Shen Ling, it really made him feel a lot easier. In the future, it is also time to stare at the technology of artificial intelligence and update Shen Ling. The B-level artificial intelligence is still a bit worse than his current overall technology. Didn't you see that even the made robots are already A-level? With strong learning ability, that is the mark of A-level. If Shen Ling learns the tactical layout, his mechanical army will definitely be more terrifying in the future. And at this moment, the army of more than 3 million is also turbulent at this time. 1,500 A-plus class ironclad hammer-tailed dragons-like tanks opened the way in front, and behind them were a full 1.7 million C-class Type 1 combat robots. In the rear, is the rear of the 800,000 level B-type killing robot. Above the army are densely distributed 800,000 C-class armed drones. The air carrier is located in the center at an altitude of 10,000 meters directly above the army, and moves with the army. 3,000 A-plus grade Sonic King bats and Black Eclipse dragons surround the air carrier, vigilantly guarding the surroundings to prevent all threats from approaching. This is the power currently possessed by Shen Yi, terrifying to the point of heinous. Such a formidable army, once fired, will surely fall apart. During the time when the army was on their way, Shen Yi was not idle, but called the battle maid who had been transformed. After the transformation of the 10 battle maids, they now have extremely strong combat effectiveness. You must know that after the system is strengthened, it has reached the A+ level of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun, but it has a terrifying rate of fire of up to 3 rounds s. This also means that if it is launched at the limit, it can even launch 180 shells in 1 minute. Although the rate of fire is not particularly fast. But that also depends on the power of the projectile, which is a projectile that can threaten the S rank. coupled with the terrifying flying speed of the cannonball, if you get close enough. I'm afraid there won't even be a chance to react. In your case, go and deal with those A-rank monsters first. Let me see your abilities. Shen Ling looked at the familiar anime characters in front of him and said with great interest. However, compared to before, at this moment, on their backs, there was an extra long-range electromagnetic rail main gun that was reduced to about 2 meters. Just like a uniquely shaped firearm. Yes, master. The 10 people bowed and saluted at the same time, their faces full of respect. Compared to Shen Ling, their level has reached a level, and their intelligence even surpasses that of human beings. Go, don't let me down. Shen Yi smiled and waved his hand. After the 10 battle maids saluted again, they all walked towards the door. A moment later, the side hatch of the sky carrier opened, and 10 battle maids jumped down directly, and then volleyed into the air. With anti-gravity engines, they completely ignored gravity and floated freely in the sky. This way of flying is undoubtedly more concealed, and the possibility of being discovered is very small. This is the killer weapon for dealing with S-rank monsters in the future. Seeing the back of the battle maid go away, Shen Yi sighed. Who would have thought that the maid robot that broke out this time could still have such a use? If it were an ordinary maid robot, it would definitely not be possible. Even if they were as high as C rank before, they were still housework robots at best. But after 100 times the increase in the strengthening system, it gave them a whole new way of playing. Of course, the anti-gravity engine and the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun are indispensable. Shen Yi locked the radar on the 10 battle maids. At this moment, they were wearing maid costumes and flying at high speed in the air with a heavy gun on their backs. Makes Shen Yi's heart a little weird. Good guy, comics don't dare to draw like this. Of course, these maid robots are not only special in appearance, but in essence they are all cold robots. There will be no soft-hearted thoughts. As long as Shen Yi's orders are given, they will absolutely execute them. Half an hour later, 10 battle maids took the lead to come to the military base 30 kilometers away from the industrial zone. This place is actually very close to the military base. However, there was no monster at all that found the existence of the battle maid. Because the anti-gravity engine doesn't make any noise at all. Coupled with the fact that the battle maid is not very large, it is too difficult to find it when flying into the clouds. Of course, if you continue to approach, you may be discovered by those A-level monsters. After all, the A-level monster's perception is very keen, and its hearing is beyond the imagination of Earth creatures. For them, within 30 kilometers, it is no different from sticking to the ear. Arrived at the predetermined location and started the sniper mission. The battle maid in Rem's appearance took down the huge ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun behind her and said coldly. The other battle maids also lined up and began to raise their muzzles one after another. Start allocating hunting targets. 10 people spoke at the same time. In their field of vision, there was an A-level monster that was still more than 30 miles away. There is no obstacle at all, clearly presented in front of their eyes. This is the horror of the air carrier. Because of the radar, all combat units covered by the radar can share the radar field of view. Unless there's something that blocks the helicarrier's radar. Otherwise, there will be such a situation of over-the-horizon strike. Ding ding ding. In the field of vision of the battle maid, A-level monsters were quickly distributed and locked. At the same time, the barrel of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun also began to charge. Although because of the size. Therefore, the range of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun has been reduced from the previous 5,000 kilometers to only 500 kilometers. The killing range is also much smaller due to the reduction of bullets. However, in terms of penetration effect and rate of fire, it does not have a half-point discount. This is still the existence that can tear the S-class armor. As long as they can hit the key points, even S-rank monsters will die. Shoot. The battle maid in the image of Rem issued an attack command. CCCC. One after another blue arcs cut through the sky. The distance of 30 kilometers seems to be only 3 meters at this moment. The shells that shot out of the cannon had just been fired, and the next moment they had penetrated the heads of those A-level monsters. Clap clap clap. One after another, blood flowers bloomed instantly, and 10 monsters with strength reached a rank. He didn't even have a chance to react, and fell to the ground in an instant. They don't even know where the attack is coming from. The speed of these cannonballs is really too fast. Roar. At this time, other A-level monsters around also noticed this situation. Suddenly he roared and flew up. The nearby B-level monsters also raised their heads and roared. With a hula, a black cloud rose directly. At least tens of thousands of flying monsters flew into the sky. After the battle maid attacked, they also apparently noticed the position of the battle maid. This is the horror of a military base. Even if there is no one to command, the density of monsters here is still terrifying. As long as someone launches an attack, the surrounding monsters will react instantly. However, the 10 battle maids in the sky did not have the slightest wave in the face of this situation. They are still holding huge ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main guns, precisely killing the A-level monsters. That was extremely huge, even enough to directly shatter the recoil of the B-class Type 2 killing robot. To them, it seemed like it didn't exist. Every time they fired, 10 A-level monsters would be shot in the head. At a distance of 30 kilometers, there is no reaction time at all. Of course, if the opponent is an A+ rank monster, or an S rank monster, the battle maid cannot be so close. That distance is too close for an A+ level monster. CCCC. One after another blue electric arcs continuously cut through the sky. The number of A-level monsters began to decrease rapidly. The 10 battle maids, like precise snipers, calmly sniped at their targets. There is no communication, but no target can escape from their grasp. However, the number of A-level monsters was too many, there were more than 300. Even if the battle maid continued to shoot, it would take more than 10 seconds to fire more than 300 shells. What's more, when the opponent moves, the difficulty of aiming is greatly increased. Before those A-level and even B-level monsters approached, they only killed more than 200 A-level monsters. There are still about 100 A-level monsters and more than 1,000 B-level monsters approaching. The target is about to approach, and it starts to evade operations on its own. At this moment, the battle maid in the shape of Rem spoke up. As the first maid robot activated by Shen Yi, she seems to dominate. Mission accepted. Start to evade operations on your own. 95. The other 9 battle maids spoke up one after another. Afterwards, they immediately began to travel through the attacks of these monsters with the super high mobility given by the anti-gravity engine. With their anti-gravity engine's Mach 12 instant acceleration, they're just too agile. It is far from what these monsters who only know how to smother their heads can hit. Moreover, in the process of activity, it takes some time for them to lock the prey. However, basically every second, several A-level monsters are hunted. Surrounded by thousands of monsters, it was as if they were in a no-man's land. It's a good fight. In the air carrier, Shen Yi, who had this scene in his eyes, couldn't help but light up. To be honest, the ability of the battle maid greatly exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that he should be fighting while walking, using the kite flow to take away all these A-level monsters. As a result, I didn't expect that there were only 10 battle maids. But it was abruptly surrounded by monsters, suppressing more than 300 A-level monsters and thousands of B-level monsters. Given enough time, even if they want to wipe out these monsters, it's just something they can do. Moreover, you must know that even if the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun is reduced, the range is still a full 500 kilometers. As far as the firing rate of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun is concerned, it is even enough for the battle maid to complete several rounds of attacks. Now just to show Shen Yi the performance. Therefore, they chose to fight at close range. At their speed, as long as they don't encounter some special limited monsters, or large-scale A-level monsters and A+ level monsters, they are invincible at all, right? Shen Yi looked at the performance of the battle maid and asked Shen Ling. Yes, master, with radar guidance, plus the master brain of the helicourier to help calculate. Unless they encounter more than 1,000 A-level monsters, or the speed exceeds their existence, it is difficult for them to present a threat. 35. Shen Ling replied. 1,000 heads. That's pretty good. 35. Shen Yi shook his head. Even those large military bases on the border only have more than 5,000 A-level monsters. It can be seen that even if the A-level monsters are placed in the Federation, they are not stinky fish or rotten shrimps. Some small and medium-sized military bases simply cannot appear so many. Moreover, this is only 10 battle maids. If the scale of the battle maid increases, it is only the first round of sniping. It can make the other party have a large-scale downsizing. After that, we can produce more battle maids, Shen Yi said. These battle maids can be used as a sniper-like surprise soldier. Not only can it remotely reduce the opponent's A-level combat power, At the same time, it can also restrain those S-class monsters. This is much more powerful than his biological beasts. At least, those biological war beasts did not have any obvious effect in the face of S-level monsters. At the same time, the efficiency of killing A-level monsters is far inferior to these battle maids. The battle finally only lasted about 5 minutes. Those A-level monsters, as well as the B-level monsters flying in the air, were completely swept away. However, due to the previous order of Shen Yi, the battle maid did not focus on these low-level enemies, but quickly flew towards the next batch of targets. Only the blood on the ground and the angry monsters below were left. However, Shen Yi stopped following them after that. On the one hand, the battle maid was released by him to clean up those hard stubble, and on the other hand, it was to accumulate combat experience. These are the big killers he will use to deal with S-rank monsters in the future. After the battle of the maids came to an end, Shen Yi also got some free time. Next, is to wait for the army to capture the industrial zone. However, because there is no interference from those A-level monsters, this battle will not be too difficult. Even, these monsters have no chance of resisting the footsteps of Shen Yi's army. I don't know how far the current players have developed, but with my help, they should have developed too. Shen Yi said with great interest. In fact, the C-class robots he sold were not very expensive. Basically, it is a little more expensive than a normal C-class robot. This can be seen from the maid robot and the anti-gravity engine. Moreover, he is also a choice between energy and resources. In general, the selling price is basically the same as that of the C-class robot. So, from this point of view, he is still very conscientious. That is, if foreign players want to buy it, it will be slightly more expensive. Is there any big brother who has received the E-level blueprint? Now, when the big brother Shen Yi receives the blueprint, he will be able to grab it. 35. Cry, it's too dangerous on my planet, there is still a civilization similar to World War I, and I'm fighting them now. FK, then you can earn blood. Wait, why are you in Versailles? Hey, I also found a relic of civilization. The level of civilization should be higher than that of Earth, and I look forward to seeing some good things coming out. Brother upstairs, I advise you to be careful. As long as there are some high-level monsters or robots in this place, you will be cold right away. Don't be afraid, I have the C-class Type 1 combat robot sold by Shen Yi's father, let's just swipe it. Other players have also discovered the ruins of civilization. And some have already fought with civilization. A look of surprise appeared on Shen Yi's face. But then he suddenly came over. It is abnormal to have no civilization on the planet. The planets where these players are located are all life planets. How could there be no civilization born on this planet of life? Just like the planet he was on, the civilization was even as high as a half-footed travel star civilization. If not for a solar storm, the biological war beasts that caused this civilization got out of control and turned into a group of irrational monsters, resulting in the destruction of this civilization. Does he still want to develop? That's just thinking about shit. I am afraid that he has just landed on this planet and was directly discovered by the other party. As for whether there are players who are so unlucky, he just doesn't know if this happens. But he can be sure that such players will be cold. No civilization wants a strange civilization to develop on its own planet. However, if there are traces of civilization on their planet, does that mean that their growth rate is actually not as slow as I thought? Shen Yi leaned back in the chair and pondered. His previous estimate of the player's development rate. It's just based on the normal development of these players through the base. But if other factors interfere, the situation is completely different. Inheriting the heritage of other civilizations, the growth rate will be greatly improved. Just like him, after solving the small biological genetic research institute, his strength has also improved a lot. It can even be said that it was that small biological genetic research institute that started him taking off. Shen Yi continued to read. Speaking of which, where are you now? I'm not bragging, I've only reached the second level of the base, and I have 130 Type 1 combat robots and 10 Type 1 work robots. Damn it, I kneel to the boss, do you have enough resources to upgrade the base? I only have 70 Type 1 combat robots, and I can't afford one without one working robot. No way, there's no one who doesn't have 500 Type 1 combat robots, right? I have more than 700 Type 1 combat robots here. FK, the one upstairs forced me to meet you. You were the one who made a fortune from hoarding blueprints and blood before. What's there to be proud of? Those who bought Shen Yi's father robot, who don't have hundreds of Type 1 combat robots now. That is, what's there to be proud of? All the robots in my house add up to 3,000. Who else? It's over, I've got you covered. I begged Shen Yi's father to come out and slap you in the face. Looking at the group of crazy people pretending to be in the chat column, Shen Yi's face became a little weird. Good guy, because of the lack of entertainment. So everyone started pretending to have fun. Fortunately, there is an entertainment room on his side, and he can even play virtual games. It doesn't need to be like them, to pretend to be for fun. However, they are developing very fast, and the robot has expanded to this level in just a few days. Shen Yi sighed. It seems that he still somewhat underestimated the speed of development of players and the role of family. Under the concentrated development of resources, the improvement is indeed very fast. In the future, we will establish a foundation of trust with each other and form a larger alliance. I'm afraid their growth rate is even faster. Of course, it is impossible to develop to that stage at this stage. After all, everyone's development has not yet reached the bottleneck period, and the potential of the family model has not been exhausted. No one would risk believing in choosing someone else. Across the vast starry sky, if you are deceived, the resources will never be recovered. However, there was nothing in this information that he needed at all. What he wanted was information on the remains of those civilizations. Want to see what goodies these players get out of it. Is there anything that can help him? Shen Ling, sift through all the information about the ruins. 99. Shen Yi launched off-site assistance. Let him take a look at it slowly. When will he see it? It is better to leave things to Shen Ling to do, simple and fast. Moreover, he is indeed very interested in the ruins excavated by other players. I just don't know how much real stuff there is. After all, many people always like to hide their hands, just like him. Yes, Master, Shen Ling replied respectfully. The next moment, countless information flashed through quickly, and then was filtered out. The finishing was brought to Shen Yi. FK, there is actually a city ruins next to my base. This is too outrageous. How can I have the sense of being on Earth? Damn, my robot fell into a cave and found an underground research institute. Where are there so many biohazard liquors? Picture. Backquote. FK, I found several C-class robot wreckage, and I cracked directly, this planet is so dangerous. I found a dilapidated arsenal. Am I going to send it? The information I got is a little bit. I really didn't reveal much. Shen Yi frowned slightly at the information. But this is also normal. After all, no one will put their cards on the surface. Of course, he also saw something from this information. At least, these players have gotten good things through these relics. Maybe it's technology, maybe it's a finished product. In short, these players have their own gains, and their level of improvement should be faster than expected. In this way, he doesn't need to worry about not having a trading partner in the future. Shen Ling sold the 10,000 type combat robot, the 30,001 type work robot, and the 10,001 type multifunctional energy harvesting vehicle, all of which require resources and blueprints, and energy is not needed. 99. Shen Yi pondered for a moment, then said, there is no shortage of energy under his hands now. On the contrary, resources are the important factor limiting his development. Although he can also get resources through mining. But mining takes a lot of time, and what he lacks the most right now is time. Obviously, trading from players is the fastest option. Moreover, judging from the player's current performance, he does not need to worry that these players will not be able to eat these robots. You know, even after rounds of elimination, there are still more than 4 billion players alive today. Finding 50,000 players who can afford to buy from it is an easy task. Moreover, such a large-scale provision of high-level robots can also create a layer of mystery for him. Let those players not know his details. Yes, Master. Shen Ling responded. The next moment, 50,000 robots were directly listed for sale in the trading house. In an instant, all chat channels instantly fry. FK, Shen Yi has started selling robots again. Wait, how much are you selling this time? 100 million. 10,000 C-class Type 1 combat robots. Is this the direct inheritance of a civilization by Mr. Shen Yi? The resources needed for this are terrifying. Even if there are any special ways to save costs, this is a C-class robot. There are also 30,000 D-class Type 1 operation robots. This Nima is too scary. And this C-class Type 1 multipurpose energy harvester. What kind of monster is this? Nissan 450 points of energy, I'm so dead. What kind of garbage is my Type 1 multipurpose energy harvester? The handsome people have already started to grab them, while the ugly people are still typing. I managed to grab 10 Type 1 combat robots, 30 Type 1 work robots and 20 Type 1 multifunctional energy harvesters. Bastard. I said why it's gone in one fell swoop. Why did you buy so much? Ah, it's already sold out. I beg Mr. Shenyi to sell some. For a time, countless players who had the ability to buy, but who reacted a little slower, wailed incessantly. They were shocked by this number. So, for a while, my hands were slow. As a result, who would have thought that 50,000 robots would be instantly killed in just 3 seconds? This terrifying speed makes the scalp numb. Even Shenyi showed a hint of surprise. Is the purchasing power of players so high now? He was a little surprised. Moreover, he feels that these players still have a lot of resources that have not been squeezed out. However, he does not plan to continue selling. He still understands the truth of hunger marketing. Although he now controls the monopoly market, he can sell whatever he wants. But for the future development, it is better to maintain his image as a good person. Shen Ling, how much did we earn from this transaction? Shen Yi asked. Master, this time we have harvested a total of 130 million units of iron, 91 million units of copper, 12 million units of psionic crystals, and 12,000 E-level blueprints. Shen Ling responded quickly. 12,000 E-class blueprints. Shen Yi showed a hint of surprise, not expecting this group of people to be so crazy. Even if he uses the E-level blueprint, he can fill up the progress. Of course, in fact, the previous 3 blueprints have already filled the progress. However, due to the matter of the battle made, he forgot about it for a while. After all, the appearance of the 3-type robot is only to fill the vacancy of the A level. For his substantial help, it is not particularly big. You know, his opponent is an S-class monster. A level looks a little vulnerable in front of A+ level, let alone S-level monsters. However, these more than 10,000 E-level blueprints have filled up the progress of strategic weapons. Now I'm only a few blueprints above D rank. Shen Yi's face became a little weird, and he called out the progress of strategic weapons. Qian Jiaohao primary railgun. 100,000 energy required, satisfied. E-level magnetic technology X100, satisfied. D-level magnetic technology X10, satisfied. C-level magnetic technology X1 completed, satisfy. Primary laser cannon. 100,000 energy required, satisfied. E-class laser technology X100, satisfied. D-class laser technology X10, C-class laser technology X1. Primary weather weapons. 100,000 energy required, satisfied. E-level meteorological technology X100, satisfied. D-level meteorological technology X10, C-level meteorological technology X1. Now, his E-level blueprints for these 3 weapons have all been satisfied. There are only a few blueprints for the D-class and C-class now, as long as these are collected. It is also possible to unlock these technologies. Wait, the primary railgun technology is unlocked. There was a hint of surprise in Shen Yi's eyes. Shen Ling, what's going on? He hurriedly asked. Could it be that there are other bugs he doesn't know about? Master, these are because of the B-level blueprint ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun that you obtained earlier. The technology contained in the B-level ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun far exceeds that brought by the D-level and C-level blueprints. Value. Shen Ling replied. There was a hint of disappointment on Shen Yi's face, and he also meant that he found some bug. It turned out that the blueprint level obtained was high enough. If this makes him stuck in a bug, unlock all 3 primary strategic weapons. That would definitely be a huge boost to his strength. You know, if you want to become a strategic weapon of civilization, you have to start with a B level. Only the B rank is a terrifying existence that can easily destroy thousands of troops. Only qualified to meet the standard of strategic weapons. And if it is strengthened by 100 times strengthening system, it means that the things produced are at least A+ level. The power of an A+ grade weapon is absolutely devastating. The ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun that can kill enemies at a distance of 5,000 kilometers and even penetrate S-class armor. With a speed of Mach 30, the Sonic King Bat can easily shatter the target through infrasound waves. The speed is not much worse than that of the Sonic King Bat, but the Black Eclipse Dragon that can make creatures mad. These are all meat grinders on the battlefield. Even if it is placed on the top-level planetary-level civilization battlefield, it is definitely a top-notch combat power. Even adding a brand new A+ rank weapon would definitely not benefit Shen Yi at all. No matter how much, activate this primary railgun first. Shen Yi quickly clicked the activation button. He would have to see what this primary railgun can do for him. Ding! The 100,000 energy deduction has been successful, and the primary railgun technology has been researched. A prompt flashed before Shen Yi's eyes. Then, there is a countdown of up to 12 hours. This is the first time Shen Yi has seen such a long countdown, and it is clear that this primary railgun is not simple. The next step is to wait. Push down those small biological genetic institutes, and that industrial area. There was a trace of heat in Shen Yi's eyes. 12 hours is actually not that long. And at that time, he can also see what this primary railgun can bring him. And the next big army advance, there is no bright spot. The only A-level monster that could bring some obstacles to Shen Yi was also solved by the battle made in advance. So that those A+ grade monsters don't even have the chance to shoot. The enemy was basically pushed horizontally by the artillery fire. Even those B-rank monsters have no power to fight back under such a massive cannon fire. Even if there is no air carrier, there will be no accidents. Of course, in order to be conservative, Shen Yi still let the air carrier follow. On the one hand, it is to prevent S-class monsters from attacking the helicarrier when the army is not there. On the other hand, it is still in order to beware of S-rank monsters attacking his army. There are 12 ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns of the air carrier. At least, when facing S-rank monsters, he won't have the slightest power to fight back. And what followed was a 2-day journey. In order to accommodate the speed of the C-class Type 1 combat robot, it would take him 2 days at the fastest to advance to the location of the industrial zone. 15%. Chapter 60. B+ tier strategic weapon, magnetic rail destroyer. There were no setbacks along the way. After all, the thorny enemy has been cleared. The only thing left is to push it all the way. In front of millions of steel torrents, these monsters who are not even A rank are not even qualified to stop Shen Yi from stopping. And Shen Yi did not continue to pay attention to the situation outside. Instead, it turned its attention to the emerging 3-type robot. 3 types of war machines. Production requirements. 3,000 energy points, 3,000 iron units, 2,000 copper units, 500 psionic crystals. Capacity. Equipped with 2 130mm caliber main guns, 4 55mm caliber anti-aircraft cannons, 4 cellular rocket launchers, the maximum speed can reach 380 km per hour, the maximum range is 35 km, and the maximum flight altitude is 7,000 meters. Consumption. 30 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. Grade C. 3 types of infrastructure robots. Production requirements. 1,000 energy points, 800 units of iron, 500 units of copper, 100 units of psionic crystals. Capacity. The highest power can lift 100 tons of heavy objects, the maximum load is 1,000 tons, the maximum speed is 300 km per hour, the work efficiency is extremely high, a 100-meter high building can be built in 3 days, and 5,000 units can be collected in 1 day. Mineral. Consumption. 15 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. D level. 3 types of strategic drones. Production requirements. 1,000 energy points, 800 units of iron, 500 units of copper, 100 units of psionic crystals. Ability. With strong optical stealth and radar stealth ability, it can shield all perceptions below sea level, equipped with 2 35mm 6-barreled cannons, with a maximum flight altitude of 3,000 meters, a maximum flight distance of 500 kilometers, and a maximum flight speed of Mach 0.8. At the same time, it can carry out suicide attacks, and the self-destruction power can threaten the sea-level armor. Consumption. 15 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. D level. This is the ability of the current 3 types of arms. If nothing else, after being strengthened by a hundredfold strengthening system, their rank will step into the A and B ranks respectively. Not to mention the 3-type strategic UAV. For the time being, this kind of thing is not very powerful. Although the power of self-destruction will increase its threat level by a notch. But it was of no use to him at all. He also has no shortage of powerful units, and producing this kind of thing is a waste of resources. With the resources to gather a few more to produce battle maids, isn't it fragrant? Unless the self-destruction of this thing can threaten the S-class monster. Of course, according to the current introduction, even after being strengthened, the self-destruction power of this drone is A level. On the contrary, the Type 3 war machine and Type 3 infrastructure robots made him very interested. From the point of view of firepower configuration, the Type 3 war machine is far more than Type 1 fighting robot and Type 2 killing robot. Two 130mm main guns would fit even on destroyers. Plus 4 55mm anti-aircraft cannons and 4 cellular rocket launchers. Whether it's against the ground, against the air, or in the mid to long range, this is a well-deserved killer. Definitely worthy of its title of war robot. Moreover, after being strengthened, its abilities in all aspects must be greatly increased. Especially when the firepower is increased to A level. The ability of that artillery shell to wash the ground is definitely a metamorphosis. The so-called monster army could not even stand firm in the face of such firepower. I am afraid that even those A-level monsters will cry in front of this kind of war weapon. This is also the place where mechanical technology is terrifying. Maybe they are not as weird as biotechnology, and have all kinds of peculiar abilities. But as long as the technology level is upgraded. In terms of fire coverage, mechanical technology has not been afraid of anyone. And the Type 3 infrastructure robot, although it is a little worse than the Type 3 war machine. However, what Shen Yi values most is its terrifying mining ability. Before being enhanced, 5,000 units of minerals can be collected in one day. And if it is strengthened, the efficiency will be even more astonishing. This will greatly speed up the rate at which he mines minerals. This is very helpful to him. After all, if he wants to develop, he needs a lot of mineral support. And the minerals of the planet under his feet can undoubtedly quickly support his growth. The 3-type robot this time has helped me a lot. Shen Yi sighed. He glanced at the resources he currently had. Currently possessed energy. 1.375 billion points. Currently owns iron. 135 million units. Currently owns copper. 122 million units. Currently owns psionic crystals. 73 million units. Currently owns super alloy, because of the killing of a large wave of A-level monsters before. Therefore, the energy he has now has once again exceeded 1 billion. It must be said that killing these high-level enemies is indeed the best way to earn energy. Forget about the Type 3 infrastructure robots, you can wait until the industrial zone is taken over before making plans, but the Type 3 war machines can produce 10,000 units. 35. Shen Yi squeezed his chin and pondered. 10,000 is almost enough. After all, this level of combat power, even if it is placed on this planet, is definitely considered a high-end combat power. Even the number of military bases placed by the Federation on the border is only about 5,000. Although he as a whole can't compare with the size of the Federation and the Alliance. But if it is only compared with a single large military base, his size is still 873, which is far more than the other. Yes, Master. Shen Ling responded and sent 10,000 Type 3 war machines into the production queue. The next moment, the prompt flashed. 30 million units of iron, 20 million units of copper, 5 million units of psionic crystals, and 30 million energy points have been successfully deducted. The production countdown is 4:59. 9. The production time of the C-class Type 3 war machine is only 5 minutes. This speed is really very fast. 5 minutes later, the production of 10,000 Type 3 war machines was completed. The system prompt also sounded in Shen Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 3-type war machine X10000 you produced has been increased by 100 times. The next moment, the data of the enhanced 3-type war machine appeared in front of Shen Yi. 3 types of war machines. Capability. Equipped with two 130mm caliber main guns, 4 55mm caliber anti-aircraft cannons, 4 cellular rocket launchers, the maximum speed can reach Mach 13, the maximum precision range can reach 500 kilometers, and the maximum flight altitude is 22,000 meter. Consumption. 500 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. A level. Evaluation. When it appears on the battlefield, then it will be a well-deserved god of death. With a radius of 500 kilometers, it will turn into a piece of scorched earth. Why is the evaluation so high? Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This is the first time the base has given such an evaluation. This undoubtedly made him look forward to the actual combat effect of the 3-type war machine. Beside the information, Shen Yi also saw the appearance of the Type 3 war machine. Different from Type 1 fighting robot and Type 2 killing robot. The 3-type war machine has completely separated from the category of ground units, but is an air unit. However, this is also normal. In order to meet the needs of warfare, air units are obviously able to adapt to more environmental operations. The appearance of the 3-type war machine is similar to the dish-shaped UFO in the imagination of human beings on Earth. Its diameter is about 23 meters, and the base is 7 meters high. At the top and center position are two 130 mm caliber main guns. 4 55 mm anti-aircraft cannons, located above the turret. Once an enemy tries to get close, they will definitely be greeted by a dense hail of bullets. As for the 4-door cellular rocket launcher, it is located in the belly compartment below. If you want to fire, it will stick out from the belly compartment. Destroy ground units. This ferocious firepower is absolutely worthy of its title of war robot. As for its flight method, it uses anti-gravity technology. Only, compared to the anti-gravity engine, its anti-gravity technology is relatively shallow. It can only be regarded as a prototype. However, this technology is also enough to make it levitate in midair and deal a devastating blow to the enemy. Much more powerful than the fighter jets on Earth. These 3 types of war machines really gave me an unexpected joy. If that's the case, then there's no waiting. Shen Ling, let the army and the ironclad back-beating dragon continue to advance, and the air carrier, the 3-type war machine, the Black Eclipse dragon, and the Sonic King Bat are the first to head towards the industrial zone. 5. He couldn't wait to see the Type 3 war machine perform on the battlefield. And go out with elite troops. He didn't need to worry about any danger either. Under the protection of 10,000 A level 3 type war machines and 3,000 A plus level biological war beasts, he would encounter a crisis. Then, even adding these millions of troops will not help. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. Following Shen Yi's order, the army immediately began to move. The air carrier lowered its height and came to an altitude of 17,000 meters. And 10,000 3-type war machines were quickly scattered around the air carrier. The outermost layer is the Black Eclipse Dragon and the Sonic King Bat Guard, and the defense can be said to be extremely tight. The next moment, the 10,000-strong army, including the air carrier and the 3-type war machine, directly entered the supersonic cruise and disappeared into the sky. With speeds as high as Mach 13, making them ridiculously fast. After all, this is a terrifying speed of up to 4,400 meters per second. 40 minutes later, the air carrier Shen Yi was descended over the military base near the industrial zone. At this moment, there is still chaos here. Those monsters are roaring wildly, roaring towards the surroundings to vent their anger. But one thing has to be said, these monsters did not fight together because of out of control. Even Shen Yi was puzzled by this. Obviously, after these monsters are out of control, they are a group of beasts with powerful power. But they seem to remember their former comrades in arms, and even if they want to hunt, they just hunt and kill ordinary creatures on this planet. So, even after so long, the number of monsters on this planet is still very high. Go ahead and clear this piece out. Shen Yi glanced at the approximate area covered by the industrial area and the mining area. Good guy, he actually has more than 2,000 kilometers, almost catching up with the territory he occupied before. However, it is precisely for this reason that this industrial zone can become one of the largest industrial zones in the Federation. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. The next moment, the 10,000 3-type war machine spread directly. In the lower belly compartment, 4 rocket launchers, like square boxes, covered with dense black holes stretched out, aiming at the monsters who were roaring in the sky below and roaring at them constantly. The strength of these monsters is not lower than C rank. There are a total of 300,000, plus tens of thousands of B rank monsters. And the hundreds of A rank monsters that were killed by the battle made before. This is definitely a very powerful force. Even if it is placed in each state within the Federation, it definitely belongs to the top ranks. However, at this moment, when the S-class is out, it is not even possible for Shen Yi to feel the pressure. Whoosh whoosh, countless rockets spewed out from the rocket launcher with hot flames, covering the monsters below. A Type 3 war machine alone can fire 80 rockets per second. And 10,000 3-types of war machines, the number of rockets that can be fired in 1 second is as high as 800,000. What is this concept? The scene below this moment says it all. A-class 3-type war machines, the power of each rocket is no less than a tactical nuclear bomb. The hot mushroom cloud can even rush directly into the sky for thousands of meters, and it can be clearly seen from far away. And 800,000 tactical nuclear bombs exploded at the same time. That scene is unimaginable. At this moment, the bottom has turned into a spark. The dazzling light made Shen Yi unable to even see the picture below clearly. However, even across the screen, he seemed to be able to smell the burnt smell in the air. This is too scary. Is this the charm of mechanical technology? Shen Yi felt some scalp tingling. At this moment, at least a 50-kilometer area was completely shrouded in flames. He couldn't even imagine what kind of creature could survive such an attack. In terms of killing speed, mechanical technology is definitely ahead of biological technology. That's just 10,000 Type 3 war machines. If this were 100,000 units, 1 million units, what a horrible scene would it be? I am afraid that even if there are more monsters, as long as there are no S-rank monsters, they will definitely not be able to kill them. I am afraid that even A+ grade monsters will definitely be wiped out in an instant under such intensive firepower. Under radar detection, the red dot belonging to the monster quickly disappeared. Those monsters didn't even have a chance to react, they were turned into ashes by the dense rockets. The entire battle took less than 5 minutes in total. The 300,000 monster army that was enough to destroy a country on Earth just vanished into nothing. Now that these three types of war machines are so powerful, how amazing is the primary magnetic rail weapon, which can be called a planetary-level civilization strategic weapon. Shen Yi glanced at the countdown and couldn't help but look forward to it. The power of the magnetic rail weapon can be seen from the ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun. The power is really amazing. The A+ level ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main gun can even threaten the S level. However, what is the power of ordinary rail weapons? Then Shen Yi really didn't know. But he believes that the other party will definitely be able to afford the word strategic weapon, even if it is only a primary strategic weapon. When the 10,003 Type war machines ceased fire, the scene below was also revealed at the moment. The lush forest before, and the superstructure of the military base. It has completely disappeared from the ground. Even, except for the lower part of the solid military base. The surrounding soil was sunk by dozens of meters. The ground has been replaced by hot lava. Under that terrifying high temperature, whether it was rock or sand, it all turned into a scalding liquid. As for the corpses of those monsters, they were directly gasified and turned into slag, and they didn't survive at all. This firepower is really exaggerated. Although there is no radiation, the damage to the environment is equally terrifying. Shen Yi shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, the underground building of this military base is strong enough, otherwise he would not know what to find in this wave. However, this is worthy of being an A-level super weapon. Normally, even the top-level planetary-level civilization, A-level is already a very high level. Shen Ling, produce some 3-type infrastructure robots, let's go and see what valuable things are down there. Shen Yi ordered. At least, part of this military base still survives. You might find a lot of good stuff in there. If you can find some high-level blueprints or complete technical products, that would be great. Yes, Master, Shen Ling replied respectfully. Then, the 1300 Type infrastructure robot entered the production queue. A moment later, the production of 1,000 infrastructure robots was completed. And the data of 1,000 infrastructure robots also appeared in front of Shen Yi. 3 types of infrastructure robots. Capacity. The highest power can lift 1,000 tons of heavy objects, the maximum load is 30,000 tons, the maximum speed is Mach 0.5 per hour, and 100,000 units of minerals can be collected in one day. Consumption. 300 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. Grade B. Shen Yi. This ability is a bit outrageous. 35. In other respects, it is better to say, what the hell is the collection of 100,000 units of minerals in one day? This is simply an ore harvester. 1,003 Type infrastructure robots can mine 100 million ore a day alone. As expected of a B-level robot. With it, there is no need to worry about the slow mining speed of ore. Shen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the price of these 3 types of infrastructure robots is not cheap. Compared with the cheap Type 2 engineering robot, its price is dozens of times higher. 1,003 Type infrastructure robots cost him 1 million energy, 800,000 iron, 500,000 copper, and 100,000 psionic crystals. Although this resource is no big deal to him now. But in fact, it is a huge number. However, the existence of the 3 Type infrastructure robot helped him solve the problem of too slow ore collection. Next, he only needs to develop the army with all his strength and conquer the quartet. Throwing away the distracting thoughts, Shen Yi called up the map of the industrial area. At this moment, after the military base stationed next to the industrial zone is settled, there is basically no threat here. The most powerful monsters are just some scattered B-level monsters. The vast majority are also C rank and below monsters. Shen Ling, be careful to clean up the industrial area, and try your best to ensure that the things that can be used here are not damaged. Shen Yi ordered, although this possibility is very slim. After all, after so many years, and there are active monsters everywhere, there is little chance of something good. But there is an emergency if it is not guaranteed. What if there are still good ones? He also wanted to get a way to make superalloys, hemin alloys, and even trellites from here. Although the medium-sized Biological Genetic Research Institute can obtain these materials. But that is a drop in the bucket after all, and there will always be an end to the day. At that time, he can't expect to change it out of thin air. Please rest assured, Master, I will be very careful. Shen Ling gave a positive answer. This made Shen Yi relax a lot. As an artificial intelligence, Shen Ling can't talk big. And after Shen Yi's order was given, the air carrier also hovered above this military base, protecting the ruins of the military base under the development of the 3-type infrastructure robot. The Black Eclipse Dragon and the Sonic King Bat each divided 500 points and flew towards the industrial area quickly. Obviously, Shen Ling planned to use these 2 A+ grade biological war beasts to perform such delicate work. However, with the strength of these A+ grade biological beasts, even without their own special abilities, but just the physical strength, they are enough to easily crush those monsters that are no higher than grade B. What happened next? It didn't have any twists and turns. AHDG, when the subsequent army of millions arrived, 500 Black Eclipse Dragons and 500 Sonic King Bats also swept away the monsters in the industrial zone. Under the action of top radar, they don't even have the chance to hide. And Shen Yi easily occupied this industrial area. I have to say, the location of this place is pretty good. It is basically located in the hinterland of the Federation, more than 10,000 kilometers away from the border. In this respect, it is very safe. The probability of encountering S-rank monsters is not high. As for monsters beyond S-rank, Shen Yi is not clear. He didn't even know if the top radar could detect monsters beyond the S-class. After all, normally speaking, monsters that surpassed the S level were already beyond the existence of a planetary-level civilization. In the face of such an existence, it is hard to say whether the top radar can detect the other party. However, this position is very suitable as the focus of his next development. Whether you want to go to the border to win those large military bases, or go to other states to win those medium or even large biological genetic research institutes, it will be very convenient. So, after settling down, hovering the helicarrier above the industrial zone, Shen Yi immediately spread his army to the surrounding area and began to clean up all the monsters around the industrial area. With the fastest speed, the state under your feet will be occupied. As for the battle maid, she is still active outside, responsible for eliminating those A-level monsters. And then, Shen Yi basically entered a stable developmental stage. Expand your sight, lay out your utility vehicle, and dig for the ore below. Everything is going smoothly. 12 hours later, Shen Yi looked expectantly at the countdown of the primary railgun, entering the last 3 seconds of the countdown. 003, 002, 001. Finally done. There was a hint of surprise in Shen Yi's eyes. The 12 hours of waiting was definitely a torment. After all, he was very much looking forward to this strategic weapon, which brought him a surprise. And after the countdown returned to 0, a prompt flashed in front of his eyes. The primary railgun technology has been unlocked. Congratulations on obtaining the B+ level strategic weapon, the Giant Whale-class rail destroyer. The next moment, a data panel appeared in front of Shen Yi. Whale-class magnetic track destroyer. Production requirements: 300,000 energy points, 50,000 units of iron, 30,000 units of copper, 10,000 units of psionic crystals, 5,000 units of any grade C material, 3,000 units of any grade B material. Performance: maximum speed of Mach 5, maximum flight altitude of 30,000 meters, maximum range of 800 kilometers. Weapon and equipment: 16 350 mm caliber rail main guns, 36 220 mm caliber rail subguns and 4 55 mm caliber honeycomb magnetic rail close-in cannons, which can easily destroy A-level defense armor and are top-notch. Standard strategic weapon of planetary civilization. Engine configuration: low-profile version of the anti-gravity engine. The maximum speed is Mach 5, and it can be accelerated to Mach 3 in an instant. Consumption. 200 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. B+ grade. Then, a picture appeared on the side. It was a huge spaceship that looked like a sperm whale. The overall shape of the spaceship is like the head of a sperm whale, broad and slender. However, on the rear sides, there are two movable square protrusions. The spacecraft has a total length of 380 meters and a width of 120 meters. The two movable square protruding parts at the rear are about 80 meters long and protrude about 60 meters from the hull. And the 16 magnetic rail main guns are distributed on the two protruding sides of the square. The angle can be adjusted with the protruding position. As for the 36 rail secondary guns, they were located at the whale's mouth below the bow. The muzzles of the 36 black holes pointed obliquely in front of them, and they seemed unusually infiltrating. And the 4 honeycomb-type magnetic rail close-up guns are directly in front of the protruding position. It is neatly distributed in the upper and lower positions directly in front of the protruding position. With the densely packed holes, it is not difficult to imagine the scene where the close-in defense artillery fires. The shells fired would definitely be denser than raindrops. Those who try to get close will definitely be instantly torn into a hornet's nest. This is terrifying. How perverted would this be if it were put on the battlefield? 39. Shen Yi took a deep breath and felt his scalp go numb. But then, a happy smile appeared on his face. He could feel the horror of this giant whale-class magnetic track destroyer just from the pictures. And, more importantly, the B-rank Black Eclipse dragons have all reached the A+ rank after being strengthened. Then, the giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyer whose basic level has reached the B+ level, after being strengthened, isn't it? Shen Ling, produce 100 giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyers. Shen Yi hurriedly ordered. He wanted to test his ideas. If it is as he thought, then the planet under his feet has nothing to fear. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. The next moment, the resource deduction prompt flashed. 30 million energy units, 5 million units of iron, 3 million units of copper, 1 million units of psionic crystals, 500,000 units of sea-level metal materials, 300,000 units of B-level metal materials were successfully deducted, and 100 giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyers entered production. Q. Production remaining 14 minutes 59 seconds and 35 milliseconds. Although there are too many words, he can't afford to produce. But if there are only 100 units, he can still bear it. Moreover, the giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyer only needs 15 minutes of production time, which is also within a completely acceptable range. Everything will be known in 15 minutes. Shen Yi clenched his fist nervously, his eyes full of anticipation. 15 minutes is actually not too long. It is almost the time to go to the toilet and eat a meal. However, at this moment Shen Yi felt that the 15 minutes had passed by incomparably long. It even feels like 15 years have passed. Fortunately, wait, these 15 minutes are finally over. Hope you don't let me down. Shen Yi subconsciously clenched his fists and stared at him. At this moment, the countdown was also attributed to the last second, and the system prompt sounded in his mind in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyer X-100 you produced has been increased by 100 times. At the same time, Shen Ling also opened the attribute panel of the enhanced giant whale-class magnetic track destroyer to Shen Yi for the first time. Whale-class magnetic track destroyer. Performance. Maximum speed of Mach 80, maximum flight altitude of 100,000 meters, maximum range of 8,000 kilometers. Weapon and equipment. 16 350 mm caliber rail main guns, 36 220 mm caliber rail sub-cannons and 4 55 mm caliber honeycomb magnetic rail close-up guns, which can easily destroy all planetary civilizations with armor, is the top strategic weapon of the top planetary civilization. Engine configuration. Top version anti-gravity engine, maximum speed of Mach 80, can be accelerated to Mach 45 in an instant. Consumption. 1,000 energy points are consumed every day. Grade rating. S grade. Shen Yi didn't look at anything, just looked at the rating of the last item. When he saw the bright S class, a huge sense of surprise rushed to his mind. He immediately stood up excitedly. Good guy, you really didn't let me down. Ha ha ha. 35. Shen Yi couldn't stop laughing. This is the second time he has laughed so much since he came to this planet. The first time he was so happy was because the system was activated. But when he learned that there were 2 terrifying civilizations on this planet, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because even if he has the system, he is still very weak. Those powerful monsters still have the ability to easily crush him. However, with the appearance of the S-class giant whale-class magnetic track destroyer, he finally got rid of that feeling of powerlessness. It can be said that he is no longer the existence that can be manipulated at will. How about facing those S-rank monsters? The giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyer he used was also an S-class. Even if the 2 sides meet head-on, so what? Who is afraid of whom? Moreover, he can increase the production scale at any time, and directly produce hundreds or thousands of units. Now, the only thing that can pose a threat to him is the existence beyond the S rank. For the existence of that level, Shen Yi didn't know how strong the opponent was. But it doesn't matter, as long as you can unlock intermediate strategic weapons. Then, he is bound to touch the field above the S rank. At that time, even monsters that surpass the S rank would be nothing more than turkeys in front of him. Shen Ling, release the giant whale-class magnetic track destroyer, let me take a good look at its strength. With a relaxed smile on Shen Yi's face, he ordered Shen Ling. It has to be said that the appearance of the giant whale-class magnetic track destroyer has made the pressure in his heart a lot lighter. Yes, master, Shen Ling replied respectfully. The next moment, the position of the front-end belly of the air carrier immediately opened to both sides. A huge build cabin is revealed. Then, the giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyer, which was more than 300 meters long and nearly 1/10 the length of the aerospace carrier, drove out of the huge belly of the aerospace carrier in turn. That is to say, the air carrier contains unimaginable space technology. Otherwise, it would be difficult to install 5 or 6 giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyers, let alone 100 ships. It didn't take long for the 100 giant whale-class magnetic orbital destroyers to leave the cabin, silently suspended around the air carrier. Although it didn't start, Shen Yi still seemed to feel a fierce aura coming towards his face. The dark oil-filled shell and the shiny muzzle made him feel the mourning of the enemy and the strong smoke of gunpowder. My dear, is this the power of the S-class? It feels very fierce even before the experiment. Shen Yi's tone was a little excited at the moment, and he spoke a lot more than usual. The pressure that had been pressing on his heart before was too heavy. Facing the threat right in front of him, he couldn't help but be nervous. Even if you have an A+ level biological beast, or even an ultra-long-range electromagnetic rail main gun, the same is true. After all, A+ has surpassed A level though. But it's still below the S-class level. It can only be said that he has the ability to hurt S rank, not that he can fight against S rank. Moreover, after seeing the giant whale-class magnetic track destroyer, he realized how outrageous his previous thoughts were. As far as the terrifying speed of S rank is concerned, it is simply not something that can be locked below S rank. Just the effect of instant acceleration can far exceed half of the fastest Sonic King bat flying under his hands now, and the 2 sides are not of the same order of magnitude at all. No wonder there is still an A+ grade between the A grade and the S grade. The gap between the 2 sides is really huge. If you really used A+ level monsters to deal with S level monsters at that time, the end would definitely be very miserable. Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he is not the kind of reckless character. If he swelled a little at that time, his losses would probably be very heavy. As for now, Shen Yi glanced at the 100 giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyers parked outside. Then, he turned his attention to the map, a large military base on the border. Now he owns 100 S-class giant whale-class magnetic track destroyers. But the other party only has 30 S-rank monsters. Moreover, half of them are ground units, and most of their special attacks are also aimed at creatures. He can use this to test the power of the giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyer. Shen Ling, the target is this large military base on the border. Let these 100 giant whale-class magnetic track destroyers perform well. Shen Yi ordered. I want to show the power of the giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyer. A-level monsters are obviously not qualified. Even if an A+ level battle maid can easily slaughter A-level monsters, it simply does not reflect the power of an S-class giant whale-class magnetic track destroyer. And the monsters that are also in the S rank are undoubtedly good targets. More importantly, there are only 30 S-rank monsters in these large military bases. The number of giant whale-class magnetic rail destroyers on his side is 3 times that of the other side. No matter how you think about it, you won't lose. By the way, it's good to attack 5,000 kilometers away. Don't get too close, it's mainly aimed at S-level monsters. 99. Shen Yi specially warned again. What these S-rank monsters are best at is close combat. There is absolutely no need for him to give up his advantages and fight face to face with the opponent. Yes, Master, Shen Ling responded. The next moment, 100 giant whale-class magnetic track destroyers took off at the same time. How scary is it to accelerate to Mach 45 in just a split second? At this moment Shen Yi knew. Song. With a loud explosion, 100 giant whale-class magnetic track destroyers, wrapped in light blue streamers, instantly disappeared in place. Where they were before, there's even a slight twist due to their terrifying speed. And in less than 3 seconds, their speed has increased to the limit speed of Mach 100. This means that their speed has reached as high as 122,400 kilometers per hour. This has even reached the speed of an ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main battery shell. And this is the horror of the S-class. This speed alone is enough to make S-rank and below feel despair. Unless they stand still and be beaten, the shells of the ultra-long-range electromagnetic orbital main guns will not threaten them. What will happen to the battle? I hope you don't let me down. Shen Yi's eyes were full of anticipation, and he kept guessing about what would happen next. Next, it will be the most peak battle for him to come to this planet. Even in the history of this planet, it is almost the top battle. Of this planet, it is almost the top battle. Of this planet, it is almost the top battle. Of this planet, it is